voluntary mechanism, and the Comprehensive Safeguards Agreement, as reflected in many NPT final documents, does reflect is the standard methods of verification. Therefore, we are in disagreement with any incorporation of the additional protocol or references to it to this draft convention. I thank you.
Delegation of Egypt. There was a little confusion previously in the machine, so we have Mozambique, Argentina, Sweden, Austria, Malaysia. Mozambique tiene la palabra.
Mozambique has the floor.
Madam President, thank you very much. Initially, I wanted to ask for the floor on a point of clarification, but Brazil exhausted my point, and the point was that we have no need for this annex. It should rather be incorporated into Article 3 itself. It would be a better way of dealing with this text. My second point was that it is a general point in nature to appeal that we pay attention, a very keen attention to the relationship between our treaty, this future treaty, and other treaties on non-proliferation regime in order to strengthen this regime and not to undermine or weaken it. Thirdly, that we should have a provision, possibly here or somewhere else, on the relationship between the treaty and the IAEA, so that we can have to build into the treaty a mechanism of this institutional relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mozambique. So I'm going to take this opportunity now to refer to the question or the consultation made by Brazil in terms of the article. For this article, there are two different focuses. There are two methodologies that the conference could consider. There could be a third article or an Article 3 that would be general, but that would refer to the standards to which states are already subject to, thus not creating the sense that this standard is being decreased. But there could be a general reference there, which would be in step with the appeal made by many delegations that the text of the treaty should be concise. There's another alternative, and in fact some delegations have been putting forth various drafting alternatives that could cover this situation. This was mentioned by Brazil. We could use the same language and we could bring the annex into the text. We could incorporate it as part of Article 3 so that we would have a comprehensive reading of the provision, which is inspired from the NPT. So these are the two options that we have. These are the two methodologies that we wanted to put forth for you to consider. Of course, we want to keep in mind that the provision has to be clear and it should establish and ensure legal security, particularly in the sense of maintaining standards. We do not want to reduce them. Next up is the delegation of Argentina, followed by Sweden.
Gracias, señor.
Madam President, thank you. Please allow me to thank you for the explanations that you have just made. as well as the explanations that you made at the beginning of the general explanation of Article 3, as well as the inclusion of language that my delegation will study in detail. I would like to join my voice to what was mentioned and expressed by Brazil and the delegation of Egypt regarding the verification and safeguard standards. Nothing in this draft treaty should demand greater duties on the part of states that do not possess nuclear weapons. Secondly, I would also like to thank the delegations of Ireland and Egypt who put forth proposals that we think are very constructive. These are good drafting proposals for Article 3. My delegation believes that the current text proposes a conclusion of a safeguard agreement in 18 months, but neither the article nor the annex clearly establish a direct referral to the current mechanism in Article 3 of the NPT and its implementation by the IAEA. On the contrary, point 2 of the annex, as it is, or as it was drafted, it gives us the opportunity to conclude an agreement that would have the same effect, but that would not necessarily be implemented by the IAEA, which would be related to the verification mechanism. Therefore, we would like to consult the compatibility of this language that is not concrete in terms of safeguardings, but it could be saved by or protected by the proposals that have been recently made. Therefore, we are going to review in detail the new proposals and the inclusion of this language in order to continue moving forward on this topic. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Argentina.
Thank you to Argentina, and I would now like to give the floor to Sweden, followed by Austria, Malaysia, and Cuba.
Thank you, Madam. This article is very important to my delegation, and as I have mentioned already, we have presented together with Chile and Uganda a working paper 6 outlining how we would like to see this article, and I thank the Ambassador of Mexico for describing the proposal so well. And we believe that verification is a key aspect in a credible arms control, disarmament and non-proliferation agreement, and that verification has to be relevant and it has to be cost effective. Therefore, we would suggest that the verification needed in this agreement is the comprehensive safeguards in CIRC 153 and the additional protocol in CIRC 540. And I would like to explain why we believe this is so important. This would provide the necessary assurances that state parties are not carrying out activities that would be in violation of the core prohibitions. It would strengthen the credibility of the treaty. It would make use of IAEA capacity and expertise. With 129 states already having committed themselves to such a protocol with the IAEA, the increased burden on states would be limited. It would also ensure equal treatment and obligations for all state parties to the convention, and that would not be the case with some of the other proposals that have been made here today. There would be no added financial costs linked to this convention. And last but not least, Madam, to settle only with the comprehensive safeguards in CIRC 153 would run counter to our experiences, our joint experiences. As we all know, some states have had covert nuclear weapons programs which were never detected under comprehensive safeguards 153. It would also risk undermining the progress the international community have made since 1997. So we propose replacing Article 3 and the Annex with an article containing the following. mandatory requirement for state parties to conclude comprehensive safeguards and additional protocol agreements with the IAEA within 18 months after the convention's entry into force for that state party, accompanied with mechanisms what happens if a state party fails to implement its obligations under this article. It is a bit longer in text, but we will send it to you, and it is also available under working paper 6. And let me say that I am a bit surprised that so many delegations would not like to see this treaty or convention having a verification mechanism or safeguards that would really enjoy the respect of the international community for this treaty convention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of Sweden. I now give the floor to Austria, followed by Malaysia and Cuba.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I would like to thank you for further improving your draft. My delegation is among those, and I think most delegations that have spoken shared this view that it would be better not to have a separate annex. And we can have here a language that is clear, general, and doesn't go too much into details. We have listened to the various interventions, like New Zealand. What we certainly do not want to do is to lower the standards. And nobody has proposed to do so. So that's very good. It is of crucial importance that we are not going to establish any new separate system here. It has to be fully in sync with what is already established, because this is satisfying, it is working, and so we want to totally rely on the safeguard system that is established under the IAEA. There were different proposals which, of course, reflected the realities. We know that 129 countries have already additional safeguards, so that implies that the numbers still don't have them, and we could listen now in the interventions very much the echo of this fact. But in my view, the Irish proposal should be acceptable for all of us in the way it is phrased, and therefore we fully support this proposal and hope this can make it possible that we do not now have a debate, does my country have additional safeguards or not? I think it's a very careful wording, and so it really could help. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Austria. I now give the floor to the delegation of Malaysia.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for your clarification and having given some language to improve the text at the beginning of this discussion. As to the annex, we are quite flexible on this, whether this stays as an annex or whether it goes into the text. But in terms of its appropriateness, we do feel that the length does not necessitate for that to be an annex. However, I wish to comment more specifically on the substance of the issue as opposed to this question of whether we have an annex or not. In our view, there is no need within this text for there to be specific safeguard procedures. We do not think that this is the place to change the safeguard standards, whether we are talking about lowering the standards, which indeed should not take place, nor is this a place for us to create obligations for those things which are not mandatory, and this refers, of course, to the AP, which is optional. Having specific procedures that are not well understood for us runs the risk of undermining the existing safeguard regimes, and this is something which I think none of us in the room want to do. Having said that, looking at the proposals that have been put forward, we very much feel that the language which was proposed by Ireland and something similar prior to that by New Zealand with regard to keeping a general mention to safeguards is, we feel, the best approach in terms of moving forward. That methodology of keeping it simple, I think, is something that we need to bear in mind throughout the text, but particularly on safeguards, which can be a very tricky and very technical article. We feel that a simple approach would cover all the concerns not only expressed by us, but many other delegations, ensure of a balance of not lowering it, but neither creating new standards which are not mandatory. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Malaysia. I'd now like to give the floor to Cuba, followed by Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and Thailand. Madam President, thank you very much. First, I would like to make a comment on the annex. Up until now, the Cuban delegation is not completely clear on the status of the nature of the annex. In other conventions that have addenda or annexes, normally there is an article or a provision that explicitly indicates the nature of the annex. For example, that's the case in the Chemical Weapons Convention. There's an article of the convention that explicitly states that the purpose of the annex is to be an integral part of the convention. We are not sure, as there is no article on this, if in this case the annex is considered part and parcel of the convention or not. I believe that this is a point that we should consider, not only from a legal perspective, but also because of the substantive implication. This is important to clarify. In any case, our preference would be to ensure that the content of the annex, or at least the fundamental elements of it, be included in the main text of the convention. But were we to decide based on the preference of the majority to maintain certain elements of the annex, then in our delegation's opinion it should remain clear that this annex is an integral part of the convention. In terms of the additional protocol on safeguards, I have carefully listened to the comments that have been made. From our national perspective, it would not be a problem, of course, to explicitly mention that protocol, as Cuba is part of the protocol, the additional protocol, and we implement that strictly. At the same time, however, I think we should recognize the legitimate concerns of some states vis-à-vis this topic. This is a fact. A large number of states are not part of the additional protocol, which are in fact instruments that are voluntary in nature, and I think that this should be taken duly into account. I sincerely believe that even though from our national perspective we would not have any problem with this, I do believe that the inclusion of the protocols would create greater difficulty for the negotiation, and it would complicate unnecessarily our work. We also believe that the treaty should in no way impose upon the states duties or obligations that go beyond those, especially states parties who do not have nuclear weapons, obligations that transcend those that are already enshrined and established. And finally, Madam President, we would like to support the proposal put forth by the distinguished representative of Egypt regarding Article 3. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of Cuba and I give the floor to Liechtenstein.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to add Liechtenstein's voice to all those delegations who have asked for clear and strong provisions on safeguards in this text. We certainly share the view that the formulations we choose should not in any way lower the existing regime or available instruments in that area. They should rather refer to the highest available standards in the area of safeguards. Also, we see the point that we should aim for a formulation here that allows the convention or the treaty to keep pace with the future development in that area. So, like many other delegations, we've asked ourselves the question if this provision cannot be formulated in a more generic way, and we thank you in particular for your introduction and your own attempt to that effect that you've presented at the beginning. Also, when we looked at the paragraph, we have asked ourselves if the annex or the provisions and the elements contained in the annex could not be included in the main text of the draft. We've listened to many good proposals from the floor just now. I have to say, with these elements that are important to us, the most appealing to us is probably the proposal by the Irish delegation, because it's very simple. It seems to be very clear from a legal point of view, and might save us time and future problems on a technical level. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank Liechtenstein, Switzerland, followed by Thailand, Nigeria, and Ghana.
Thank you, Madam President. As stated several times already, my delegation considers the issue of safeguards to be a fundamental issue for our negotiations. Striving for effectively verifiable instruments must be a common objective when negotiating any treaty in the field of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. States parties to the Prohibition Treaty should be bound by safeguards. Now, we don't have to reinvent the wheel and establish new and costly verification mechanisms. We can simply rely on the IAEA and its safeguards activities. This means that we should rely on and build on the highest verification standards developed by IAEA. This is essential for the reliability, credibility and sustainability of the treaty. Failure to do so would not only represent a departure from established practice, it would also undermine the NPT by creating a new norm parallel to the NPT but void of the guarantees that safeguards provide. It would negatively affect the perception of this process as well as the instrument resulting from the negotiations. And here I very much join the assessment made by the Swedish delegate. I would like to be very clear here. The way in which we deal with the issue of safeguards will be the key angle from which Switzerland will assess the value of the instrument once concluded. In this context, we welcome that the Zero Draft includes the notion that states parties must be bound by safeguards. However, we believe that safeguards provisions need to be clarified, streamlined, and above all, strengthened. As they stand, the safeguards provisions are deficient. This is particularly because the verification provisions in Article 3 are weaker than what already exists. It only requires states parties to maintain a comprehensive safeguard agreement with the IAEA. This is a questionable approach given that more than 120 countries already have an additional protocol in place. If this were the outcome of the negotiations, the treaty would weaken the existing global standard. It would certainly not be in line with the requirements that the treaty we are negotiating complements and strengthens the nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation regime. If the Prohibition Treaty is to constitute an instrument reinforcing the NPT and the non-proliferation and disarmament regime, it must build on the most robust type of safeguards. In this context, we see value in the proposal made by Sweden, Chile and Uganda in Working Paper 6, and reiterate today that all states parties be required to conclude and maintain a comprehensive safeguard agreement and an additional protocol within a set date after the entry into force for that party. This would ensure that the key provisions under Article 1 are effectively verified. Now, having carefully listened to the discussion so far and trying to be pragmatic and constructive, I would say that the bare minimum would be that the Prohibition Treaty requires that states parties maintain the safeguard obligations that they had upon entry into force of the treaty and commit to accept as soon as possible the most stringent such measures available to them. Before this background, and again trying to be constructive and pragmatic, I would say that we should thoroughly and carefully consider Ireland's proposal, and would be happy to get it in writing. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of Switzerland. Thailand has the floor.
Madam President, Thailand would like to ally our statement with the distinguished delegate of Indonesia on this cluster delivered earlier. Thailand recognizes the complexity of the mechanism of Articles 3 to 5, and we believe that we have to look at this section as a package. For Article 3, Thailand believes that the mechanism specified here on safeguards and compliance should be non-discriminatory. All state parties having the same status before this treaty should have the same applications. This can be done by existing comprehensive safeguards agreement or additional protocol and could be incorporated into the draft as proposed by other delegations. In this way, the draft convention is consistent with and strengthens the NPT. We also recognize the core competence of certain international organizations, including the IAEA, related to safeguards. If this relationship is not specified in the draft, the paragraph should leave room for their contribution through the meeting of state parties and amendment. I thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of Thailand for that statement, and now give the floor to the delegation of Nigeria, followed by Ghana, the Netherlands, South Africa, and Venezuela.
Thank you, Madam President, particularly for your revised work, which we have just received. And going over it, I know it's not time to discuss it yet, but we could see that some of what we're about to say are here already. My delegation attaches importance to the twin issues of safeguards and verification. So the question going through the draft, actually not this one, your initial draft is should safeguard be covered? Yes, the answer is yes, and I believe a number of delegations in this room will agree with that. But by who? That the answer is in the air, and no one has specifically mentioned who, by who should it be. I don't want to start making suggestions, but we've been dancing around that, and for us it is understandable. But whatever is worth doing well, is worth doing at all, is worth doing well. So whatever we are going to do, we should keep in mind that we have to keep it simple, but then unambiguous. That goes to the heart of the matter. If we don't want to push states to going over other things that would become cumbersome, fine, that is okay and it is understandable. But then we should not shy away from the fact that without making it comprehensive in such a way that safeguards will be clearly identified and highlighted, as well as the mechanism for verification, then we would not be doing a good work. And perhaps as has been proposed by the distinguished ambassador of Mozambique, by the time you bring what we have in the annex and then you bring it back to paragraph 3 with minor adjustments and to make it at least conform to that paragraph, and we could all read through it, and then we'll see whatever we can take out and whatever we believe should remain. For now, I thank you, and we keep depending on you. And thank you, Madam.
Gracias.
I thank Nigeria. I give the floor now to Ghana, followed by the Netherlands. Ghana has the floor now.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We want to thank you very much for the language that you provided this morning. We believe it has brought some clarity to Article 3. My delegation is of the view that verification under the safeguard is at the core of this treaty, and therefore Article 3 needs to be strengthened. But our fear, and it is genuine, that this should not unnecessarily place additional obligations on those of us who are non-nuclear weapon states under the NPT. And so, Madam President, we want you to look at this for us. We also agree with Brazil. I think it was a view that was echoed by Egypt as well, that we think that the next of safeguards should be incorporated into the main instruments, and we've seen that we've distributed some documents to us. We also joined the other delegations like Ireland and Co, who think that we should try and make the provisions on safeguards as simple as possible and very straightforward. Madam President, these are our short comments on Article 3. We thank you for giving us the floor.
Muchas gracias, Ghana.
Thank you. Ghana, I give the floor to the Netherlands now.
Thank you, Madam President. Two general remarks with regards to Cluster 3 and a specific remark on Article 3. The Netherlands is concerned that the provisions in Articles 2 to 5 will impede the effectiveness of the Convention by unnecessarily complicating its implementation. Moreover, certain provisions in the draft copy existing international obligations but weaken current standards of, for example, verification. That brings me to Article 3. The proposed text for Article 3 clearly relates to the NPT, but not in its entirety. It is very important to avoid any provision that would create confusion about, weaken, or decrease the scope and workings of the NPT regime, including the safeguard system, as mentioned by others. And we should not weaken the current standards for verification. We therefore support earlier proposals to include a reference to the additional protocol, as well as to evolving safeguards standards. We thank you for your text suggestions and providing them in writing, and we will further reflect on them. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the delegation of the Netherlands, South Africa, followed by Venezuela.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me preface my comment by saying that we were going to take this cluster together with a view of ensuring that what we propose is reflected in an interrelated manner across the articles. They are interdependent, Madam Chair. So I will try to cross-reference as much as possible and to submit the proposals that we are making to you in writing. Specifically with regards to Article 3 in the Annex, we believe that the purpose of the instrument is not to create a parallel safeguards regime to that of the NPT, and in particular to add new obligations to non-nuclear weapon states parties to that treaty, precisely the fear that Ghana raised. Any additional safeguards arrangements, therefore, need to focus on those states that are not party to the NPT, and the states under the NPT that still possess nuclear weapons. We therefore recommend that Article 3 and the Annex be deleted. In our view, attempts to elaborate too much on the verification safeguards issue will only serve to complicate matters. Had I dealt with the prior articles, it would be clear how you can use Article 2 to deal with aspects of this. So I'll speak to how we're proposing that we amend Article 2 after I've finished with the safeguards. What we envisage with regards to safeguards are provisions that would cover all possible scenarios, including states joining that never produce nuclear weapons, those that possess nuclear weapons upon entry into force of the treaty but eliminated them before joining, and those that still possess such weapons. The key objective of this mechanism, of these mechanisms, should be to ensure that they are non-discriminatory and that there can be no concern about the involvement of the IAEA in the disarmament process. In the case of South Africa, the IAEA was not involved in the disarmament process. I believe we're keen to ensure that we get to the point of the destruction and we draw in the nuclear weapon states and the possessors to buy onto the instrument that we craft. The area of destruction requires management in a particular manner. So we feel we should not raise any concern about the involvement of the IAEA in the disarmament process and the destruction process, but rather that the IAEA provides confirmation that all material and facilities in a state party that has completed the destruction of its nuclear weapons are under IAEA safeguards and will remain so. That's how we did it in South Africa. Had we done it in the manner proposed, we probably might not have been able to dismantle our nuclear weapons. Our proposal is therefore aimed at the end goal of confirming that a state party is not diverting material and facilities towards a weapons program rather than the destruction process that could be complex and may differ from state to state. We believe that Article 5 amended offers a possibility where we can also cater for some of the fears of the countries that feel strongly that we need to have provision for safeguards now. And our proposal as South Africa would have been that we reformulate Article 5 and entitle it Towards the Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. At the moment, the title of Article 5 is Measures for Situations Not Covered by Article 4. We would propose that it's changed to say Towards the Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. Then you would elaborate under Article 3.1 would propose that we say each state party undertakes to immediately remove from operational status and destroy or ensure the destruction of all nuclear weapons or nuclear explosive devices under its jurisdiction or control as soon as possible, but no later than a specified date after the entry into force of this convention for that state party. And upon elimination of all the nuclear weapons under its jurisdiction or control, such state party shall submit a final declaration confirming that all its nuclear facilities and materials are under the IAEA safeguards and shall remain so. It shall also permit the International Atomic Energy Agency to verify the correctness and completeness of its final declaration. If we believe that the South African example is useful, this is the pattern that we followed. 3.2 would read as 3.2 would follow. Each state party which declared that there are no nuclear weapons on its territory that are owned and possessed by another state shall ensure the removal of such weapons as soon as possible, but no later than a specified number of years after the entry into force of the convention for that party, and shall submit a declaration to that effect upon removal of such weapons. Now, Chair, the complication of us dealing with Article 3 is there's a lot that we propose that could go into Article 5. But I'm in a dilemma. I'm not sure whether to go on because we were addressing Article 3 alone. And once I've done that, to go back to Article 2 with the reformulation that we propose, so that parties can then see all of this as a package that we would propose that would allay the fears that we have about safeguards. I will seek your advice at this point as to whether to continue or just to stop here. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of South Africa for that statement. I was going to just now mention that we have the option of listening to a debate among specialists on various focuses towards the verification of the elimination of nuclear programs in the side event that will be held, and that was organized by UNODA with the permanent mission of Costa Rica. The title is Approaches to Verifying the Elimination of Nuclear Weapons Programs. This will be held here in this very conference room from 1:15 to 2:30. My proposal is thus that first I would like to make extend a special invitation to you to that meeting, because I think this discussion will be very useful for the conference. It will help us exchange ideas. It would be very good for us to listen to this discussion. You have the flyer because we distributed it on Friday. And then we can discuss this topic that was set forth by South Africa as to how to redraft the various provisions in a comprehensive way that ties together safeguards to the articles and the provisions of Articles 2, 4, and 5. We could have this discussion in the afternoon when we return. If that is okay with you, we can then give the floor to Venezuela, who had requested the floor. Then we close this list of speakers, and then I propose that we suspend the session now in order to give you some time so that you can go go have some lunch, and then we can come back at 1:15. We can listen to the side event, and then we can come back to this, revisit this technical topic. I now give the floor to the delegation of Venezuela. Thank you very much, Madam President. Regarding Article 3, which we are considering, the discussion that we're having right now, our delegation agrees that it would not be necessary to have an annex in this instrument, in this legal instrument, which would aim to prohibit nuclear weapons. We believe that the elements that are contained in this annex could perfectly be incorporated into the body of Article 3. We also share the opinion expressed by some, or actually several, delegates who have spoken before us. We do not believe it would be appropriate to impose additional obligations upon non-nuclear states as they sovereignly signed the safeguards instrument of the IAEA. Therefore, we believe that the mention to the additional protocol would create challenges, as rightly mentioned by the distinguished ambassador of Cuba, as well as the representative of Egypt. He has also expressed reservations on this. We also share those reservations. We are not a party to the additional protocol for verification of the IAEA. Therefore, we believe that it would not contribute to the goal of the treaty that we are negotiating now. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
I thank the delegation of Venezuela. So we are going to suspend the session. We will return at 1:15 for the side event. Thank you very much to all of the delegations. The meeting is adjourned.
And as as you just heard, this meeting is adjourned. This was a live feed coming in from the United Nations in New York regarding the elimination of nuclear weapons. Here is a live look at the White House. I do have a clip from the White House from just moments ago. I'm going to show you that in just a moment. All right, everyone. Just moments ago, President Trump welcomed the President of Panama to the White House. In case you missed it, I'm going to show it to you here on News Now.
Y acá está haciendo el señor Trump. Salute. Ready? Oh yeah. Ready? No way. Sí, por primera vez. Me robó la idea.
All right, everyone, so that was video from earlier today, the President of Panama arriving at the White House. I thought I'd just share that with you because you may have not seen it. Now here is a live look at the White House. We have more event coverage coming in from Washington, D.C. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Joseph Dunford, is speaking now at the National Press Club. I'm going to go ahead and play this for you in just a moment. It's happening live. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff speaking at the National Press Club.
To have a moment of silence for those who were lost and injured on the USS Fitzgerald. Thank you. With no further ado, General, let's go up on the stage, and you can have some opening remarks, and we'll take some questions. Go. Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours.
Okay, hey, Jeff, thanks. And ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much. It is good to join you here today, and I appreciate the flexibility of the club in rescheduling. I canceled at the last minute in April, which I typically don't have to do, but as you can understand, sometimes that's required and had to do that. I'm actually glad that it was a relatively slow news weekend, so I come in on a Monday. There's probably not many questions and not much you're interested in, and there's certainly nothing controversial that I could address today. So, I feel very comfortable. So, with that, Jeff, I'll turn it over to you.
Oh, well, take us. We'll just go right into the questions. We thought we were going to have a few extra minutes, but fine.
I can actually speak for 50 of you. I'm happy to do that. I didn't think you were looking for a filibuster.
No, not at all. Clearly, we had, just to jump right into it, we just had a very tense shoot down of a Syrian jet, U.S. forces, and we had a very ominous statement from Russia that plays into the whole deconfliction agreement between the countries, essentially saying anything west of the Euphrates, we're shooting down. What's your reaction to that? Are there any developments? Do you have any updates on where that stands? Or is deconfliction gone? I mean, what's the latest, sir?
First of all, we've worked very hard on deconfliction, and it's important to point out why. For the last 8 months, we worked on deconfliction with the Russian Federation and pro-regime forces through the Russians. The purpose was to make sure that our air crews were safe, to make sure our personnel on the ground were safe, and to make sure we could prosecute the Defeat ISIS campaign in Syria, which is the reason why we're in Syria. That has worked very well over the past 8 months, and we have worked through a number of issues with the Russian Federation. We have an effective link between our Air Operations Center in Qatar and the Russian Federation on the ground in Syria. That link is still ongoing here this morning. When I left the building this morning, we're still been communicating over the last few hours. I, like you, saw in the open source some reporting from Moscow, which I won't address right now. I would just tell you that we'll work diplomatically and militarily in the coming hours to reestablish deconfliction. The Russian Federation has indicated that their purpose in Syria, like ours, is to defeat ISIS, and we'll see if that's true here in the coming hours, because all of our operations in and around Raqqa and southern Syria are designed specifically to get after ISIS, and we have agreed in the past, that is, we in the Russian Federation and pro-regime forces, that operations that the coalition was conducting in Syria were effectively degrading ISIS's capability, and we'll work to restore that deconfliction chain in the next few hours.
So are you confident that U.S. forces won't be shot down?
I'm confident that we are still communicating between our Operations Center and the Russian Federation Operations Center, and I'm also confident that our forces have the capability to take care of themselves.
Okay, because some people have been writing in some of those early questions, I mean, did Russia effectively declare World War III? I mean, it's not that bad, but...
Yeah, honestly, Jeff, I think the worst thing any of us could do right now would be, address this thing with hyperbole. An incident occurred. We have to work through the incident. We have a channel to be able to do that, and I think it's going to require some diplomatic and military engagement in the next few hours to restore the deconfliction that we've had in place. And again, the deconfliction that we've had in place is in our mutual interest, because it allows us to address what at least pro-regime forces have indicated is our common enemy, ISIS.
And have you been in touch with your counterpart in Russia?
I have not, as of yet. This morning.
Mm-hmm.
I have met with my Russian counterpart twice this year, and we've communicated maybe another 5 or 6 times.
Which also leads to what's the situation in Raqqa going to be when it's all said and done? Who's going to control it? You've got a number of questions about how that recasts the situation in the region.
First of all, we're supporting the Syrian Democratic Forces in seizing Raqqa. That's a force of about 50,000, of which about 20,000 to 25,000 are Arab, and the balance are Kurdish. Even as we support their efforts to seize Raqqa, there's an ongoing effort led by the State Department to put together a governance body so that as soon as Raqqa is seized, there is effective local governance. That governance will leverage Arab leaders who are from Raqqa, and we'll also work on establishing a security force made up of local personnel so that there is stabilization efforts that will follow the seizure of Raqqa.
Let's move around the region a bit. Iraqi Kurds have announced that they are going to hold an independence referendum on September 25th. What would that mean for U.S. interest in the Middle East? Should the U.S. support it?
Look, our stated objective at this point is a stable, secure, and sovereign Iraq, and we're supporting the Iraqi security forces in defeating ISIS inside of Iraq. And I think the issue of the Kurdish referendum is one that will have to be worked out between President Barzani and Prime Minister Abadi and the Iraqi people.
Just going back to the question also becomes in the earlier things about Russia and Syria and whatnot, that whether or not you have to relocate or strengthen the security even more at the Tanf training base to be prepared for other regime attacks. They keep saying it's defensive strikes only against the regime, but when does this cross the line into war with the Syria government?
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that the incident that took place this weekend followed a combined arms movement of pro-regime forces. Subsequent Su aircraft flew into the area. We made every effort to warn those individuals not to come any closer. And then the commander made a judgment that there was a threat to the forces that we were supporting and took action. The only actions that we have taken against pro-regime forces in Syria, and there have been 2 specific incidents, have been in self-defense, and we've communicated that clearly.
Back to Afghanistan, do you foresee adding the 4,000 troops? There's a lot of discussion about whether or not there have been additional forces allocated to Afghanistan. Has that decision been made? How many troops are going? When are they going? And how is that going to unfold?
Sure. Let me see if I can probably answer that question and a few others that haven't been asked about Afghanistan right up front. First of all, no decision has been made with regard to the deployment of additional forces in Afghanistan. One decision that was made by the President was to delegate that decision to Secretary Mattis in terms of forces that would be on the ground. But also, and this is what's important and probably has been underreported, is that Secretary Mattis's decision about additional forces in Afghanistan will be made in the context of a broader strategy review for South Asia that is ongoing and is expected to report back probably sometime in the middle of July. So when Secretary Mattis makes a decision about force levels, which he will clearly communicate with the President, the Secretary of State, in fact, the guidance, the direction that he's received is to do that in conjunction with the Secretary of State. When Secretary Mattis makes that decision about force levels, you can expect that he'll communicate that in a broader context, again, specifically the context of that strategy review. So, it won't be just about Afghanistan. There are a number of interdependent variables that bear on the problem inside of Afghanistan across the region, and we'll be prepared to talk about those as well when we talk about force management levels. The reason why this number 4,000 has been raised is there is a request by the commander to thicken the advise assist effort in Afghanistan. In other words, he's identified areas where he believes additional forces could make the advisor effort in Afghanistan more effective. There is also an outstanding requirement for forces that the commander asked for from NATO last year, and so that's what you've also heard him talk about publicly. And we're short about 3,000 from the stated NATO requirement for forces in Afghanistan. So that's where the numbers come from. But again, what I'd emphasize is that any decision on numbers is going to be done in that broader context.
And speaking of strategy, Senator McCain came up swinging this morning. You have to give him credit. He's doing to both Democratic and Republican presidents and Congress and controlled Congresses about whether or not there's a strategy for Afghanistan. And he's asking, where is it? When's it going to be delivered? Where's it going to be? Where's it headed? What's your take on that?
Sure. Well, Secretary Mattis and I had the opportunity to appear before Chairman McCain and the Senate Armed Services Committee last Tuesday. And when he raised that question, Secretary Mattis said that, number one, we agree that Afghanistan is not where we want it to be. And we have spent the last couple of months discussing where it might go in the future. And he, as I will today, indicated to Chairman McCain that sometime in the middle of July would have that strategic review complete. We certainly will consult with Chairman McCain and the other members of the Congress as the coming weeks go on. And then when the Secretary makes a decision about resourcing for the military dimension, realizing that there's broader issues that have to be addressed in the diplomatic and economic areas.
Which raises the question of the authorization of use of military force again. How much lobbying, if you will, is happening between you and the Congress, or just how's the dialogue unfolding in terms of actual passage of an authorization for the use of military force, and how is that going to be applied?
Yeah, Jeff, I mean, I haven't lobbied, but I've been asked several times in testimony what my thoughts were on the authorization of use of military force. And for those who don't know, we're relying now on the 2001 authorization of use of military force that was after 9/11. It was modified in 2002. What I have said is that we have all of the legal authority that we need right now to prosecute al-Qaeda, ISIS, other affiliated groups. But my recommendation to the Congress was that they pass an authorization of use of military force. And I thought one of the more important things is that our men and women that are in harm's way would see a clear and unmistakable support from the American people through their Congress. That's what I believe right now would be very positive if Congress would pass an authorization of use of military force. And again, I haven't lobbied for that effort. I'm precluded in law from lobbying. But when I'm asked in testimony, as I have been now several times, I'm certainly able to answer that question. And what I have focused on is the message that would be sending to those people who are actually making the sacrifice, that what message would be sent if Congress would authorize use of military force.
So what do you
it would reinforce, I think, the message.
So what do you say to an American voter who's deciding whether or not they're going to voice an opinion to their member of Congress who might be skeptical that thousands of more U.S. troops could be deployed and a slightly tweaked strategy might break the stalemate in Afghanistan or other parts of the region, and that there are billions of dollars that have been spent and everything that's been done? Is there sort of a fatigue that's out there? How are you going to convince the American people that this is going to be a necessary thing if you decide to deploy thousands of troops to the region for Afghanistan, and if you have to escalate your involvement in Syria?
Yeah, I think it's important that the conversation about Afghanistan take place in the context of our vital national interests in South Asia and South Asia as a whole. And there are two, very simply, that I would talk about in public. One is the remaining threat from terrorist organizations in South Asia who have expressed a desire to have another 9/11 in the United States and conduct attacks. There's about 17 different groups of the 20 that we've globally identified as terrorist organizations. 17 of them operate in the South Asia area, and continue to put pressure on those groups, I believe, is critical and vital to our national interests. And I would also argue that the pressure that those groups have been under for the last 15 years has been what has prevented another 9/11. The other interest that we have in the region is preventing a regional conflict in South Asia. So again, when the strategy comes in, it's less about what's happened over the past 16 years than it is about what are our national interests today in South Asia, what is the context within which we are pursuing our national interests in South Asia, and what's the diplomatic, economic, and military campaign plan that's necessary for us to protect and advance our national interests in South Asia. I don't believe it's useful to have a conversation about where we've been, how much money we've spent, or how long we have been in Afghanistan. What's most important is articulating to the American people their interest in that region. Why does it matter here in the United States? We owe them that. We should be able to articulate that when we roll out the strategy. And what is it that we're doing? Again, not just militarily, but diplomatically and economically to advance our interests. And that's the conversation we'll be prepared to have.
So what's the end game in Afghanistan, in Syria, and what's your prediction for new cost in U.S. lives if that were to happen?
Yeah, what I would say is, from a military dimension, to be clear about what is it we're trying to do. We're trying to support our partners on the ground in driving the level of violence down to where local security forces can actually deal with security challenges with a minimal amount of international support. And we're trying to do that from West Africa to Southeast Asia, because what we're dealing with is a trans-regional threat. One of the manifestations of that trans-regional threat is in Afghanistan, but again, it extends from West Africa to Southeast Asia. And in all cases, that's the broad design of our strategy, is to support local forces in actually addressing those security challenges. Some need more support than others, but the methodology is consistent across that trans-regional threat.
So what degree does that involve pressuring Pakistan?
Well, I think Pakistan is a key to Afghanistan and its security, and in ensuring that Haqqani does not have sanctuary in South Asia, making sure the Taliban don't have sanctuary in South Asia, making sure there's a secure border between Afghanistan and Pakistan is critical, making sure there's effective political and military relationships between Pakistan and Afghanistan. That's one of the interdependent variables that's going to allow us to be successful.
Let's talk about, excuse me. Let's talk about going back to Syria. Can you talk about the role that Iran is playing in Syria? Is it increasing, particularly through Hezbollah?
Yeah, I mean, Iran is playing an unhelpful role in Syria and elsewhere in the Middle East. And some of you may have heard me describe it this way before. I think their major export is malign influence across the Middle East. And so, again, Iran, unlike the United States and the coalition, is not focused on ISIS inside of Syria. Iran is focused on propping up the regime that committed atrocities in the civil war. And from my perspective, addressing the grievances of the civil war in Syria is going to be necessary for us to have peace and stability and no longer have a sanctuary for violent extremism.
Staying in the region, are you concerned about any long-term implications of the current Gulf crisis on regional security, and has the crisis affected U.S. military operations in the region? I think you said something last week on Capitol Hill that your operations are relatively unaffected, but with Turkey sending troops in and the Army, U.S. Army, bringing troops around in around Qatar, how does that? What's happening in terms of operations with CENTCOM right there in the middle of the country that's at the center of the
Sure, I mean, and I think most people know, but the reason why we watch Qatar, among the many reasons we watch Qatar so closely, is that's where our Combined Air Operations Center is located. That's where the preponderance of aircraft that support our current campaign against ISIS is located. And so it's pretty significant. That's also the location of the forward command post for the United States Central Command. What I would tell you is, has there been friction associated with what's ongoing, the political challenges between the GCC and Qatar? Absolutely. But what I said last week remains true, in that we have continued to be able to operate even through that friction.
And what are you playing any sort of diplomatic role in trying to resolve the issues, working in concert with Secretary Tillerson and so forth?
Yeah, we obviously work the military-to-military lane, and we're continuing to do that in support of Secretary Tillerson. But I think, Jeff, you answered the question well. This is primarily Secretary Tillerson's lane right now to resolve this issue between the GCC and Qatar and come up with a negotiated solution to the challenge that addresses the issue.
With Al-Qaeda, ISIL, and their offshoots popping up all over the world, with a World War II style strategy of defeating this enemy with our allies in various parts of the world? And I can't quite read this.
Okay, I'll speculate as to what that individual means. First of all, we don't have. It's probably important. Let me explain our strategy for dealing with trans-regional violent extremism, again, of which ISIS is one manifestation. First of all, what connects the groups from West Africa to Southeast Asia? Really three things. the flow of foreign fighters, the flow of resources, and the narrative, the message that they disseminate. So strategically, the idea is to be able to cut, and I describe those three things as connective tissue between the groups. So strategically, what we're trying to do is cut that connective tissue. How are we doing that? By establishing a broad coalition with a good exchange of information and intelligence so that we can get after the flow of money, the flow of foreign fighters, and deal with the narrative. We have now 60 members in the coalition just in Iraq and Syria. I met a few months ago with about 45 of my counterparts from around the world to improve our information and intelligence sharing. We have an interagency intelligence and information sharing location in the Middle East, where right now we have about 20 countries that are represented both militarily and their intelligence organizations and their interagency. When I say interagency in the United States, it would be organizations like Homeland Security. And the idea is like-minded nations sharing the intelligence and information that will allow not just for effective military operations, which is one dimension of the problem, but also an effective legal framework in countries where foreign fighters either came from or will return to, and also an effective way of sharing information so we can anticipate the flow of foreign fighters and resources. So with regard to the combat operations, those combat operations then are designed to enable local forces to deal with specific regional challenges. So there's a number of regional efforts, but there's a strategic framework that connects those regional efforts, and that strategic framework is getting after those three elements that actually connect these organizations. In the long-term end state of the strategy is drive the level of violence down in each of the countries where it exists, in each of the regions where it exists, drive the level of violence down, and increase the capacity of local forces such that local forces can deal with that challenge. That's where we're going. That's very much unlike a World War II strategy, and in very isolated cases are U.S. or coalition forces doing the fighting. The majority of fighting, and you can look at the majority of casualties, are being experienced by local forces that are fighting for their own countries, and that's the strategy. So I'd be happy to have a reattack if somebody wants to come back and ask another question about that strategy, because I think understanding that is very important. And by the way, my assessment, my assumption probably more properly, is that we're going to be dealing with violent extremism for a long period of time. Some people have described it as a generational problem. Whatever it is, it's going to be a long period of time. And so one critical element of our strategy is that it must be politically sustainable, it must be fiscally sustainable, and it must be militarily sustainable. And the one thing I want the American people to know is that we're conducting a campaign against violent extremism in the context of all of the challenges that face our country right now, to include North Korea, China, Iran, and Russia. And so when I talk about sustainability, it's sustainability in the context of making sure that we can address. The United States is a nation that thinks and acts globally. We don't have the luxury of dealing with one thing at a time. We're dealing with all of those simultaneously. And to deal with all of those simultaneously, again, you need to have a strategy that's sustainable. And in the case of violent extremism, fully leverages the capabilities of local partners on the ground who, again, are doing most of the fighting and most of the sacrifice is from local forces.
Speaking of the list you just outed, North Korea. North Korea has been increasingly active, shall we say, in its missile tests. How are the U.S. forces positioning themselves to deal with this particular threat, if you're seeing it as a threat? And how are you trying to de-escalate what is an increasing tension in the region? And specifically, how is the new South Korean president helping in this regard?
Sure. First of all, to the question, do I view it as a threat? I do. It's clear to me that Kim Jong-un, the regime, is on a path of attempting to develop an intercontinental ballistic missile and matching that with a nuclear warhead that can reach the United States. We should be concerned about that, and we are. The primary means of dealing with that is diplomatic and economic pressure, a campaign led by Secretary Tillerson. The military dimension on a day-to-day basis is in support of Secretary Tillerson, and as a result, we have a very open dialogue, a very aggressive dialogue with the State Department to make sure that everything that we're doing in terms of our military posture is supportive of Secretary Tillerson's primarily economic and diplomatic campaign. And many of you have watched closely what's happened in the UN. There's been two, I think, unprecedented sanctions regimes that have been passed this year, and that's the primary way that Secretary Tillerson hopes to do that. In the meantime, we have a responsibility, we the Department of Defense, number one, to deter any provocation by Kim Jong-un in the meantime, and to provide the President with a list of options in the event that hostilities occur. And that's exactly what we're doing. So again, what I would emphasize is the military dimension today is in support of the diplomatic and economic effort led by the State Department, and at the same time, we have an effective posture in the region to deter KJU and also to respond in the event that deterrence fails.
Speaking of North Korea and China, it seems that the President has been trying to utilize a newfound relationship with his counterpart in China to try to resolve tensions in North Korea. How is that impacting what you just said? Is there anything that you're doing in the region that might have an adverse effect? For example, what you're doing with the South China Seas.
Right. So the President met with the President of China at Mar-a-Lago, I think it was the end of April. They discussed two issues. One of them was this issue of North Korea and the commitment to denuclearize the peninsula. Secretary Tillerson has said that a key element of any success we would have in denuclearizing the peninsula would be the cooperation of China. So it's a bit early probably to judge how far we've come in the past 4 or 5 weeks, but that's a critical piece. In the meantime, Jeff, to talk about other things that we are doing that might be counterproductive to gaining China's support up in North Korea, we view that issue as separate from other issues in the region that we're dealing with, and that we maintain open lines of communication with our Chinese counterparts. And to that point, we will this week have a meeting at the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense level with their counterparts. I'll join that and then follow up with a day with my counterpart in the Pentagon. We will discuss a wide range of issues to include the issue that we just spoke about at length, the North Korea issue.
Sorry to jump back to Syria. Our good colleague John Donnelly from CQ Roll Call. What's the legal justification for targeting Syria government forces?
Yeah, we are there and have legal justification under the authorization to use military force. We are prosecuting a campaign against ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Syria.
Cyber attacks. Cyber attacks threaten the national infrastructure and our complex weapons and defense systems. How is the military doing in recruiting the talent needed to defend and defeat cyber attacks?
Yeah, whoever asked that question, I think it's a great question and something I don't take for granted. One thing I would have said if I did filibuster up front and talked about our people, I would tell you that we have effectively recruited and retained an all-volunteer force even after 16 years at war. But there's certain skill sets, and cyber is one of them, where we have a growth industry inside the department, and there's a lot of competition in industry for the same people that we're trying to incentivize to join the U.S. military or serve as a civilian. So we're not taking that for granted. We are, as you know, looking across the department for different ways to modernize our personnel system, to do just that, to recruit and retain high-quality people, to include cyber. We have grown the cyber force. We had a plan for 133 cyber mission teams. We outlined that plan about 3 years ago. 70% of those teams now have reached full operational capability. All the rest are...
All right, everyone, we'll go back to this National Press Club event a little bit later on. I do want to take you live, though, to our Sky News coverage coming in from the UK regarding that attack that took place in London yesterday.
Possible. So he is a terrorist.
An imam stopped the man from being beaten by what he described as a mob.
Some tried to hit him, either kicks or punches. By God's grace, we managed to surround him and to protect him from any harm. We pushed people away from him until he was safely taken by police into custody and put into the back of the van.
The Prime Minister chaired a Cobra meeting and then delivered a live televised statement on Downing Street.
This morning we have seen a sickening attempt to destroy those freedoms and to break those bonds of citizenship that define our united kingdom. It is a reminder that terrorism, extremism and hatred take many forms, and our determination to tackle them must be the same whoever is responsible.
By lunchtime, Theresa May had travelled up to Finsbury Park to to meet religious leaders with the Metropolitan Police Commissioner. The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, made a number of visits to the scene, as did Jeremy Corbyn. The Labour leader is also the MP for this constituency.
We obviously need efficient and effective policing. We obviously need also an attitude in our society of support for each other. The only way to deal with this kind of issue is communities coming together.
The van is still on the street where it stopped, cordoned off now. The police say they found nothing alarming inside.
The people in the Muslim communities attending prayers will see their police protecting them in the coming days and nights.
Religious leaders and politicians have been quick to urge calm, but after 3 months of terror attacks, nerves are frayed.
We've spent the day here, and as well as the inevitable shock, there is actually quite a tension in the air. A couple of people confronted us quite angrily and said that after the recent events in London, the terror attacks and the Grenfell Tower disaster, there's a feeling of them and us, and that anger is being directed both at the media but also at the government.
One frightened woman broke down on the Community Secretary Sajid Javid as he was giving a live press conference.
I've been born here. This is my country, and every day I feel less and less part of it, and it's not fair. It's not fair. Why? And now my son, of course, has been born here. And I fear for him growing up here. What do I do? Are we to be persecuted? Shall we all just leave?
10 people are still being treated in hospital. Osborne is being held on terror charges. His precise cause or motive or inspiration is still unknown. Alistair Bunker, Sky News, Finsbury Park.
Let's speak to Sky's Rebecca Williams, who's in Cardiff for us. Rebecca, hello to you. We heard a little bit earlier that Scotland Yard said they were searching a residential address in the Cardiff area. So what more can you tell us?
Well, yes, it is here. We understand this is where Darren Osborne lived. As you can see, there is a big police presence around here at the moment, a lot of commotion, a lot of media as well. I've been speaking to a lot of the neighbours. They say that they knew Darren Osborne, the man that was arrested on suspicion of terror offences. Of course, this attack that, as Alistair was saying, happened in the early hours of this morning. The neighbours have said they're shocked. He seemed like a nice man. They say that he lived here. He was 47 years old. He lived with his wife, and we understand he had 4 children. And many of the neighbours saying that their children too played with his. Here's what one of them had to say to me earlier on.
It's a shock that he's dead now, and we're like Muslims next door to him. Like, could have attacked us, he could have, done anything. And my partner tried to talk to him and offered him his kids dinner and stuff, and they've just refused. And the guy's been a bit offish to my partner, being Pakistani, but we didn't think nothing of it. We didn't think he was racist or anything. Do you know what I mean? So it's just a big shock,
How many kids did he have?
4, that's all I know.
And you guys all play together, did you?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it's just the 2 older ones. We didn't really play with just the 2 younger ones.
Now, earlier on today, we were in Pontyclean, which is about 12 miles away from here, and that is where the van used in this attack was rented from. We don't know the full details, whether Osborne hired the van himself, whether he stole it, but given the location geographically, you would assume that he rented it himself. The hire company have come out. They've said that they are saddened by what's happened. They say their thoughts are with those affected. But of course, as you can see, there is a big police presence here. That investigation very much still ongoing.
Rebecca, thank you. A minute's silence has been held across the country for the victims of the Grenfell Tower fire. This came as the number of people killed or missing, presumed to have died in the fire, has now risen to 79. Police say that figure could still increase. Sky's Dan Whitehead reports for us from West London.
Across the country, crowds gathered and fell silent to remember those affected by the Grenfell Tower fire. Close to the scene, firefighters who were there on the night arrived, many clearly upset, comforted by colleagues and members of the public. This was a chance to show their appreciation. As the number of dead increases, the investigation continues.
We have been from the top to the bottom of Grenfell Tower. The search operation will be painstaking. And having been in there myself, it's really hard to describe the devastation that the fire has caused. It would be wrong for me to speculate today what the outcome of that investigation might be. But I'd like to reassure everybody that we will be looking at all criminal offences that may have been committed by any individual or any organisation.
Today, police have confirmed the identities of 4 more victims. Among them, 65-year-old Tony Disson, who lived in Grenfell Tower. In a statement, his family said Tony leaves behind a large family, his wife, sons and grandchildren, including one grandchild he will never get to meet. We miss him terribly and are pulling together as a family and trying to stay strong under these tragic circumstances. 24-year-old Khadija Sai has also been confirmed dead, as has 39-year-old Abu Faz Ibrahim and another 52-year-old woman. The recovery operation inside the tower will last weeks, if not months, and police fear they may not be able to identify all of the victims. The scale of this investigation is unprecedented, made all too apparent by the release of new images from inside the block. This intense inferno has left nothing but burnt-out remains of people's belongings. It's emerged this was a flat where the occupants survived. Others on floors higher up in the building are in an even worse state. For those who've lost everything, experts say there is a huge challenge ahead, both physically and mentally.
I think one of the major issues that people from this fire are going to be facing, and the surrounding community, is the significant lack of awareness and care for mental health. Depression, anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder is going to affect this community more than they've ever been prepared for. That's a major issue I think this community is going to face. In addition, I think housing. This is one of the, if not the richest borough in London, with one of the biggest and longest housing waiting lists. So we need some sort of reassurance in regards to how housing will be placed and to confirm that housing will be within the borough.
Police have said the investigation will be exhaustive, but warn answers will take time. Dan Whitehead, Sky News.
A terror investigation has been opened in Paris after a car carrying explosives was driven into a police vehicle earlier. Authorities say the man who carried out the attack on the Champs-Élysées is dead. Bomb squad officials are at the scene, and officials say a handgun was found on the driver, who we hear was badly burned after the vehicle exploded. A post-mortem examination has revealed that Carrie Fisher had cocaine, heroin and ecstasy in her system when she was taken ill on a flight last year. The Star Wars actress died 4 days later in Los Angeles. This is Sky News. Coming up next, it's Ian King Live, the business view of Brexit as talks finally begin.
All right, everyone. So that was a brief update courtesy of Sky News on the London attack that occurred late last night, early this morning there in London. A man driving his van into a group of Muslim people leaving prayers that night from the mosque. Authorities saying they believe the attack was intentional and that he intentionally chose to target Muslims. If we get any other updates from Sky News, of course, we'll carry that live for you here on News Now. Right now, you're looking at a live look at the White House. We're going to take you back to that other event in Washington, D.C., General Dunford talking about military operations.
The requirement to grow our cyber capability. That means we'll need more high-quality, motivated people to come in that are committed to the mission, and we've got to find a way to incentivize that. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the way we've done business in the past is the way we're going to be able to do business in the future.
And another one from the audience. How do you create a rational military strategy with an impulsive president?
Okay, I don't think someone really expects me to answer a question like that. And I mean that sincerely. I mean, the one thing that I'm very proud of, and I hope as Americans, I mean, I am proud of freedom of the press, and I'm proud of what you do every day, and I'm not just saying that. But I also...
Thank you, sir.
No, I mean that. And I've said that in private to the folks I work with closely in the Pentagon. But I hope you're equally proud that the United States military remained apolitical during a very difficult political season. And I'm certainly proud of our men and women in uniform, and I can't think of a single case where an active duty member has violated what in effect is our ethos. And I'm equally sensitive to making sure that that record maintains in the future. And as the senior U.S. military officer in the country, I think our men and women look to me as an example, and so I would never answer a question like that. And so thanks.
Just a reminder to those who may be watching, not everybody in the room is a journalist. So we ask for a bit of a decorum from our colleagues, and hold your applause. Those who are applauding may be guests or members of the public. The United States is providing thousands of weapons and heavy weapons to Kurdish groups which have been regarded as terrorist organizations by Turkey. How do you guarantee that these weapons will not be turned against your 65-year-old NATO ally after fighting against ISIL?
First of all, we are very focused on maintaining the relationship that we have, as you pointed out, Jeff, our NATO ally in Turkey. And to that point, I've made 9 trips to Turkey in the past 12 months. I've met with my Turkish counterpart probably no less than 15 times in the last year to try to make sure we maintain a very effective relationship with a NATO ally. We've also told them that at the end of the day, a key element of our campaign is making sure we accomplish the mission with our relationship with Turkey, our NATO ally, intact. So we have sat down with the Turks. We have a very tight framework to allay their concerns. We have transparency in reporting. We're providing them routine reports, exactly what we're doing. We're providing them transparency on the type of weapons that we have, and we have put in mechanisms in place to make sure that the weapons that we're providing to the Syrian Democratic Forces are intended for Raqqa and Raqqa only and don't find their way back inside of Turkey. So whoever asked that question, it's a very important question. It's a strategic question because it affects a relationship with an important ally. But we're mindful of that. And to that point, Secretary Mattis next week will once again meet with his Turkish counterpart in Europe and go through this. And last Thursday, he wrote a very detailed letter to his Turkish counterpart, providing a routine update. And again, both I speak routinely to General Hulusi Akar, who's become a good friend. He's the Turkish Chief of Defense. And General Mike Scaparrotti, our European Command Commander, speaks to General Akar probably at least once a week. And we have a very, very robust presence of both the United States Central Command and the United States European Command in Ankara in a joint operations center with our Turkish counterparts, again, to mitigate the concerns that you outlined, Jeff.
Thank you. Jumping around a bit, the Senate passed a broad sanctions package last week against Iran and Russia. How are the details of that, broad strokes, impacting U.S. military strategy in those countries? Or in the region, both towards Russia and towards Iran? Yeah, sorry for a relatively short answer on that, but there's been no impact on the military dimension of our relationship with either country at this point. Okay, budget questions, and there's a lot of them. Are you comfortable?
After 17 hours of testimony last week,
you were on the Hill quite a bit last week.
I'm really looking forward to these. Go ahead, Jeff.
Are you comfortable with how the U.S.'s defense dollars to address emerging military capabilities of near competitor states?
Yeah, the short answer is no, and let me walk back. I think it's fair to say at the turn of the century, 2000, we had a decisive competitive advantage in our ability to project power when and where necessary to advance our interests and meet our alliance commitments. We could do that. And just for those who don't track what we do routinely, I believe there are 2 sources of strength in our country. At the strategic level, it's the network of allies and partners that we have built up since World War II. And at the operational level, it's been our historic ability to project power from the United States, again, to advance our...
All right, Jared Kushner talking to the media at the White House, happening now live.
Of which can be consolidated and migrated to the cloud, something a lot of you know a lot about. Many of our federal systems are decades old, with our 10 oldest being between 39 and 56 years old. The Department of Defense, for example, still uses 8-inch floppy disks on some of its legacy systems. The 1980 Paperwork Reduction Act, designed to make government more efficient, but also established before the government used computers, still has domain over every form published online. This requires a 6-month review and a rigorous interagency process to approve any changes that can be made on a government website, regardless of how minor they are. This traps thousands of processes and paperwork and prevents routine improvements, optimization, and often innovation. The VA has 532 forms on vets.gov, the majority of which are not accessible by modern browsers. Most services still use paper forms, including 90% of healthcare applications and 86% of claims. Our veterans deserve better, and that's what we are going to deliver. Civilian agencies maintain over 1.6 million email addresses via on-premise servers, which are maintained by over 40 different contracts, paying on average $20 per user per month. Agencies that have migrated to cloud-based email have seen these costs reduced to as little as $3 per user. Our goal here is simple. We are here to improve the day-to-day lives of the average citizen. That's a core promise, and we are keeping it. Together, we will unleash the creativity of the private sector to provide citizen services in a way that has never happened before. We will foster a new set of startups focused on GovTech and be the global leader in the field, making government more transparent and responsive to citizens' needs. We are encouraged by the enthusiasm and collective desire to succeed, and we have already begun to see many improvements. 2 weeks ago, Secretary Shulkin announced a plan to unify the electronic medical record systems of the VA and the DoD. As the two systems encompass essentially the same set of users, this merger would seem obvious. However, this has been a major issue for veterans, and despite 16 years of failed efforts, the Trump administration got it done in less than 5 months. Additionally, the VA has already been able to reduce the average wait time for claim establishment from 25 days to 8. Secretary Shulkin has done an outstanding job and has many more great announcements that will be coming soon, including a very big one this coming Friday. OMB has eliminated more than 30 outdated and unnecessary technology policies, comprising of more than 850 discrete requirements of federal agencies. This effort alone will reduce compliance costs by tens of thousands of work hours per year. For example, until last week, the government was still requiring federal agencies to check software for Y2K compliance. We have also worked with bipartisan leaders of the House to unanimously pass the Modernizing Government Technology Act and are actively working with the Senate to send it to the President's desk for signing into law. A conservative estimate has our government's technology spending at over $80 billion a year annually. Over 2/3 of these costs are spent maintaining legacy systems. This structure is unsustainable. Ultimately, these problems are more than simply technical. They are about veterans in need of care, students fulfilling their potential, and Americans pursuing their dreams. By modernizing these systems, we will meaningfully improve the lives of tens of millions of Americans. Thank you all for being here today and for participating in these sessions, and we hope that in the coming weeks we'll be able to announce a lot more very exciting successes that will make this country better for everybody. I now want to turn this over to Chris, who's going to go into more detail on the different sessions and give you more direction on the rooms we'll go to and how we'll evolve over the next couple hours. Thank you again for being here, and we look forward to working with you and achieving great things.
Thanks, Jared, and can I just say, from my point of view, really appreciate everyone being here and your contributions. So let me talk a little bit about the shape of the day and then how we can best get you to contribute. So we're going to have 10 sessions, as you know, split into 2 streams of 5 sessions each. So the first session will go through till 3 o'clock, we'll have a break till 3:15, go through till 4:45, and then we have a session with the President to wrap up the day. So you should all have your packs with your information. All of these sessions are in the Secretary of War rooms, which are 5 contiguous rooms on the 2nd floor here. So any questions, just give me a call after this. in terms of your participation, firstly, thank you for being here. And what we really need is your ideas and your engagement. We certainly know the problems. We have some of the ideas about what the solutions are, but we really want to engage your minds and to get the best of the private sector applied to these problems over now and the next few weeks, the next few years. And we want to talk to you about how you become engaged and stay engaged in it as well. So we'll be talking to you about the follow-up and the session. I will say the people who are convening the sessions, their day job is running technology. We don't have professional conveners here, so be gentle with them, please. They are really looking forward to it and love the challenge and excitement of actually having you all in the same room with them. So we've made the sessions small. We really want to make them interactive. We encourage you to participate in a very open fashion, and we just want to thank you for being here. And with that, I'm going to ask maybe the press if you can just stay here while everyone gets a chance to get to their rooms. Thank you for that. First session will go through till 3 o'clock, and then I'll come around and explain the next ones as well. But once again, thanks very much for everyone of you want to head out, and we will show you to your rooms. Thank you.
All right, so that was a feed from the White House. We heard from Jared Kushner for the first time. We hadn't seen him speak publicly at an event since the start of this Trump administration, so it was very interesting to hear that from the senior advisor at the White House. We're going to continue with the event that we were showing you earlier from the National Press Club. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Joseph Dunford, speaking there moments ago.
Ability to project power. And in almost every case, you look at China, Russia, Iran in particular, what they have done over the last few years is started to develop what has been called in the trade journals the anti-access area denial capability. And what that simply means is develop a wide range of capabilities that keep the United States from moving into Europe, in the case of Russia, moving into the Pacific, meeting our alliance commitments, or then operating freely within Europe or within the Pacific. And so my greatest concern, and the emphasis that I placed on it last week in testimony I think highlights that, is that the United States of America has to maintain a competitive advantage in the ability to project power when and where necessary to meet our alliance commitments or advance our interests. And as a result of anti-ship cruise missiles, anti-ship ballistic missiles, electronic warfare capability, anti-space capability, a wide other range of maritime offensive undersea capabilities, you know, there are areas of concern. And so one of the things that we're doing at a very classified level is communicating with Congress to talk about the areas of competitive advantage, and we've identified a number of those, and we can talk with specificity about where are we today relative to where we need to be in maintaining a competitive advantage, where will we be in 5 years in our ability to maintain a competitive advantage, and what specific capabilities must be fielded to ensure that the chairman in 2022 or 2023 can be as confident of our ability to project power then as I am today. So again, as a result of unstable budgets and operational tempo, while we have been focused on violent extremism, while we have delayed modernization programs from the nuclear enterprise to our shipbuilding program, Our potential adversaries haven't had to suffer through that same experience, and what they have been on is a very consistent pattern of capability development designed specifically, again, to limit our ability to project power. And as Americans, we should be concerned about that because our ability to project power is a critical element of conventional deterrence. And I believe right now that our competitive advantage conventionally has, in fact, mitigated the risk of conflict. And the loss of that competitive advantage conventionally would be a risk. And obviously, the loss of a safe, effective, and reliable nuclear deterrent is also a concern. And so that really is the primary thrust of our budget recommendations.
Between the Budget Control Act, the continuing resolutions, you were countless hours of testimony. Has Congress and the White House essentially, failed the military by not coming to an agreement and getting the military the stability it needs in its funding to increase its personnel, strengthen its modernization, and all those other things you just mapped out? As I was reading through your scores of hours of testimony, and House, Senate, committee by committee by committee, the same things kept coming up over and over and over again, that you were being effectively shortchanged.
Yeah, the one thing that I said in testimony, and I routinely say, is I fundamentally don't believe we should be sending our young men and women into a fair fight. We shouldn't be doing that as Americans. We're going to send them someplace. We ought to send them with the wherewithal to accomplish the mission with a minimal loss of life or equipment. That's, I think, a responsibility. We're not going to be able to do that with the Budget Control Act. We're not going to be able to do that with more continuing resolutions. We are where we are right now. It began back in 2012, and with the exception of one assignment, I've been intimately involved in where we've been since 2012 with regard to the budget. And as a result of continuing resolutions every year, as a result of the Budget Control Act, we haven't been able to properly prioritize and allocate the resources the American people give to us for the nation's defense. And if we don't lift the budget caps, if we don't repeal the Budget Control Act, and we don't get back to regular order, that is, passing a budget every year, we will not get out of the trough that we have found ourselves in as a result of 7 or 8 or 9 years. And it's going to take us some time to get out of that trough. But the only way we'll get out of that trough is to have regular order in the budget process. We cannot sustain the path we're on right now and maintain that competitive advantage.
Let's talk.
Speaking of regular order.
Speaking of regular order, there are several things you can pluck out of that. I mean, you've got decades-old ICBMs. You've got all this, military vehicles that are not equivalent to their peer counterparts in competitor nations. Where do you start? I mean, there seems to be a long laundry list of what you have to fix in order to be competitive.
Yeah, first of all, it starts with the nuclear enterprise, and we've made that we believe that's the department's #1 responsibility, is to deter nuclear war. And it would be nice if we didn't have to invest in a nuclear enterprise. It would be nice if nuclear weapons weren't a part of our national defense strategy. But the truth of the matter is the enemy gets a vote, and actually Russia has increased the role of nuclear weapons in their defense strategy, and maintaining an effective deterrence is important. So that's job one. I spoke about our ability to project power, Jeff, and again, what we have done is we've taken a look at each of the 4 state actors and the 1 non-state actor. So I don't use this 4+1, as what we call it inside the building, as a predictive model, but here's an important assumption that you can test. What I believe is if we build a U.S. military with the right inventory of capabilities and the right capacities, that is the right size, so the right capabilities and the right size force that can deal with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, or violent extremism, or some combination thereof, that will have the right force in the future to maintain a competitive advantage and deal with what we most certainly will deal with is the unexpected. I mean, as I tell people, if there's anything I've learned in 40 years of active duty, it's to be humble about our ability to predict the future. But again, just like any industry, you have to benchmark yourself against something. So what we have done is benchmarked ourselves against those 4+1. And the way we will inform our priorities that we provide to Congress is by looking at where we are today relative to where we'll be 5 years from now in terms of our competitive advantage. And that will be where the priorities outside the nuclear enterprise are established. And, of course, there's other things about training the force and so forth, but I'm speaking about it from a joint inventory perspective.
Let's go global again. You mentioned briefly NATO. When the president was on his overseas trip, he had some pretty tough words for NATO. How did those words have an effect on your dealings with your counterparts and with the allies that we have dealt with for so long?
This is, and some may find this hard to believe, but first of all, I was in NATO, I think, probably 10 days ago. I'm there at least every quarter. Met with all now 29 members of NATO. Witness this afternoon, I think about 4 o'clock, I'll meet with my Montenegrin counterparts. So I'm either speaking to or meeting with one of my NATO counterparts every week. Certainly a week doesn't go by where I'm not meeting with one or more of them. So I have a pretty good sense, I think, for where we are in our relationship. And I would tell you, the military-to-military relationship, to include our combined operations in Afghanistan, to include our combined operations in Syria and Iraq, to include the partnership we have with the French in West Africa, to include the partnership we have with the French in the United Kingdom and the United States in East Africa, has not suffered a bit. And frankly, I think given the common challenges we have right now, I'd find someone hard-pressed historically to go back and find a time when more than 30 nations have stayed together in the fight for over a decade like we have in Afghanistan, or we've been able to put together a coalition of 60 countries, of which 22 are actually contributing effective military capabilities in Iraq and Syria. So what I would ask you to do when you think about what impact or where we are with regard to our allies is look at what we're doing, not what we're saying. And what we're doing across the world is I believe, from a coalition and alliance perspective, pretty effective.
Chairman, when serving as Commandant of the Marine Corps, you were the only service chief to oppose the integration of women into ground combat arms jobs and units, and chose not to appear at the Secretary of Defense's press conference to announce the change. Now that you're chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, what's your current position on the issue? Are you now in favor of opening all military jobs and units to qualified women? If not, why not?
Yeah, I hope people will appreciate that when you provide military advice, you do so in good faith. And at the end of the day, when you're in uniform and you're inside the Department of Defense, you provide military advice, and then our civilian leadership, as it should be, makes a decision. So the day Secretary Carter made a decision, I had but one task, which was to, with full commitment, implement the decision that Secretary Carter made and to make sure that the command climate that was set from our most senior leaders all the way down to the squad leaders was an effective command climate to implement that decision. I also want to tell you that when I made the recommendation to Secretary Carter, it wasn't a I don't recommend women be integrated. First of all, even as a commandant in the Marine Corps, I opened up all but 2% of the occupational fields in the Marine Corps as my recommendation. And with those fields that I did not recommend, I outlined the specific conditions that I thought should be set before we move forward with full integration. So it was a question of, Mr. Secretary, we've done some very careful analytic work. We've done some experimentation. Here's the issues that should be considered when we go to full integration. And my recommendation is we address these issues before we integrate. In a conversation, he said, okay, that's fine. I understand your perspective. I believe that we can address the issue. He said, I accept the issues that you've raised. And by the way, if you look at the memo that Secretary Carter signed out to implement the decision, every single issue that is in the letter that I sent to him is reflected in Secretary Carter's implementation memo. And he said, okay.
Hey everyone, we're getting a press conference on the shooting that took place in Alexandria, Virginia. So we are going to cut out of this feed once again and take you live to Alexandria, Virginia, where we're going to get an update on that shooting that left Representative Scalise in critical condition. Others injured. The shooting in Alexandria. We'll get that update for you in just a moment.
We sent some folks in from Baltimore, and our guy from Norfolk was here. I saw him with a story about our shooter. We were all hands on deck. I was on vacation, so I okay.
We can't get them all, right?
Yeah, no. I was just.
Just wait a minute anyway, you know.
That's right.
Mic check, testing 1 2 3 4 5. Hopefully you hear it. Testing 1 2 3 4 5. All right, cool, man. Thanks. Bye. Whose mic is this? Someone's mic fell. Oh, who? This one? Who that? Is that her? I don't think they're aware of it. Is it supposed to be up? Where is it supposed to be? Is this yours? Okay. I think it's just this thing's stripped. It's just sort of like sliding down. It's a weird podium.
It is.
Awkward. And you have a big one, so it's yeah. So I get in there. It's good. So it's like down here.
Their condition? Oh, you mean these conditions? No. I believe that he's in serious condition. The last I saw, the other guy, the lobbyist, was still critical. But hey, you check that yourself. No. As far as I know, we haven't put anything else. Is there a thing there? I didn't get a thing. Okay. So do I. Of course they. Well.
Let me know after.
Do I what? I'm good. Thank you.
It's a big AP radio reunion next week.
Is there? Oh. All the guys buyouts
Yeah,
months
people
ago.
before that. I don't know if you know, like California.
I had talked to him. Maybe, probably only talked to
Jerry
him.
Boneland. Yeah. There were a lot of people.
And not all of them make it. There are not many people in radio that I know well.
Yeah. It used to be.
We don't work that closely together. They occasionally have me do Q&As and stuff.
Yeah.
As far as it goes.
Really? Yeah. They still pay extra for that.
No. I do a Q&A for radio. I get paid extra. No, never.
Check the contract.
I think that was taken out of the contract sometime. Really? A while back. But I never. Unless I'm doing it on overtime, but I would get paid for overtime anyway.
Well, some of your colleagues made a lot of money back in the day.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we are waiting for a live press conference to start on an update in last week's shooting that injured a number of people, including Representative Scalise. Now, we learned over the weekend that Representative Scalise's condition has been upgraded from critical to serious. The Louisiana representative was upgraded Saturday and continued to show signs of improvement after he was wounded in a shooting at a Republican baseball practice outside of Washington, D.C. The congressman underwent another surgery on Saturday, and the hospital said he was more responsive and speaking with family. Now, Representative Scalise, the House Majority Whip, was one of 5 people shot when a gunman opened fire on Wednesday as the Republican team practiced in Alexandria, Virginia. He has required surgery several times since the shooting took place. All right, everyone, while we wait for this update on the Alexandria shooting, I want to take you back now to our Sky News coverage of the attack in Finsbury Park, London, the attack outside a mosque.
And it's not fair.
Coming up, we'll be live at evening prayers to speak to one leading MP about the mood among Muslims. Also tonight. A minute's silence is held across the country to remember the victims of the Grenfell Tower disaster. As police say, 79 people are now missing, presumed dead in the fire. Brexit talks get underway with the UK accepting EU demands for the timetable for negotiations. And why the growth of football in China could be hit by a new 100% tax on big money transfers. Good evening. One man is dead and at least 8 more have been injured after a van was deliberately driven into a crowd of worshippers outside a London mosque. Tonight, a 47-year-old man arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and terror offences has been named as a 47-year-old from South Wales. Witnesses described hearing him shout, "I'm going to kill Muslims." Police say they're treating the incident as a terrorist attack, as our correspondent Alistair Bunkle reports.
The alleged attacker is on the floor being restrained by a crowd, moments after he drove a rented van.
All right, everyone, we're getting an update on the Alexandria shooting. We're going to take you there live now.
Mike Brown, the chief of the Alexandria, Virginia Police Department, and I appreciate you being here this evening, or this afternoon. I'm joined here by some of our colleagues in the public safety arena and our mayor. With me are Chief Robert Dubé of the Fire Department here in Alexandria, Sheriff Dana Lawhorn, the Sheriff of Alexandria City, and also Director Renee Gordon, our Director of the Emergency Communications here in the City of Alexandria, and of course our Mayor, Allison Soberberg, who's also joined us. That said, I'd like to kind of talk a little bit. Oh, in addition to that, we also have Liz Wixon from the Department of Community and Human Services, who has been very instrumental in working as a team with all of us in trying to restore Alexandria from the events that occurred last week. The purpose of this discussion today is to provide an overview for all of us in terms of the activities of the City of Alexandria and the folks that we represent in response to what occurred on June 14th last week at Simpson Field. At that time, I was asked several times by media and others as to specifics as to what took place. The reason we deferred from that is because, as you can imagine, that was a huge scene, very chaotic in many respects because of the nature of the call, and we had to gather our facts so that we could have a realistic briefing based on facts for all of you, and so that no one would be, quite frankly, confused as to how we proceeded as a city. It's also in response to numerous inquiries we've had from not only outside the city, but also our residents. And they deserve to hear from us exactly what we did on June 14th. This is a preliminary overview. As I mentioned earlier, last week, we have a number of investigations that are taking place in response to what's happening on June 14th. The biggest of those is the Federal Bureau of Investigation's criminal investigation of that incident. We are cooperating, as are a lot of other agencies, in trying to help the Federal Bureau of Investigation to deal with that case. We will not discuss ongoing issues related to that case. This is merely a discussion as to what took place from the perspective of our officers and also what took place from the perspective of the other agencies within the city that responded in kind. Let me stop for a moment and talk a little bit about active shooter cases from the standpoint of law enforcement. Law enforcement officers, no matter where you are in the country, one of the most difficult calls to get is an active shooter. You get information of a location, you get information maybe of time, and very seldom do you get additional information. So when that officer is rolling to that location, they're thinking about, what kind of shooter do I have? What kind of firepower am I going to face? Where is the shooter? Are there friendlies among them? All these issues are going through the minds of the officers. And so I ask you to keep that in mind when you think about this case in the context of which I'm going to offer it here today. As we all know, on Wednesday morning, a little after 7 on June 14th, at Eugene Simpson Park, it was being used as a practice field for a congressional baseball team. There was a shooter that was standing on the third base side of the field. The shooter engaged the individuals on the field by firing multiple rounds. As a result of that, there were 2 members of the U.S. Capitol Police. There were part of a plainclothes protective detail that were there supporting House Majority Whip Steve Scalise. Those 2 individuals, that would be Special Agent David Bailey and Special Agent Crystal Greiner, were involved in stopping the initial assault by that particular shooter. One of them actually went onto the field and got the individual to move down away from the third base line towards home plate. I cannot emphasize the courage that it must have taken those 2 officers to stop that initial engagement with that shooter. Our hearts go out to them. Our thanks go out to them as a community that they saw fit, when confronted with the challenge of a shooter emerging from their scene, to step out and engage that shooter. At that point, the shooter and the officers retreated to positions of cover and were trading fire. Now, at about 7:08:22, and I use this, and I have to explain this in terms of CAD entries. What I'm giving you in numbers are what are in the computer-aided dispatch recordings that we have. Those numbers are not always the most accurate. They're as close as can be. But there's a lot of things that happen within our communications center, and frankly, those folks did a yeoman's job in dealing with the issues, the incoming calls, and everything else that goes along with a case like this. So when I use these numbers, that's the CAD numbers that we have right now. Many of those times might vary a little bit as the investigation goes on. But this is what we have so far. At 7:08:22, the first call was received by the Department of Emergency Communications. First of many calls. It was from a resident in and around the park where the shooting was taking place. And then, of course, that was entered into the computer-aided dispatch center at 7:09:40, which is really rapid time given what the facts were and what they were trying to ascertain was taking place at that location. At 7:10, Alexandria police officers were dispatched to the call. What we do know is that at 7:11:58, which is a minute and 58 seconds after that initial call was placed out, we had an officer that arrived at the scene. The first officer that arrived at the scene was Officer Kevin Joe. Kevin is a 16-year veteran of this department. He's a seasoned officer. He arrived at the scene, and Kevin is the one on your far right. When Kevin arrived at the scene, he parked on Monroe and advanced on foot without cover towards the gunfight. He took up a position near the plainclothes Capitol Police agents. We had two other officers that were responding at the scene at about the same time, and they may actually have gotten there earlier. It could be, depending on who you look at, it could be within 35 seconds after the call, but again, this is all preliminary. Please do not hold any of us to that, because we have more that's going to come out of the investigations. But the other two officers, Officer Nicole Battaglia, the one on the left, and Officer Alexander Jensen. Alex Jensen, the one in the middle. Officer Jensen has been with the department about 2 years. Officer Battaglia has been with the department for about 1.5 years. These two officers, when confronted with the call, rolled up on the scene, stopped their vehicles, and I'll start with Officer Battaglia. She immediately started taking fire from the suspect, and she jumped out of the car without cover and moved towards the firefight. Not away from it, towards it, to the point where she was actually pinned down in the parking lot with a barrage of weapon fire from the shooter. That act alone probably, in my opinion, diverted the attention of the shooter away from the other officers, allowing them to get themselves in position to deal with the situation that took place. Officer Alex Jensen, who was also arriving at the same time as I mentioned, positioned his cruiser so that he could use it for cover and took out the departmental rifle. He engaged the subject at the same time. The individual, we believe, moved in and around home plate at a variety of locations, and we're still working on that as part of the investigation. I won't go into those details, but eventually the subject was basically taken down by officer fire from the officers that were engaged at the scene. That would include U.S. Capitol Police officers as well as Alexandria police officers. At that point, the scene initially was considered to be neutralized. Now, what's interesting, the particular subject that was the officers there at that point, this happened at 7:14:38, which means that at 4 minutes and 38 seconds after the initial call that went out to officers, this scene, the subject or the shooter was neutralized. When you think about travel time, assessing the situation, engaging a suspect, and neutralizing the situation, I could not be more proud of the officers of the Alexandria Police Department that showed up that day. As I mentioned earlier, one of the things that's real interesting in dealing with these calls is when an officer shows up, it's a point of courage. Do I drive by and assess the scene, or do I step in and go into a fight? And maybe a fight that I don't know about. These officers got that call, and they answered that call on the 14th of June. I am very, very proud of them, and so is the rest of this police department. After that, we had a series of responding officers that arrived at the scene. What was interesting about this is the officers just didn't stand around. They immediately engaged in things that normal folks wouldn't think about. There were those that went around and looked for additional threats. Was there a secondary shooter? Were any other threats available out there in that area? They treated the injured. We have samples of what we call a tech kit, which basically is a tactical emergency casualty care kit that was brought out by the officers. It provides them to do life-saving emergency first aid. We also had go bags that were found on the field that the officers left. It's clearly they were out there trying to help all the injured as well as the suspect that was just engaged in the firefight. They went through, other officers arrived and identified and located and secured the locations of witnesses so we would have good testimony as to what transpired out there on that field. They went through and secured the scene, and this is incredibly important because there was an awful lot of ammunition that was expended at that scene, and it was high-powered rifle rounds in some cases, which you can imagine enlarged the scene considerably. In fact, I was there as they enlarged it 3 times because we found more and more evidence further out. Detectives arrived at the scene. We had a shift change close to this time period, and this whole building emptied out with people who were not even on duty yet but responded to the scene so that we could respond to the changes and the chaos that we knew would be expected by the people that were there. And I want to give special recognition to the watch commander that was working that evening. Lieutenant Ed Milner was the initial scene commander. And Ed did an admirable job trying to manage the tasks of all that I've described here, as well as the fact that he had 3 officers that had just been engaged in a shooting, 2 of which had discharged their weapons in a very courageous gun battle. That's what we encountered on June 14th. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about some of our partners, if they'll allow me. I'll let them talk about themselves in a moment. But you know, we work closely with the Alexandria Fire Department. The Alexandria Fire Department, in this case, actually heard some of the shooting incidents that were taking place from some of their locations. And several of them, especially life support personnel, responded to the scene before they were dispatched and were staged not too far away. And as soon as we put the call out that the suspect was in custody, which is our term that we have neutralized the suspect, they didn't really wait for dispatch. They started rolling up on the scene. And that's unusual bravery because that scene's not been declared totally secure. We're in the process of checking it. And yet they showed up and they provided emergency medical services to the people that were injured on that field and could very well have saved a life or 2. Had they waited, who knows? But more, I think we'll have Chief Dubé up here in a moment to talk a little bit more specifically about some of the things that they did. At that scene on the 14th, we had, of course, our on-duty patrol officers from the night shift, plus the day shift, plus the overlap shift. We also had motor officers out there, including the personnel that started their oncoming shift. We had the criminal detectives from our detectives division that was out there. We had crime scene investigators securing the scene before the CSI folks from the FBI would show up. We also had our special operations or tactical team out there also working and searching in and around the area to make sure the neighborhood and the surrounding area was indeed safe. We also established a joint incident command center. And involved, of course, ourselves, the Alexandria Sheriff's Office, the Fire Department, the U.S. Capitol Police, the FBI, the ATF, which was assisting the FBI because of the ballistic issue, and the Virginia State Police, and we also had representatives from the Arlington County Police Department there as well. This was a team effort where we were pulling resources together. We also brought in our logistical support team, which serves as a resource coordination unit, not only with our operations, but also with the needs of the field commanders and the surrounding community and the agencies involved. For example, one of the things that most folks don't realize is there were a number of people who were there at the scene that wanted to get up to Capitol Hill. We were able to commandeer a Dash bus. That's a bus that's a local city transit that was able to transport those folks up to Capitol Hill. Why? Because they couldn't get their vehicles out of the parking lot because they were part of the crime scene. And so we accommodated them as well. Again, coordinated through our logistical support team. We also later that morning determined that the FBI was going to take over the investigation, exercising their legal right to do so because it involved federal officers. And we participated with that handoff. We also have been embedded with the investigation so that we can collaborate fully with the FBI. And I think we've had a real good partnership in that respect. The initial community restoration began that very day. Not only did we run through the neighborhood to make sure that the area was secure, redirected traffic so people could be around, get where they needed to be. We relied on a lot of partners to do that. There was no way we could have done it by ourselves. Sheriff Lawhorn, in particular, and his deputies were outstanding in that respect. The fire department was working with us as well. We had other agencies volunteering, like the Virginia State Police, to assist us. And of course, later on in the day, when people were coming home, we actually went door to door in the surrounding area, knocked on doors to check them, do welfare checks on our community. Part of that, those players that work together as teams, that would be folks in the police department, the sheriff's department, the fire department, and of course, the victim services and the Department of Community and Human Services. We went through a variety of community events across the city that spontaneously grew up from the city so that we could be side by side and answer any questions and show support. This city wanted to heal, and we as a public safety community wanted to help it heal and do what we could. That doesn't stop today. Just this morning, we were out in the same area of Simpson Park, meeting with the business owners, meeting with others in the community and people at the Y, and talking about a program that the Department of Community and Human Services has that's available for all of our residents so that they can get help in the need, should they be suffering from some kind of mental anguish or from what they experience in their local community, in their front yard and backyard. That's because this community cares. Again, the evidence collection took several days. It was a large scene, as I mentioned, and quite frankly, we had it taped off for a while. And we couldn't have done it without the help, especially of the Virginia State Police and the Sheriff's Department doing some of the perimeter work. The FBI went through daily to try and collect the evidence. There was a lot of it, and it was a lot of different places, and I won't say anything more about it because that is an ongoing investigation. And last but not least, we wanted to leave nothing behind as part of a restorative ability for this city at that field. We spent a great deal of time and energy walking through that particular area to make sure that we didn't leave behind things that would remind people of what happened on the 14th after we collected the evidence. We want folks to remember Simpson Park the way it's always been remembered in this community, as a place where kids learned to play baseball, others went to play, and we had good times. And so we did that, and we were able about midday on Saturday to open it up. But again, during that period of time, a lot of residents and a lot of businesses had to put up with a lot of hardship. And we went out there this morning to apologize to them. They were very gracious. They knew what we were doing. But the fact of the matter is this community is coming together, and we saw symptoms of that throughout the week, and we saw it again this morning. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to have Chief Dubé come up, if you wouldn't mind, and talk a little bit about some of the work that the fire department did during that day. Chief?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. As Chief Brown said, I'm Chief Robert Dubé of the Alexandria Fire Department. I just want to give you a little overview of our day and our morning, actually. Last Wednesday, as is the case every day in the city, the Alexandria Fire Department had almost 60 firefighters and paramedics on duty. We were distributed amongst our 10 stations. Our 24-hour duty shift starts at 7 a.m. Therefore, the oncoming shift was there getting ready for their day by checking their equipment out. In at least 2 of our stations, as the chief mentioned, the sound of gunfire was clearly noticeable. Our personnel in several units, knowing they would be needed, likely be needed, they began heading toward those sounds even before they were dispatched. This includes one of our fire investigators who is also a trained police officer. As soon as we were notified that the shooter was in custody, our units immediately arrived and began their life-saving emergency medical interventions. Even as we arrived, as Chief Brown mentioned earlier, several APD officers and our fire marshal had already begun using their issued medical equipment to provide some immediate care to the wounded. Over the past several years, the APD and the AFD have conducted numerous joint training exercises where officers and firefighter medics work together to save lives in active shooter events such as this. It's my opinion that this training and that equipment led directly to the survival of some of the victims that morning. Within minutes, we had 8 transport units or medic units, 4 engine companies, 3 EMS supervisors, 2 battalion chiefs, 2 safety officers, and other staff personnel on the scene to assist. Among those 35 personnel were 16 trained medics. This number includes 1 medic transport unit from Arlington County Fire Department and one of their supervisors, as well as another from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, along with one of their supervisors who responded as part of our excellent mutual aid program here in Northern Virginia. They all immediately went to work, triaging the most critical patients and providing basic and advanced emergency medical care to the wounded. Some were loaded into helicopters, and others were immediately transported by our transport units to various hospitals. Our personnel operated calmly, bravely, and professionally in the face of much uncertainty about their own safety. They deserve our gratitude and respect. In the city that day, this was just one of dozens of calls for service that we and our PD partners responded to. 911 calls happened before, during, and after. During the several hours that we were actively engaged, there were 22 other fire and EMS calls that were handled in the city. And this continues today, obviously. I want to personally thank the APD and the Alexandria Sheriff's Department, as well as Director Gordon. These guys don't get enough credit. The ones that sit upstairs behind the phones and the microphones, they can't see what's going on. Most of the time, they don't know the outcome of what happens. They deserve as much credit as anyone. But these 2 guys in particular in the Capitol Police, you guys had our backs that day. And you allowed us to focus on our job, knowing that we were as safe as possible given the circumstances. I also want to thank our regional partners in fire and EMS, who I mentioned earlier, who were on the scene with us, as well as helping with those other calls for service throughout the event. Our regional mutual aid system in fire and EMS is the model that the nation strives to emulate. Finally, I want to thank this great city and our great residents. We have been touched by the overwhelming outpouring of support in our stations, on the street, and on social media. Our members, some of them that are here today that were on this event, appreciate your support. It's their honor to serve you, and it's my honor to be their chief. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Dana Lawhorn, and what a pleasure it is to be here this afternoon. And I would just like to say thank you, Chief Brown, for your continuous leadership since Wednesday. And Chief Dubé, what a pleasure it has been to serve beside you. I'd like to start off by commending the Capitol Hill police officers who were there and no doubt saved lives. The responding officers of the Alexandria Police Department who, like Chief Brown said, ran into a very chaotic situation and not knowing what they were up against, but yet moved and pressed forward to stop this threat and save many lives. Our Alexandria Fire Department, EMS, like Chief Dubé said, that doesn't surprise me that they heard gunshots and knew what direction they were coming from and drove in that direction, not knowing what they were going to encounter. To me, these are all acts of great courage and bravery. So I'd like to commend them for their actions. For the Alexandria Sheriff's Office, as you know, the number one question I get is, why do we have a police department and sheriff's office? And I think you know the answer. And so our office, our mission is the city jail, the courthouse. But our officers, deputies, train all the time to assist in emergencies. And they are equipped and trained and ready to go. And our motto generally is, be prepared and be ready. And that day, that's exactly what they did. Our deputy sheriffs and command staff immediately reacted by sending and responding to the scene. And once they got there, they began to assist the police department with securing the scene and carried on other duties throughout the day. And so I'm very proud of the men and women of the Alexandria Sheriff's Office who rose to the occasion. A lot of them are here today in this room, and we owe them a great debt of gratitude for responding to the call that day to help. So again, like the rest of our first responders, they didn't have to be told to go. They just went. And for that, I'm very, very proud of them. We had a lot of resources on the scene throughout the day to assist the police with, once again, securing the scene, clearing the YMCA, and making sure that there was crime scene integrity. The last thing I would like to say is that the Chief of Police and Chief Dubé, our fire chief, are very modest people. And what they didn't expand on, which didn't surprise me, was just their great leadership. And the fact that we get together quite often and train and talk. And those of you who live in Delray will see us often out there, sitting on the patio at some coffee shop, talking about the what ifs, what if. And so the what if showed up last Wednesday, and so did the chief and his people, and the fire chief and our people, and DEC, and a lot of other people and our federal partners. And so they don't give themselves enough credit for their great leadership of a great agency. And I would just like to say thank you, Chief Brown, and Chief Dubé, and Director Gordon, for your continuous leadership. Chief Brown, I've said it before and I'll say it again, you're a class act. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'd like to now introduce our mayor, Allison Silverberg. Mayor?
Thank you, Chief Brown. Well, this has been a shocking time for our beloved city and country. And whether we live in Delray or another neighborhood in this city, it saddens all of us that our peaceful community became the latest on a long list of places to experience violence at the hands of a madman. And as the chief mentioned, the field and the streets have been reopened after careful scrutiny and care, and we appreciate that so much. But it's really a testament to how resilient we are, and that we are a blessed community. First, I want to say that our thoughts and prayers continue to be with Congressman Steve Scalise and the other shooting victims, as well as their loved ones. We pray for all of them. In addition to the wounded, such a trauma leaves wounds that cannot be seen, and we hope that those invisible wounds will heal in time for all those who were on the scene that morning. And on behalf of a grateful city, and as the mayor, I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to the U.S. Capitol Police, who bravely stemmed the tide of the gunfire, and then our incredible Alexandria Police Department, led so ably by Chief Mike Brown, who were incredibly courageous as well. And then, of course, I want to thank Chief Dubé and our Alexandria Fire Department, EMS, who stepped right up and were rendering aid immediately. And all together, they all saved lives. And our heartfelt thanks as well to Sheriff Lawhorn and your team, and to the Virginia State Police, and to Director Renee Gordon, and the Department of Emergency Communications and the Office of Emergency Management. Here in Alexandria, it's been a total team effort. And so I really want to thank all of our first responders for the compassion and care and courage. My thanks as well to our city staff who helped in countless ways throughout these past few days. And I'm also deeply proud of how our residents responded. On Wednesday morning, soon after the shooting site had been secured, residents came out with baked goods and cold water, and some gave hugs to our police. All of this meant the world to all of us in the city. On Wednesday afternoon, in spite of the heat and the long, emotionally exhausting day, Chief Brown, Chief Dubé, Sheriff Lawhorn, and many officers fanned out across the surrounding community to knock on doors and provide reassurance, as Chief Brown mentioned. What I noticed is that people wanted to talk about what had happened. We were all still processing what had occurred, and it meant a great deal to the residents to speak with our public safety team and the leadership. And then that afternoon and early evening, the chiefs and I and the sheriff and I and countless people in the community, hundreds of people, participated in a walk of solidarity, and we walked to a church near the site of the shooting and said a prayer for the wounded, for healing, for our community, and for peace. And there were at least 5 such community healing gatherings throughout our city, all organized by residents and clergy. All of us wanted to stand together and be together. I'd just like to mention that as a way to show our gratitude, one way might be to provide support to our Alexandria Police Foundation, which provides critical support to our officers and police canines. There's a similar foundation at the fire department as well. But today is really my way of expressing the city's gratitude to all that I've mentioned, as well as to the FBI, to whom we owe a debt of gratitude for their attention. As I went and spoke with some of them on Friday night, I was there to thank them, but they were intent on praising our police and our city and our fire EMS and the Sheriff's Department and on and on. So I'm grateful as well to the countless emails that we've received as a city from all across the city and from around the country. And just lastly, I'd just like to say, here's what I do know. That you cannot manufacture a community overnight, and you cannot fake it. And Alexandria is, in fact, all about community, and I'm grateful. Our small town feel is one of the reasons all of us love Alexandria, and it's an honor and a privilege for all of us to be residents here and to serve this caring and tight-knit community. And so once again, I'd just like to say all of us continue to keep the victims and their loved ones in our thoughts and prayers as we pray that they will all make a full recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. One last comment, and then I'll open it up for questions. As for me, it's a privilege to wear this uniform. It's a privilege to work closely with the men and women of the APD. I saw things and I saw people do their job in the most professional manner on the 14th of June. I've been doing this or around cop stuff for over 4 decades, and I will tell you, this city is well served by this police department. The men and women that wear the uniform that I have on have worn it for many cases much more time than I have. And what they demonstrated as a team was huge to me and was huge to this community. You know, law enforcement over time has taken a number of hits during the time I've been in it. Some warranted, some not. But this event on the 14th of June in this city worked because not only law enforcement, but all of the public safety team worked together. And I hope that other communities across the country are as fortunate as we are here in the city of Alexandria. That said, any questions?
Chief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just one technical question and then kind of an atmospheric question. So when you talked about the response of Officer Battaglia, she responded alone in a separate cruiser, or she was with Jensen?
Each one of our officers that I mentioned were responding in their own individual patrol cruiser and all converging on the scene at approximately the same time.
And so to physically get where she was, you said that the shooter we know is on the third base dugout side. she kind of advanced up the area near where the Y was and diverted his attention, as you said?
The shooter had moved back towards the area behind home plate in the behind the backstop, and I won't get into the details because they're trying to work that out with all the evidence. That said, that's the general area that he was at, moving around, and when he started to take aim and unleashed a barrage of fire on our officer who was arriving. Officer Battaglia was probably taking fire as she arrived, maybe before, but certainly while she was running to the firefight, she was pinned down by that fire and took safety and refuge behind some parked cars.
And can you describe, in the city of Alexandria, your years as a chief, having an issue like this, where you have members of Congress, people who are federal protectees? Describe, kind of what went through your mind in dealing with this and dealing with the types of persons from the congressional angle that you were dealing with that morning.
Well, the first issue for us is the safety of everybody at the scene. That includes getting people treated, getting them the right medical care, getting them evacuated so they can get the treatment they need off-site. All the things that we would normally do for any citizen in a similar situation. The people that are out on that field, those are casualties. This is kind of like a multi-casualty event. Regardless of what their pedigree is, we treat everybody the same to try and make sure that we preserve life. And that's what you saw between ourselves and the fire department and the others that were treating at that location. The dynamic of this being some representatives or employees of Congress places a different dynamic on it, obviously. And, for example, that's why the federal government, or the FBI in this case, took over the lead investigation, because we're dealing with a federal agent. And they have the power to do that. And the transition was smooth. I mean, we understood it. We've secured the scene, secured evidence, secured the witnesses, and we're in the process of doing that, doing the interviews with the witnesses. And it was a pretty seamless transition because we worked with the FBI on several cases before. And like I said, the first priority, though, is always to deal with people as people and the needs of those people when they need it the most. Yes, sir, in the back.
What did you learn from this, if there is ever a next time?
Well, we're in the process of continually learning. I mean, I will tell you, you can't teach the kind of courage and instinct that I saw from the 3 officers that are over here. That comes from within. That comes when somebody pins on the badge and they decide that they want to be a public servant and a cop. You can't teach that. And frankly, it's a test that all of us face at some point in time, and with a call or a call for service. And you always wonder, if you do get that call, will you measure up and do the right thing and do your job and fulfill the oath that you took when you pinned the badge on? These 3 officers, Officer Battaglia, Officer Jensen, and Officer Job, did that day. And I'm so darn proud of them for that. Yes, sir.
Just to clarify on the initial response, so the 3 officers arrived in 3 separate cruisers. Is it fair to say that Officers Jensen and Battaglia wind up where the chips fall in more forward positions to the shooter than Officer Joe? What gives it?
I don't want to get into the specific locations because we're still working out the ballistics and trying to figure out where all the shots are, but I will tell you they were all in the general area of one another. The Officer Jensen and Officer Battaglia seemed to be closer together than Officer Job as far as where their cruisers were. But again, it's an active combat zone, and frankly, you have people moving around. In this case, 2 officers going to the firefight. My guess is they probably didn't run directly to the location. They probably zigzagged a little bit so they would lower their target area. All those kinds of things go through their mind. I don't know for sure. I'm speculating. And that'll come out in the investigation when it's finally done.
You said she's advancing on the shooter. You said that Officer Jensen is engaging with his rifle. Is she returning fire when she's taking fire?
She was pretty much pinned down by the barrage of rifle fire she was receiving from the suspect. Yes, sir.
Chief, Officers Battaglia and Jensen, both relatively young, relatively new to the department. Had either of them ever even fired their weapons before?
Oh, they fired like every one of us. They have to certify. They got to train. And I won't go into that at this point. That'll be part of the investigation. But I will tell you they performed just as they were trained, and they did an outstanding job.
And what are their normal duties? Do they often deal with violent crime? crime or not?
They deal with patrol, and they do all the duties that a patrol officer would do, which would include responding to minor calls for crime and other things. This is a unique call. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Was the shooter deceased on the field, or did he die later on?
He was, as I understand it, he was alive when he was transported off the field. Yes, sir.
It's probably too early to tell, but do you know if there are any accommodations in the plans for the 3 officers involved?
Oh, I'm sure there is for that. They certainly earned that and more. I've talked to each one of the officers several times. It always starts with how you doing. I mean, what they went through is not something that most people go through, not in this business. We train for it all the time. They're doing fine. They're good officers. They're strong officers. They made a really good decision, and I'm damn proud of them.
Chief,
yes, sir.
I don't think this would impugn the criminal investigation to ask. We asked you last week if your department had prior contact with this shooter.
Again, I can't speak to that because that is part of the criminal investigation. There's a lot of stuff that people have come forward with. I will say that we're searching for that right now, but nothing jumps immediately to mind. Yes, ma'am.
All 3 officers at some point fired their weapon. Was
2 of the officers fired their weapon. The 3rd officer was pinned down and was not in a position to fire the weapon because of the weapon fire that was coming at them.
Which was which?
It was Officer Battaglia that was pinned down because she was under a barrage of fire from the suspect. And it's my belief and the belief of many others that because she was under fire and the focus on her allowed the other officers to get in a position to take care of the suspect.
So to be clear here, so Battaglia never fired. Jensen and Job fired.
They were engaged as well as the Capitol Police officers.
Did Jensen, you said that he went back, he got his rifle from the vehicle. Did he discharge with both his service revolver and the rifle?
I won't go into that detail pending the investigation completion, but I will tell you he engaged in the firefight. Was there a question over here that I missed?
Well, Chief, there's a follow-up I would ask you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right.
We also have this issue of someone seemingly living in a white cargo van in a residential neighborhood. I asked the mayor about this last week. What's your level of concern if there were interactions? I mean, is this a failure of community policing that this doesn't get addressed? Or should people not be concerned if someone's living in a vehicle in their neighborhood? Or how should we think about this?
Well, that's a great question. Let me just say that, first of all, people are welcome in this city as places throughout the country. We can't go in and just arbitrarily intercede ourselves into somebody's private life without some reasonable suspicion or some just cause. However, if people, and we've said this across the country, if people see something that doesn't make sense, not just in this case, but in any case, they should call somebody. Call 911 and come out and let us investigate. We get calls every day, every shift about some suspicious activity. We get calls about, foxes being in the neighborhood. We'll roll on those too, because everything that's a quality of life issue for our community is a quality of life, an important issue for us. And so we do go out on suspicious persons calls. We don't try to step into people's lives without the proper, but we'll check some things out. There was nothing that we understand at this point. We may discover something that would be a red flag in this particular case. But again, it depends upon, the investigation, and I don't want to get in front of that. That's part of the FBI's questions, okay? Yes?
I realize you're limited on what you can say in regards to the investigation, but can you give us any sense on how far along the investigation is at this point? Are we talking 50, 30%, 80? And then to that, and also, you probably didn't tell me no, but could you comment on reports that the suspect had a handwritten list of Republican congressmen in his pocket?
Yeah, I can't comment on the list issue because that would obviously, if it was there, would be part of the investigation, and I can't give you a date for the investigation. Again, it's being coordinated and led by the FBI. I have every bit of confidence in the FBI. We've talked about, I've talked to my staff, and I've talked to them as well. I believe they're getting ready sometime soon to give some kind of a statement or a briefing as to what's taking place. I will leave that to them because they will have much more intimate knowledge than I would of the investigation.
Follow up on that. In your experience of having decades in this career, can you talk about the enormity of the scene here? I mean, over 50 casings is an easy task. Can you lay that out a little?
Well, when you think about it, many people consider, you can see what a ball field looks like. Many of us have played on a ball field. When we're dealing with high-powered weaponry or high-powered rounds in an open area, the capacity of that round to go a long distances there, that's evidence. That's the perimeter of this crime scene. So that's why we had so many blocks of the area cordoned off, plus the whole park, and closed some businesses because we were trying to collect evidence, or the Bureau was, and we were trying to help them do that. There's an awful lot of spent casings and spent rounds because this was, in fact, a combat situation. I'm not going to get into how many or where they all went because that'll be part of the FBI's investigation. So it was complicated, and we were, of course, involved in it not only from the crime scene investigation with the FBI, but also in trying to secure the perimeter along with our colleagues from the Sheriff's Office and the Virginia State Police.
You said the crime scene expanded 3 times. Is that because they were finding these shell cases you thought it was limited to one scope and then it kept growing in that regard?
That's not uncommon. I mean, when you get in a chaotic situation, you come on a scene, you start looking for evidence, and as you see additional evidence outside the perimeter, you expand the perimeter because you want to protect the evidence. In this case, just when I said the 3 times, that was just in the time I was standing over there. And I was there relatively soon after, the situation had subsided. I came from headquarters along with a lot of my colleagues. Yes, sir, in the back.
Yeah, hi, I'd like to ask the mayor a quick question. You guys are having this Little League gathering tonight, a moment of, I'm not sure what you're going to do. What's the message you'd like to say to the citizens out there? These kids are going to be playing on this field. Listen, a week ago we had all this carnage there. What's the message? What are you trying to tell the city?
Well, first of all, we're waiting to see if there's a storm, so I'm not sure, just to be frank. But I appreciate the question. This is a time of gratitude and community and strength. Our city is so blessed. We're a city that has the most incredible public safety team. Alexandria Police Department led by Chief Brown, who's been incredible, and your officers, these 3 officers, and all the officers, but these particularly on that morning, and Chief Brown with his leadership, and our heartfelt thanks as well to Chief Dubé and his fire EMS team, who was right there as well, their courage, and of course the team effort by all those standing around me, Sheriff Lawhorn and his team, and Director Gordon and her team at the Department of Emergency Communication. So to the children and their families, we're an incredibly safe, peaceful city. That night, we marched, hundreds of us marched down Mount Vernon Avenue together as a walk of solidarity. This is a very special community. We love it here. Alexandria is all about community. And so really, as shocking as it was last week, now it's really a time of gratitude because we know how lucky we were, because those who, as we as citizens run away from danger, there are those in public safety standing right with me, and then those in the city, our officers and all of our public safety team who ran toward the danger. These 3 officers ran toward the danger as well, and then apparently our fire department and EMS team ran in there before it was secured. And so I want to reassure the public that we have a great response time. We have folks who have shown courage under fire, and we are incredibly blessed by community. And this community came together immediately, but we were already together. You can't just manufacture that overnight. We were already a tight-knit community. And so if the game happens tonight, we will be there. If it's not tonight, it'll be tomorrow night. But we will happen, and this game will happen, and we are embracing our children of this city.
Chief, can you provide the name?
Yeah, one more question.
The ages of the officers, and are they on leave right now?
As we won't provide that information out as far as the officers. They are on administrative leave with pay, pending the results of the final investigation, which is normal and perfunctory in terms of shooting investigations. Sheriff, would you like to make a comment?
I just want to respond to your question about what that ball game means to us. you know, people in this room know that, well, there he goes, but I've been in that neighborhood my entire life. I played ball on that field. My undersheriff played ball on that field. I can't tell you what it means because I'm there every day, every single day, and that was a place where I went, he went, kids went, we all went, and it was the place where, you know, it was America's pastime. It was the good fun place to be, and so it's got to get back to normal. It's got to we've got to move on in a sense that it means so much to us. It means so much to all of us who live there, and Delray. The thing that I heard on Wednesday was, well, is Delray snake bitten? And it's like, well, no, you know, it has seen its share of tragedy in the past, and I don't need to remind you of that list, but it's seen its share of tragedy. But the thing that this city, the Washington region does, because of where we live, we have to be resilient. We have to bounce back because we're just saturated every day with the national and international news, and it's how we have to cope with it, and coping mechanisms. We have to teach our children today that you have to develop coping mechanisms, and this afternoon when they throw out the first pitch, and I'm sure Chief Brown will have no problem getting across home plate, but I've been working on it a little bit today, and I think it's significant if you think back to 9/11 and how significant it was. If you look at Saturday Night Live, I think they always talk about the mayor, you know, being on the show that night. It was the start of a re-healing, but it's just, you know, when that street opened on Saturday and the Aldi and the CVS were kind of getting back to normal, we all felt a sense of we can bounce back, and we will. So great question, and thank you for that.
Were any of your officers injured during the course of the response?
We did not. None of our officers suffered any injuries in that. We were blessed in that respect. This was a very dangerous situation. We came possibly within a heartbeat between the Capitol Police officers and our own officers. The officers that were on that scene, any one of them could have been, you know, hurt or worse. And so we're very fortunate. Our officers did a good job. Their training worked for them. Their judgment worked for them. They were very lucky, and I think somebody's looking over their shoulder for them. They are doing fine, and I've talked to them. I continue to talk to them. Like I said, I'm very, very proud of them. They answered a call, and they did it well. And let me just close, if I can, by responding to the one question that was asked earlier.
All right, everyone, it looks like they have taken away our press conference from Alexandria to instead send us a live picture from Paris. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. All right, everyone, you are once again looking at a live look at the White House. I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit more of this video from earlier today. General Dunford speaking at the National Press Club.
Okay, that's fine. I understand your perspective. I believe that we can address the issues, that I accept the issues that you've raised. And by the way, if you look at the memo that Secretary Carter signed out to implement the decision, every single issue that is in the letter that I sent to him is reflected in Secretary Carter's implementation memo. And he said, okay, General, I got it, but here's what I believe. I believe the issues that you've raised can be addressed in implementation, and this process doesn't have to be sequential. I said, I got it, yes, sir, and we've been off. And so I haven't thought about anything other than executing the Secretary's decision since that day, and that's the way it ought to be.
Along those lines, Mr. Chairman, there are thousands of transgender service members who are honorably serving in the military today. Last year, then Secretary Carter created the new policy allowing transgender individuals to openly serve and allowed new transgender recruits to join. Why is the Pentagon considering changing this policy?
Okay, first of all, let's be clear. The transgender personnel are serving right now, and there's no review ongoing that would affect the ability of those currently serving to continue serving, provided they can meet the physical and mental qualifications of service, be worldwide deployable, and the same standards that every other soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine meets. The issue now is the challenges of assessing individuals and the criteria for assessing. And so there have been some issues raised with regard to challenges of assessing transgender individuals, and that's what the Secretary is reviewing. So this is not a reversal of the policy that was implemented before. This is the next phase of implementation was accessions, and there have been some issues identified with accessions that, you know, the service chiefs, some of the service chiefs believe need to be resolved before we move forward. And so that's where we are right now.
The Joint Strike Fighter is entering service, but with many cost overruns and delays. Will it continue as a program, or is it too expensive to maintain?
Well, that's a pretty loaded question, and someone has an agenda in the way that they phrase that question. But first of all, the F-35 is operationally deployed today, so it will remain as a program. And we went, and the initial operating capability in the Marine Corps was made before I changed jobs in July of 2015. I had sufficient confidence in the F-35 to declare it.
All right, everyone, so this wraps up my shift here on News Now. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the White House. We are going to take a break from news. If you want any breaking news coverage, you can go to fox10phoenix.com for that, because we'll be carrying our noon broadcast live there. And if there's any breaking news that happens or any live feeds, Mary Kate will be jumping up here to bring you that in the next hour. Stay tuned for that. More News Now in just a few minutes.
darkly, before they fall into darkness. May this be a time of not only grieving and sadness, but also of resilience and courage and strength as we seek in one another the wise and loving path forward. Amen.
At this time, we introduce Most Reverend Archbishop Cortiglione of the Archdiocese of San Francisco. Normally, we bring a candle with a name of the person that has been killed. So I would like to invite 4 UPS employees that can hold this candle.
For those of you who are watching, just now logging on, but this is a memorial service for the UPS victim.
Stay close here, please. We need one more employee. One more employee that can help us. You can stay close to us. Each candle has a name.
I'd like to begin with a prayer adapted from our funeral ritual in our Catholic tradition. Let us pray. Loving and merciful God, we entrust our brothers to your mercy, Mike, Wayne, Benson, and Jimmy. You love them greatly in this life. Be with their family and friends in this time of sorrow. Comfort them in their grief. Strengthen their faith. Give them renewed hope. Unite them in a deeper bond of love, that this tragedy may not divide them, but serve to deepen their love for one another. The old order has passed away. Welcome now our brothers into paradise, where there will be no more sorrow, no more weeping or pain, no violence, but only peace and joy with you forever and ever. Amen. Now I would like to share a passage of our Christian scriptures from the Gospel according to St. Matthew. What is your opinion? If a man has 100 sheep and one of them goes astray, will he not leave the 99 in the hills and go in search of the stray? And if he finds it, I say to you, he rejoices more over it than over the 99 that did not stray. In just the same way, it is not the will of your heavenly Father that one of these little ones be lost. This story really defies human logic. It's not logical for one to leave 99 to go after one. But it's a lesson about God's love, about how valuable each one of us is to God. He's so valuable that he gives himself for us. God is with us in this time of sorrow, and he knows the sorrow of losing a son. It is tragedy that brings us together at this time. As Rabbi Katie was mentioning, these violent tragedies have become all too common throughout our country, and we can become desensitized to it. Just another statistic we recognize and move on. But we cannot be desensitized when it hits so closely to home. We feel it acutely when it hits closely to home, as it does us now. And it really reduces us to silence when we witness the horror of such senseless violence. So we come here together to pray, even to share some time of silence in addition to words and reflections and words of consolation and prayer. We need to come together to pray. We don't know all of the answers to the mystery of iniquity, but we do know we need to pray. Because, as Rabbi Katie also mentioned, this is a sign that something's wrong with our society. Our society is deeply wounded, and we know we cannot find the healing of our own power. We need to rely on the help that comes from on high. We need the help of God if we wish to be peacemakers and healers in our society. We come together also to think about and thank God for Michael, Wayne, and Benson, and to pray God's compassion upon Jimmy. The witnesses, the testimonies about the 3 UPS workers all speak about how they went about their work with great cheer and love, how beloved they were, even to their customers with momentary encounters. They apparently lived their life according to the way God calls us to live, injecting much love and care and concern and cheerfulness in the everyday, routine situations of life. So we give thanks for them and let us learn from them. Let us learn that this must be our response before such senseless violence. Yes, our response must be love. We are here because of love, to show our love and compassion and hearts going out to the loved ones, to the families of the victims of this violence, to assure them that we will keep them in our prayers. I would also like to thank the family and friends of Mike, Wayne, and Benson, because they had so much to do with helping them become the men that they were, to become people who are able to respond to living God's call in their life, in the everyday circumstances of their life, not in far-off extraordinary ways, but everyday ordinary circumstances, doing those things with extraordinary love and care for others. So let us not allow this senseless act of violence to co-opt us into reacting in kind, in whatever kind of violence that might take, or harboring resentments, or harboring hate. Violence is not the response to violence. Love is the response to violence. Let us pray for them. Let us pray as well for Jimmy in whatever ways he may have been victimized in life. Let us ask God to look upon us with mercy, that he might help us to be peacemakers and heal our society, that our response to violence might not be violence, but that we might be makers of peace, that our response to senseless tragedies such as this will not be resentment, but compassion, and our response to hatred might be love.
Thank you so much. Sure. Excuse me.
Let us now offer up prayers for the victims and families, and at each invocation of prayer, all right, we invite you to respond with, God, hear us. Let us pray for Mike, Wayne, Benson, and Jimmy, that God might forgive whatever sins they may have committed through weakness, and remember the good that they did, and welcome them into paradise. We pray, God, hear us. Let us pray for all perpetrators of violence, for the conversion of their hearts, for the healing in their lives, and that justice and mercy may be served. We pray, God, hear us. Let us pray for our cities that they may be free of violence, and for those who have been killed this year, that they might find light, happiness, and peace forever. We pray, God, hear us. For the bereaved, that God might console them in their sorrow as they mourn the passing of their loved ones, that God might give them comfort, faith, and hope. We pray, God, hear us. For our police officers, city officials, and all who are charged with the duty of protecting our citizens, that God might help them with their challenging responsibilities so that peace may be restored to our city. We pray, God, hear us. That the peace that God so desires to bestow upon us might come upon our hearts and upon our community.
Right now you're watching live that memorial service for the UPS driver who was killed in that shooting. Looks like cameraman is shutting down now, so we will be sure to take you back to anything that is breaking. And we'll be back on at 1 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. All right, you guys. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'll be taking you to the next few hours of the show here today. Thanks for joining us. I do want to give you guys an update on Carrie Fisher. Some of you guys might have heard the news. Let me update this lower third really quickly so you guys, anyone new that's coming in, knows what we are discussing here. So let me update that real quick. Okay. So I want to give you guys this update right now. I know some of you might have already heard the news that came out this morning that Carrie Fisher, so new tests came back and Carrie Fisher had cocaine, morphine, codeine, and oxycodone in her system when she was hospitalized after suffering a massive heart attack on board of a flight to LAX. You guys remember when we first reported on this? She was landing at LAX. It was a medical emergency. The flight attendants had to get her off the plane, and we weren't really sure what was going on, and we weren't sure, what happened during all of this. And now these new tests have come back, and again, that's cocaine, morphine, codeine, and oxycodone, all of those together in her system when she was hospitalized after suffering from a massive heart attack on board that flight to LAX. Now, the LA County coroner released its full autopsy, including a toxicology report, and it revealed a slew of drugs in addition to the cocaine and opiates found in her urine test. There was also a very little amount of MDMA or ecstasy, and also heroin in her system. So on top of all of the things that I just listed, there was also ecstasy, and heroin in her system when she was hospitalized after landing at LAX. So that's kind of an update here that we're giving you guys. And also we know that the dose and time both drugs were taken could not be determined. So we don't know exactly when she took the drugs and how much she took, but they have found these traces of, again, it was heroin, ecstasy, cocaine, morphine, codeine, and oxycodone all in her system at once when she sadly suffered from that heart attack. So the report says it's unclear how much of a role, if any, if the drugs played in her death on December 27th, but they feel like they're getting closer to more answers. As we reported to you on Friday, the coroner announced that sleep apnea and other undetermined factors were the cause of the death. So that's what they were saying on Friday, was that it was sleep apnea was the cause of Carrie Fisher's death. Now we're getting these tests back with these drugs that we know were now in her system. So I just wanted to keep you guys updated on that news about that sad death of Carrie Fisher that we reported earlier this year. But moving on now to some other topics here in the show. Let me update that lower third again. Taking you to some of the top stories that I've got for you here in the show. Let me get this up for you guys. So I do want to take you to this hearing at the White House where the President's Commission on Combating Drug and Addiction. So kind of a interesting way to get into this hearing after we just reported that news about Carrie Fisher. Now the White House also holding an event about drug addiction and the opioid crisis. So let's hear what they have to say about this. Here we go.
Supportive, as has his whole team, Reed Cordish and the rest, in providing us the resources that we need to be able to do this job and to continue to help give us the direction that we are going to need to have as we move forward and help to deal with the challenge that the President has given us. I want to thank Kellyanne Conway as well, counselor to the President, who has been incredibly helpful to us as well, an enormous resource inside of this complex. So we have a few things to go through. I want to thank Secretary Price, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Secretary Shulkin of Veterans Affairs. I'm going to call on them to make some comments before we start in hearing some testimony today from members of the nonprofit community. First, we have to check all the legal boxes. So Michael Passante from the Office of National Drug Control Policy will make some initial remarks on the Commission's orientation, and then we can move into the substance of the meeting. So, Michael, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I would like to welcome everyone to the first meeting of the President's Commission on Combating Drug Addiction and the Opioid Crisis. The commission was established to provide advice to the president and the federal government for improving the effectiveness of the federal response to drug addiction and the opioid crisis in particular. The commission members will prepare for the president interim recommendations within the next few weeks and a final report by October 1st of this year unless the commission is extended. We greatly appreciate the time and effort that Governor Christie and the commission members will be volunteering as they work towards solving our nation's drug problems and the opioid crisis. As the DFO for this meeting, I serve as the liaison between the Commission and the Office of National Drug Control Policy. I'm also responsible for ensuring that the Commission complies with federal laws such as the Federal Advisory Committee Act and ethics rules. So at today's meeting, the Commission will hear statements from 9 nonprofit organizations as they work every day to find solutions to the opioid crisis and other drug issues. Please note that the agenda times are approximate, but we'll strive to ensure adequate time for the Commission's questions and deliberation. In accordance with FACA, minutes of the meeting will be prepared and will be available on the Commission's website, along with the dates and times of future meetings, meeting agendas, reports, and supporting documents. The Commission's website is at www.whitehouse.gov/ONDCP, and you can find a page for the President's Commission off of there that has all those updates. The public is also invited to submit written comments for the Commission's consideration by emailing them to commission@ondcp.eop.gov. Again, I want to thank the Commission, Secretary Price, Secretary Shulkin, Department and White House officials, and nonprofit organizations for your participation in today's meeting. And with that, I'll hand it over to New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, the chairman.
Thank you, Michael. I also want to acknowledge Rich Baum from ONDCP. ONDCP has been working hard to provide staff support to us as well, and we appreciate the hard work of the folks at ONDCP. Before I get to the commissioners, I wanted to get to the members of the cabinet to make whatever remarks they would like to make off the top. I want to thank those people who are watching us live stream from the public's perspective on the White House website, and to be able to allow many more people than could fit in this room to be able to watch the work of this commission. So I thank you all for joining us. And I turn first to Secretary Price. I thank you, Secretary, for the meeting we had a few weeks ago and the incredible work that your staff has been doing with the staff of the commission to get us all pointed in the same direction. So I turn it over for remarks to Secretary Price.
Thanks, Governor, and thanks to all of the commission members as well for their participation, and everybody for bringing your expertise. This is clearly one of the President's top priorities, to make certain that we address this scourge of the opioid crisis and addiction that has run across this land in ways far and wide that so many could never ever dreamed about at the scale that we're talking about right now. I'm privileged to serve as Secretary of Health and Human Services. One of our top 3 clinical priorities is the opioid crisis, is addiction. In that context, we have laid out a 5-part strategy that we're addressing. We've shared that with the Commission and look forward to having that work hand in glove with the kinds of things that you're doing, starting with the recovery and treatment phase, making certain that all available overdose reversing drugs are out there in communities all across this land. Looking at the public health issue, the surveillance issue, why are we where we are right now? What's happened to make this such a scourge? Making certain that we're doing all the things from a research standpoint, whether it's NIH or elsewhere, the exciting kinds of things that can reverse the challenges that we've got. And then finally, the whole issue of pain management in this nation. As a formerly practicing orthopedic surgeon, I know there are some perverse incentives in the system that make it such that those individuals who are charged and challenged with caring for our fellow citizens oftentimes feel that they're being pushed in certain directions when they otherwise might not want to go in that direction. So we appreciate everybody's participation and involvement. It's an honor to be here with you today, and look forward to the work product that will come out of this commission, and we're happy to provide whatever services we can to assist.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate it very much. Secretary Shulkin, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, they are doing some really cutting-edge things at the VA regarding pain management and those issues for our nation's veterans. And so I want to turn it over to Secretary Shulkin and thank him for his involvement, the involvement of his staff, and what we're doing here. Secretary.
Great. Thank you, Governor. This goes without saying, but what you're doing is really important, and we thank you for it. The opioid crisis is just ruining lots of people's lives and lots of families across America. In the VA, my top clinical priority is to reduce veteran suicides. And when we look at the overlap with substance abuse and opioid abuse, it's really clear. So thank you for focusing on this. At the VA, when it comes to not only the health of veterans, but the health of all Americans, we've learned two things. One is that VA, as the country's largest integrated health system, tends to see problems before the rest of America does. And secondly, we've also learned that VA can't solve problems alone. So it needs this type of community, this type of effort, federal agencies working together. So thank you for doing this again. We first noticed the opioid crisis in 2010. So we've been working on this now for 7 years, and we've seen a 33% reduction in the use of opioids among veterans. But we have a lot more to do. We have a lot that we can learn, and we were just pleased to participate here. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. And we intend to be coming to visit the VA as a commission to talk specifically about the efforts that the VA is making, the successes you've had, and how that can be more broadly applied to the rest of the nation. So you all being the canary in the coal mine is a good thing for us, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to be able to use what you've done, and we look forward to working with you, Mr. Secretary. So thank you. I want to turn it over to members of the commission to make some opening remarks on their role here and their view on what we should be doing. I'll turn first to the Governor of Massachusetts, Governor Charlie Baker.
Thank you, Governor. Let me just start, first of all, by thanking you and thanking the President for giving me this opportunity to serve. I especially appreciate the attendance of both Secretary Shulkin and Secretary Price, as well as other experts in the field here from which we can learn. I didn't run for governor to work on this issue. It found me. I couldn't go to a town meeting. I couldn't go to a diner. I couldn't go to a restaurant without running into somebody who had a story. And as a result of that, we have managed in Massachusetts, working on a bipartisan basis, to craft pretty comprehensive legislation on the prevention, education, treatment, recovery, and intervention side of things here. But this issue is persistent, it is determined, and it will take everybody's best efforts over a serious period of time to beat it down. And I am very anxious to hear what other people are up to and what they're doing that's working, and trying to figure out how we can craft that either into a shared effort around best practices at the state level as well as national policy.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate it. I'm also very pleased to have Governor Roy Cooper, the Governor of North Carolina, as a member of the commission. Roy and I have known each other for a number of years and worked together as law enforcement folks, and now as governors. I'll turn it over to you, Roy.
Governor Christie, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to the President and members of the Cabinet. I'm hoping that we can use this time to find some consensus, common ground, and effective solutions. I served as Attorney General, the top law enforcement officer of North Carolina, for 16 years, and we have been fighting this problem, and we have realized that we cannot arrest our way out of this problem, particularly at the user addiction level. We need help from the federal government in stopping drugs like fentanyl and others from coming into our country and fighting the drug kingpins and the traffickers. But at the addiction level, we need treatment and prevention. And we're kidding ourselves if we don't think that what is happening over in Congress regarding issues of health care matters to this issue. If we make it harder and more expensive for people to get health care coverage, it's going to make this crisis work. So I'm hoping also that we can find ways, particularly in the Medicaid area, to find effective ways for us to attack this problem. I look forward to working with the law enforcement community. A lot of good things are happening with diversion. And we also need to look at pharmaceutical companies making generic drugs more tamper-resistant, and looking at making drugs that do not cause addiction so severely. A lot of issues on the table. Look forward to tackling them.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate it. Next, I want to turn to Professor Bertha Madras. Bertha is one of the real experts in our country on this issue, and someone who I've already learned a great deal from and look forward to working with. So I'll turn it over to you, Bertha.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be a member of the President's Commission. I am humbled by the magnitude of this crisis, and I'm also very hopeful and optimistic that we can solve it or alleviate it in the short and long term. I've worn many hats in my life. I'm a neuroscientist by training. I've been at ONDCP as well as an educator. I've never in my life confronted an issue as daunting, as challenging, and also one that has so much opportunity for solution. My underlying philosophy of all is that for every human problem, we have human solutions, and I think this body is going to set the groundwork to solving them. Thank you.
Thank you. Bertha, I appreciate it. And lastly, to former Congressman Patrick Kennedy. Patrick has been one of the loudest and most passionate voices on this topic, both in his time in Congress and in his time now in private life. And I'm thrilled for two things. One, to have him on the commission, and two, he lives in New Jersey now. So that's a good thing. As any really smart, educated person would do, and Kellyanne understands this, particularly, he married a Jersey girl. So it's a really, really good thing, Patrick. So thank you for being on the commission, and I welcome your remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Governor. You took my opener out of the way when you mentioned that I married a Jersey girl. So I'm honored to be on this commission with all of my fellows, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership. It's been extraordinary. I know we've talked before, but everywhere I've been, anyone who's heard that speech you made about a year ago that went viral, recognize that you have a unique ability to understand this that many others haven't been able to grasp. So your leadership on this commission is really exciting for me as an advocate, because I know you're not going to bow to anyone, as you have well earned that reputation over and over again. So we're happy that you're our champion on this. And to the secretaries, Shulkin and my former colleague, Secretary Price, it's an honor to be with you. I'll just say very quickly, obviously, parity is the big issue for me. I had the honor of co-authoring this legislation that basically said we shouldn't take mental health and addiction and treat it separately. I mean, it's really still treated separately in many cases, and unequally, which it's still treated unequally. You just look across the medical spectrum. We do not treat brain illnesses like we do any other set of physical illnesses. This is a historic discrimination that still exists in our country, and I'm excited by the chance to kind of push for ways that we can hold insurance companies more accountable so that the public sector doesn't end up having to pick up the tab, because it's taxpayers that are picking up the tab when insurance companies continue to push folks with these illnesses off into the public system. Let's understand, this is a cost shift that is a windfall for those insurance companies if they can get rid of people who have an underlying mental illness or addiction. So, as Governor Cooper said, parity is key, but we can't celebrate parity if we don't have health insurance. So, to the last point he made about Medicaid, it is the elephant in the room. It is the largest provider of coverage for people with mental illness and addiction in this country. So we have to mention the fact that any repeal of Medicaid is a repeal of coverage that we currently have out there. I hope the Commission can come up with some solutions, given whatever happens in the next few weeks on the Hill, as to how this nation's going to decide to go forward with Medicaid, to ensure that we don't step back at just the point where we need to be stepping forward on this terrible epidemic. So Bertha mentioned 3 hats she wears. I wear a couple other hats, and that is as someone in long-term sobriety who was addicted, still struggles with addiction from opiates. So I know something about this. I've been someone who's received medication-assisted treatment. I'm also someone who's in 12-step recovery. So this is personal for me as it is for everyone else. I also grew up in a family where addiction and alcoholism was rampant, and like today, it was something we never talked about. So I hope that the other part of this, and I had the honor of meeting with Kellyanne Conway before, is that we can have the President speak about the silence that pervades this issue. Because the biggest way we can move your agenda forward, Secretary Price, on addressing this, and the Commission's agenda, is to have a new attitude towards these as addictions are physical illnesses, not moral failings. And that's not going to happen unless we have the bully pulpit speaking loudly on the importance of treating this like we would any other physical illness. Thanks for letting me.
Patrick, thank you very much. Here's the way we want to proceed. We have 9 different representatives today of extraordinary groups around this country who are doing very important work in this area. What I'd like to do, and I'm going to be strict about this, and I know they've all been instructed about it beforehand, is I'm going to call on you one at a time and give you 5 minutes to make public remarks. We obviously have taken and are happy to take written remarks from you that are significantly longer for the Commission's consideration, and we invite you to do that and hope that you will. Then we'll, after all 9 of you get a chance to make your remarks, then I'm going to open it up to the Commission members for us to have a dialogue for the rest of the meeting about the issues that you've raised and that are in our minds as well. And so I'm going to be as tough as I can be, while also being New Jersey nice, to keep us at the right pace. I don't know why Price is laughing so hard at that one. But I want to start with Marshall Taylor from the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids, and we're looking forward to hearing from you, Marshall. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Governor Christie and members of the Commission, thank you for inviting me to testify today. I'm Marshall Taylor. I'm President and CEO of the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids, a 30-year-old national nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting families struggling with their son or daughter's substance use. It is said that having a child is to forever have your heart go walking around outside your body. So as we gather to talk about the country's opioid epidemic, what we see at the Partnership are not just the 144 or more individuals who lose their lives every day to overdose, but the families that surround them, families that have lost their heart to a loved one's disease. Nothing tears apart the fabric of a family quite like having a child who is struggling with addiction. Parents are usually overwhelmed by feelings of guilt, shame, and fear. From the beginning, parents encounter hurdles. When they suspect something is wrong and Google for answers, they discover there's very little reliable scientific evidence information available, a far cry from the abundant resources for all other health issues and diseases. And that's where the Partnership comes in. We're dedicated solely to supporting families, and we've been on the front lines of this issue for 3 decades. The Partnership empowers families with critical information and support in a variety of ways. Through our national toll-free helpline, 1-855-drug-free, and new online live chat service, we've connected 10,000 families to bilingual master's-level counselors who help them develop a plan to address their child's substance use. With our national network of parent coaches, nearly 200 volunteers strong in 2017, and our new Ask a Coach feature, we connect parents to others who have been there and can help them learn how to love their child through this crisis. And understand, importantly, that tough love and rock bottom are not the only viable options. We have an active network of nearly 180,000 families, and through our website, drugfree.org, we provide 5 million families a year with the latest cutting-edge scientific information distilled into actionable tips and tools to help them understand the disease of addiction, to better navigate the treatment system, and get their child to accept help. And thanks to our national and local media partners and local alliances throughout the country, including the Partnership for Drug-Free New Jersey, the Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association, and North Carolina's Insight Human Services, we receive approximately $100 million a year in donated time to run PSAs, to let parents know that there is help for their loved one and they can find support at the Partnership. And working with private sector partners like Google and Facebook, we help reach parents as they actively search for help online. In all of these tools, we use evidence-based concepts such as community reinforcement and family training, otherwise known as CRAFT, and motivational interviewing to help parents obtain the best possible outcomes for getting their child into treatment and on the path to recovery. One of our parent coaches, Denise Mariano from New Jersey, is here with us today. And when Denise began looking for help for her son, she sent emails to dozens of organizations, and only the Partnership responded. And we responded with resources, tools, and strategies, and perhaps most of all, hope for Denise and her family. And I'm happy to say that hope was not in vain. Denise's son, Mike, has been in recovery for 4 years. And now Denise is giving back and providing other families the same hope that she found with us. We are really proud of the work that we're doing and the difference that we're making, yet we know that there's so much more work to be done, which makes the work of this commission so vital. Of the array of policy options that are before you, we believe that there are a handful that rise to the top. One, We need to ensure that there's a dedicated funding stream at the federal and state level to support families. Too often, families get left out of the equation, and programs like the partnerships fall into the canyon between prevention and treatment. We need to prioritize empowering families to intervene early, teaching them that they don't need to wait for rock bottom, helping them to develop a plan to get their loved one into treatment, and learning how to support their son or daughter in recovery. 2, the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act must be enforced. Despite the fact the law passed nearly a decade ago, parents continue to struggle with obtaining the coverage entitled to them under the Act. Virtually all of our parent coaches have been denied coverage by their insurance companies, and many are in financial ruin because of it, blowing credit and raiding a sibling's college savings fund. The issue is incredibly raw for them because many of them never recover from the financial damage, and others blame the lack of coverage for their child's ongoing struggle, or in some cases, even their death. 3, addiction treatment needs to enter the medical mainstream. Too many healthcare providers are not trained about addiction in medical school, are not prepared to screen for, identify, and treat a patient with a substance use disorder. We need robust training programs in every medical school in the country, incentives for doctors to specialize in addiction medicine, and a better understanding of the importance of medication-assisted treatment, as well as a commitment by the private sector to develop even more medications to treat this disease. Overdose is the leading cause of accidental death in this country, and it deserves a full-throated public health and medical response. 4th, the response to the addiction crisis needs to be coordinated and comprehensive. In the 2 decades I've been involved in federal drug policy matters, there's been a tendency to pick a favorite approach: law enforcement, prevention, treatment, recovery, and to underestimate the importance of a coordinated strategy. The Office of National Drug Control Policy was created to ensure that the National Drug Control Strategy was coordinated among 16 separate bureaucracies, and that the counter-drug budget got appropriate attention in each agency. Consideration should be given to making the Director of ONDCP a member of the President's Cabinet to reflect the gravity of the current crisis and the importance of having the highest levels of government working together to address it. In this time of bitter partisan divide, addressing the opiate epidemic is a rare instance of bipartisan agreement. Together, we have an opportunity to show that government can tackle the most difficult of issues, reverse an epidemic, and most importantly, bring hope to families desperate to save a loved one. The partnership stands ready to help in this effort. Thank you for inviting me to testify, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Marcia. I appreciate it very much. Next, we have Dr. Mitchell Rosenthal from the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. Dr. Rosenthal.
Governor, thank you, and thank you for your inspired leadership and passionate leadership. I think it has been very, very helpful. As Deputy Chairman of the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, it is a privilege for me to share with the Commission the experience of our organization's affiliates that serve more than 90 cities and towns throughout the country. As a psychiatrist and the founder of Phoenix House, I've been treating addiction for more than half a century. At the Rosenthal Center for Addiction Studies, which I now head, we have been tracking the opioid addiction epidemic and assessing efforts to contain it. What our affiliates report and the frightening statistics of the CDC confirm is that the addiction crisis of today is likely to be the most deadly drug epidemic in this nation's history. We are engulfed in a perfect storm of disabling forces: the drug trade on the dark web, the availability of hyperpotent synthetic opioids, and the despair that prevails in small towns and cities where the factories are closed, the stores on Main Street are empty, and the mall that replaced them is closing too. The crisis is not only a threat to life, killing close to 60,000 a year and sharply raising the death rate for Americans in the prime of their life. It is also tearing at the social fabric of the nation and spreading a dark cloud of fear, frustration, and anger over cities, suburbs, and rural areas that had been relatively untouched by drug abuse before. And let me be blunt. Today, there is not nearly enough drug treatment capacity in America to help most of the victims of the epidemic. I am particularly concerned about the lack of long-term treatment and the treatment necessary to repair lives that have been shattered by addiction. Faced with the ferocious escalation of opioid addiction, NCADD affiliates have mounted programs of awareness, prevention, counseling, and referral for populations far more heterogeneous than any they'd ever seen before. For today, everyone is at risk, and every family prey to loss. Most terrifying is the reality that nothing we're doing today has been able to halt the spread of opioid addiction. Controlling the prescription opioid medication has not done so. Prescription monitoring programs, strict limits on the number of pills physicians can prescribe, and the CDC pain management guidelines seem to have capped usage of prescribed opioid medications. But overdose deaths from heroin and highly potent synthetics like fentanyl have gone through the roof, especially with young adults. Equipping first responders with naloxone, the overdose reversal medication, is a key feature in just about every community's response. But while the medication can avert an overdose fatality, there's no guarantee that the life that's been saved from one overdose will survive the next one. Most troubling to the NCADD affiliates is the difficulty they have in finding referrals for treatment. Adequate treatment resources are scarce, and there's enormous disparity between one state and another in treatment and prevention services that are available. In large measure, it is the states that determine what and where treatment and prevention services are delivered, but they look to the federal government for much of the funding. I'd like to point out 3 areas that I hope you'll thoughtfully consider. The most obvious of these is the future of Medicaid. Under the American Health Care Act, as passed by the House of Representatives, 14 million of today's Medicaid patients will be uninsured by the start of 2020. And some 30% of Medicaid patients today are being treated for substance abuse and mental health issue. A second concern is the rapid proliferation of medically assisted treatment programs without the use of counseling and behavioral therapies. Bear in mind that the key word in medically assisted treatment is assisted, for the practice is designed to employ medications in combination with counseling and behavioral therapies. The goal is not just to change the drugs one is taking, but to change you and your way of life. Often lost in the rush to get buprenorphine medication to as many patients as possible are the behavioral components that are needed. My third concern is for the needs of the most vulnerable and needful substance abusers. These are the men and women with few social or economic resources whose addiction has proven most disabling. Essential to their recovery is long-term residential treatment of a kind that makes possible a new level of self-awareness and the acquisition of social and vocational skills, along with the sense of self-worth and responsibility that are the bedrock of sustained recovery. These programs like Integrity House, Phoenix House, Samaritan Daytop, Odyssey, and Delancey Street are just such good examples. Few states today, though, have any long-term residential treatment of the type mentioned. What we see all too frequently for those most vulnerable addicts fortunate enough to find treatment services is a disastrous pattern of serial admissions to short-term programs. The pattern may start with an overdose and rescue, followed by detoxification, then a short period of residential treatment, and return to the community. A pause, and then the same sequence is repeated again and again. In so many tragic cases, the end comes with a final overdose. If the Commission does nothing else, I would hope your report recommends the expansion of true long-term treatment that lasts as long as needed. It will actually save money by reducing the number of multiple admissions, and it will truly save lives rather than today's practice that so often amounts to postponing death. I'd like to end, though, with a hopeful story, if I could. There was a young woman several years ago, African-American, who got deeply into drugs and was on the streets of the Bronx. There was a young boy in New Jersey who ended up on the streets. They both, through different mechanisms, ended up in Phoenix House. and were there for 2 years, then went to community college. Sheila, was a year ahead of Michael. She finished community college and went to Harvard Divinity School. Michael, a year later, finished, and Sheila said to Michael, "Why don't you think about Harvard Divinity School?" He went to Harvard Divinity School, went back to New York, worked at the Innocence Project and some other places, and then applied to Harvard Law School. He went to Harvard Law School, graduated, and is now practicing at a white shoe firm in Manhattan. I saw them both within the last 2 weeks. There was a wonderful graduation of one of the programs at St. John the Divine, and there was Sheila in uniform. It was very touching. I saw Michael 2 days ago at a board meeting of Phoenix House, where he is now a board member. Treatment works, and we just have to provide it smartly. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much for that story as well and for your testimony. Next, I want to turn to Dr. Joe Parks from the National Council for Behavioral Health. Doctor?
Thank you, Governor. My name is Joe Parks, and I'm a board-certified psychiatrist. I'm the medical director at the National Council for Behavioral Health. However, I also treat patients with mental illness and addiction on a weekly basis. My brother has struggled all his life with addiction and with mental illness. I previously was head of Missouri's mental health agency, and I've been also in charge of Missouri's Medicaid agency recently. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify. Our families, our friends, and our citizens are dying at an increasing rate of the two great epidemics of our generation, the opiate addiction epidemic and the suicide epidemic. And it's not always easy to tell which one somebody died of. There's an intermix. Both continue to increase at alarming rates because we've not dedicated the same attention, effort, and resources that we did to the other great killers that we've successfully fought back and got some control on. Things like polio, HIV, heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Every day, an estimated 91 Americans die of opiate overdose, and 121 die by suicide. We can and must do better. We must muster the same determination to make significant changes of statute, practice, and funding in fighting the opiate and suicide epidemics that we successfully used to combat previous epidemics. We must be vigilant in our communities. Every American should know how to recognize when someone is in distress from an addiction or a mental illness, and should know how to ensure that they can get help. To this end, federal and local support for mental health first aid must be continued and expanded. Many persons with opiate addiction also face mental illness, so successful treatment of addiction often requires concurrent treatment of both conditions. In the epidemiological catchment area study, an estimated 72% of people with a drug use disorder had at least one co-occurring mental illness. In opiate addiction, rates of lifetime depression range from 16 to 75%. To fight an epidemic, you must systematically screen for the illness and ensure those who screen positive have prompt access to effective treatment. We must monitor and screen for addictive disorders. Screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment, also known as SBIRT, is an evidence-based practice used to identify, reduce, and prevent problematic use, abuse, and dependence on alcohol and other addictive drugs, including opiates. SBIRT should always be a covered benefit, and all hospitals, emergency rooms, and clinics should provide it systematically. Everyone must have health care coverage for addictions and mental illness. We must redouble our efforts to expand affordable coverage and require that all forms of coverage have comprehensive parity requirements that are systematically and firmly monitored and enforced. Any healthcare legislation should expand parity requirements to all forms of coverage. Not all fall under parity right now. There's some holes still. Healthcare legislation should mandate coverage for addiction and mental illness. Now, enforcement of parity must also include payment and rate parity. Many addiction and mental health treatment provider organizations report that they limit addiction and mental health treatment services due to the rates being so low that they lose money and must cover those losses from other treatment lines of business. Some hospitals and clinics have closed their mental illness and addiction services due to inadequate rates to cover the cost of providing the treatment. Mental illness and addiction treatment rates must be reset to be consistent with actual market costs of providing the treatment. Medicaid is the largest national payer for addiction and mental health treatment. There's no larger payer. To successfully fight back these epidemics of addiction and suicide, Medicaid must continue as an entitlement. Since the majority of increased opiate deaths and suicide occur in young and middle-aged adults, which is the expansion population, the Medicaid expansions must be maintained and completed. Medication is proven effective, as has been noted by the other experts in treating opiate addiction, but they can't always get these medications. Those drugs like methadone, buprenorphine, naltrexone, including long-acting Vivitrol, need to be categorized as a protected medication class in Medicaid and in Medicare Part D, requiring their open access on formularies so doctors can prescribe them. All people need to have access to clinicians who know how to treat and are willing to treat mental illness and addictions. We must expand the Certified Community Behavioral Health Center program, which provides that, beyond the current demonstration, which is limited to only 8 states and only 2 years. Your great state of New Jersey is participating, Governor. This will ensure access to care coordination to evidence-based outpatient treatment capacity that includes medication-assisted treatment. We must expand the Data 2000 waivers to continue recruitment and training of physicians, physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and to incentivize the uptake in buprenorphine prescribing with continued post-training support. We need the DEA to follow through on its telemedicine guidelines that they have been promised and a certification process to prescribe addiction treatment medications via telemedicine to broaden access. And frankly, DEA certification to prescribe controlled substances should really require some continuing medical education. So if I can prescribe a controlled substance, I have to know something about preventing, screening, diagnosing, and treating addiction to prescription medications. We must continue to build alliances between treatment providers and law enforcement to create drug treatment programs and to assure appropriate sentencing for addicted individuals. We need collaborative deflection programs to prevent entry into criminal justice and get people treatment first. We must develop and fund a comprehensive continuum of care that includes short-term residential and detox, longer-term residential for people with chronic relapses like were just described, recovery housing and other recovery support services to support outpatient treatment. Finally, I want to speak individually and not on behalf of the National Council. We must change 42 CFR Part 2 and any other state law that put more restrictions on addiction treatment information than on other healthcare information. The only additional restriction should be not allowing addiction treatment information to be used for arrest or prosecution or other punitive actions. We can never succeed in fighting any epidemic by hiding information about the disease and treatment history from healthcare providers. Keeping a prior diagnosis and treatment history of addictive disorders secret deprives the person of the extra care and attention that any healthcare professional would routinely give to someone who has a known prior condition. That makes early detection and treatment relapse much less likely. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. Appreciate that very much. Next one, to introduce Gary Mendel from Shatterproof. I had the opportunity to meet with Gary in my offices in New Jersey to talk about the efforts we're making in New Jersey, and I was really incredibly impressed by your efforts, Gary. I want to welcome you and welcome you to share your thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Should turn on your microphone there. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Governor Christie, and for your kind invitation here. It's an honor to be here with you and your commission and really everyone in this room, so thank you. My name is Gary Mendel, and by way of background, unlike most in the room here today, I spent the most of my career leading and running businesses. My life was going well until my older son, Brian, became addicted to opioids. Through 8 different treatment programs over 8 years, side by side with my son, I experienced firsthand what we call treatment in our country. As hard as Brian tried, on October 20th, 2011, I received a phone call in the middle of the night letting me know that my son had just died. He was 25 years old. But even more tragic, touching on something Congressman Kennedy just said, it wasn't just addiction that took my son's life. It was a feeling of shame that he had every morning when he opened his eyes, of keeping everything internalized and feeling like the outcast that caused him to wake up that morning, research suicide notes, and take his own life. In the months that followed, it haunted me knowing how many other families were suffering this tragedy. And even worse, that NIH funding had created a wealth of knowledge that had proven to reduce the number of our loved ones who would ever become addicted, and also increase the number of those who were addicted to successful recovery. But I was shocked learning that most of this research was not being implemented. I simply just couldn't believe it. I decided to leave my business and form our national nonprofit, Shatterproof, whose sole mission is to spare families of the devastation of this disease. I miss my son desperately. However, today, I'm excited to be here with all of you and share recommendations that I know will work and spare other families. Given our time constraints, I will suggest only 7 evidence-based recommendations in my remarks. 3 related to treatment, 2 related to prevention, and 2 miscellaneous. However, we've also prepared in writing several additional recommendations related to FDA labeling and prescriber education. While ending this epidemic will be difficult, cutting this by 2/3 in just a few years and saving countless lives is possible. And I'd like to provide some recommendations how. But before I do so, I'd like to begin by emphasizing 3 points. Number 1, we believe our federal government should limit the circumstances in which it regulates our states. Having said that, there is no question that federal involvement at this time can save tens of thousands of lives. In this regard, several of our recommendations are patterned after what our federal government did years ago to ensure that states drop their speed limit to 55 miles per hour, tying highway funding to state compliance. Number 2, a majority of our recommendations do not require a single penny, rather immediate and efficient business-like implementation. For those few that do require funding, the return on investment is far greater than its cost. Number 3, when I use the phrase federal funding throughout my recommendations, I am referring to 4 sources of federal funding: SAMHSA block grants, Comprehensive Addiction and Recovery Act, the second installment, $500,000 of the 21st Century Cures Act, and other funding channels yet to be determined. With this background, I'd like to go through my recommendations. Number 1, end once and for all the treatment gap. 3 levers: close the gap of prescribers who are licensed to prescribe buprenorphine by eliminating the required 8 hours of training. This could be done quickly and will not cost a single penny. Number 2, close the gap of specialists who can effectively provide evidence-based behavioral therapies by mobilizing a federal emergency training program, a program to be developed within 60 days from today, fully implemented by December 31st, 2018. We would do this if this were an infectious disease. Number 3, close the gap of financing by having the federal government, for an interim period only, pay for all aspects of medication-assisted therapy for every single American who doesn't have insurance. Again, for an interim period. Additionally, eliminate all prior authorizations in all insurance plans for any and all aspects of medication-assisted therapy. This all can be done by the end of this year. Recommendation number 2, develop the infrastructure to ensure that all treatment delivered is evidence-based. The good news is NIH-sponsored research has already provided the knowledge to significantly improve outcomes. Knowing this, our organization, Shatterproof, recently started a process to implement the recommendations in the recent Surgeon General report and the 2006 Institute of Medicine report implementing the quality of health care for mental health and substance use conditions. Pursuant to IOM Recommendation 4.3, Secretary Price, we ask HHS to join us as our partner to accelerate this process. Recommendation number 3, broad access and use of naloxone, fast, 2 levers. Federal funding to each state to be conditioned upon that state requiring every first responder in that state to be trained and stocked with naloxone by September 1st of this year, or federal funding in those 4 levers will not be given to that state for next year. Number 2, federal funding, again, those 4 levers, to each state to be conditioned upon that state complying with the 9 best practices related to naloxone that have been documented by Shatterproof, the National Institutes of, HHS, and our experts. This will not cost the federal government 1 penny. Number 4, broad adoption of the CDC prescribing guidelines, FAST. We recommend the federal government to develop a robust goal-setting and reporting infrastructure to drive local prescriber and state accountability. This would include an analysis of new patient prescribing that is outside the CDC guideline to set a benchmark for each state, stringent goals to reduce inappropriate prescribing, clinical education and interventions targeted to physicians and states with the greatest levels of inappropriate prescribing, results published annually and publicly within 60 days of the end of each year to drive accountability. Federal funding to each state to be contingent upon the achieving the goals defined in this program. The cost of this is negligible. Number 5, full utilization of prescription drug monitoring programs. FAST. In 2015, patient history was not checked by the prescriber in 4 out of 5 times that the patient received an opioid. 4 out of 5 times. Half of our states, pharmacies upload the information a week later versus a day later. Interstate sharing is horrendously low. This can change within months with 1 lever. The federal government conditioning federal funding, the 4 levers I mentioned earlier, upon states adopting legislation and/or regulations by February 2018 that comply with the 12 best practices documented by Shatterproof, its experts, all drawn from HHS research. This will not cost 1 single penny. Number 6, health insurance, Medicaid, essential health benefits, parity, parity, parity. I think others will talk about it, but that category cannot be underemphasized. Number 7, it was talked about earlier, but I'd just like to close with it. Reducing the shame and stigma associated with this disease. And the most powerful resource we have is the bully pulpit of President Trump. So we ask all those in this room who could influence President Trump to use his influence to get this talked about and to be treated like any other physical disease. Every morning, I wake up thinking about the Serenity Prayer. The serenity to accept what I cannot change, and the courage to change the things we can. Our society must find the serenity to accept the lives that have already been lost. However, working together, Republicans and Democrats, state officials, government officials, businesses, families, we can accomplish this. We can save countless lives of those who have yet to be lost. We can and must do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary, for your remarks. Next, I want to turn to Jessica Nickel from the Addiction Policy Forum. Jessica, thank you for coming today. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Governor Christie, and members of the Commission for having us here today and for focusing on this important issue. My name is Jessica Nickel, and I'm the president of the Addiction Policy Forum. I've been in this field for about 26 years now. I started in prevention and have worked in treatment and criminal justice, and I founded the Addiction Policy Forum to focus on a comprehensive response, prevention, treatment, recovery support, overdose reversal, law enforcement strategies, and criminal justice reform, and also to be a voice for the families that are impacted. I love my job. I get to work every day with families, and we have about 4 million families in our network that take the darkest, hardest moments of their life and turn it into change and fire in their belly to help their communities, their neighborhoods, so other families don't have to endure the same devastation. We're grateful for your focus on this and for the Commission's work on this crisis, and it is a crisis. Every day in America, we lose 144 people to drug overdoses. That's equivalent to 2 sold-out 747s crashing every single week for an entire year. Or put another way, imagine a sold-out Yankee Stadium and losing everyone in that stadium over the course of a year. And we have launched an awareness campaign to give a voice for our families, and you have some of these in your packets of information. And I wanted to share a little bit of a reminder of the families that are at the epicenter of this epidemic. This is Courtney Griffin. Courtney's parents lost her at just 20 years old. Her dad, Doug, describes Courtney as a shining star. The room lit up when she walked in, and everyone loved her. He writes, "We were told that because it is not a matter of life or death, there would be no coverage for treatment by their insurance provider. On the advice of local authorities, we asked her to leave our home and canceled her insurance, and by doing this, she would be homeless and could be eligible to receive treatment. Courtney died alone, away from our home, on the day before she was scheduled to enter drug treatment." This is Dylan and Matthew. And Dylan and Matthew's mom, Denise, describes her boys as the loves of her life. She lost them both to opioid use disorder, to drug overdoses. And she says to us, "My boys had a bright future ahead of them. Because of their illness and lack of adequate treatment and medical coverage, their lives were cut tragically short. Had they suffered from diabetes or skin cancer, they would have been provided the medical care and attention that they needed to live a full life." And this is April and her daughter. And April's mom, Annie, tells us that the hardest thing that she's ever done is to tell her 4-year-old granddaughter that her mommy had died and what that meant. "We love and miss my beautiful daughter every day and will for the rest of our lives." And this is Terry and Annette, my parents. I've been in this field for a really long time for personal reason, and I know firsthand the impact that this has on families. Both of my parents struggled with heroin use disorder, which for me and my little sister meant homelessness and hunger, and living on the streets, and foster care, and eventually being placed with our grandparents. It's hard to sort of underestimate the impact on children that are impacted by parental substance use, and all of the instability and the uncertainty that means. My father never found a way out of that disease, and he died way too young at the age of 48. My mom did find help, and through a drug court before it was a drug court, right? It was just a judge that really cared and helped her to make a change in her life through a methadone clinic and the combination of recovery support services. And she had 19 years in recovery when I lost her, way too young at the age of 50 because of the long-term health impacts that opioid use disorder has, even when you're in recovery. And I, every day, sort of do this work in sort of their memory, and I'm very proud of my mom and the work that she did to get to that point of having her 19 years, 2 weeks short of her 20th anniversary. And we know right now that we have an incredible treatment gap in this country. Of the 21 million people that need treatment help, only 10% will receive it. Can you imagine if 10% of cancer or Alzheimer's patients receive treatment? Just 10%. But we can do better. Us at the Addiction Policy Forum, we envision a world where fewer lives are lost and help exists for the millions of Americans that are impacted, and it is millions. And we envision, we sort of ask on a daily basis, what if, right? What if? What if we treated addiction across this nation like a disease with continuous individualized treatment and follow-up for each patient? What if every child in our nation's schools had the adequate dosage of prevention starting early and followed up at home? One of the most important things is delaying the age of onset for alcohol and marijuana use, and we need to do a better job of telling parents that. What if we had robust services for those in recovery, from recovery housing and schools to community services? What if every patient who needed it had access to the 3 medications that have been approved by the FDA for treating opioid use disorder: methadone, buprenorphine, and naltrexone? What if we treated individuals with substance use disorders through our healthcare system instead of through our criminal justice system, then shackling people with criminal justice histories for the rest of their lives? And what if we use science to inform our response and measure how successful we are in stopping this deadly disease? We're working to advance each of these areas every day at the Addiction Policy Forum. And in our written statement, we have over 60 recommendations, but they fall in 7 key buckets that we think of as sort of the organizing tool to understand the full comprehensive response that we need to do a better job, because we can do better. And those buckets are overdose interventions, treatment, advancing treatment, prevention, protecting children impacted by parental substance use disorder. really, really important that we don't forget about going a little upstream to talk about the kids that are impacted, kids like me. And there are ways and there's lots of hope on how we can intervene to help them, but we need to start working on that.
Okay, everybody, we do want to break out of that just to alert you to some breaking news. I know some of you have noticed in the lower third that I just updated here that Otto Warmbier has died at 2:20 p.m. today in his Cincinnati home. That was the American who was detained in North Korea for over 17 months. And we did stream for you guys last week when he was landing at Lunken Airport there in Cincinnati and taken to UC Medical Center. And we are learning today that he has died in his Cincinnati home. I'm reading some alerts that I'm getting to my phone right now. Otto Warmbier, you guys know as the U.S. college student who was freed by North Korea after being held 17 months, has died at his home in Cincinnati today. That's coming from his family, so we do know that that information has been confirmed. His family released a statement from the Ohio hospital. He was freed from North Korea again after 17 months there. He fell into a coma after getting sick there in North Korea. He was finally sent home, taken to the UC Medical Center, and we are learning today that his family has reported that Otto Warmbier has died. So we'll be sure to keep you guys updated on any more information about this. I do want to pull up for you guys just a picture of Otto, just in case some of you are a little unfamiliar with this story, so let me just bring up this quick picture for you here. So again, we're just reporting for you live right now. This is Otto Warmbier, and he has passed away today, again, after being held 17 months in North Korea. He was brought back to his home in Cincinnati, and his family has just released a statement that he has died. So we are working on getting more information about that for you guys. We'll be sure to keep you updated throughout the show here. In the meantime, I'm going to take you back to this meeting from the President's Commission where they're discussing combating drug addiction and the opioid crisis. But again, stick with us here live on the Fox News Now stream. We'll be sure to keep you updated on any new information about Otto Warmbier. All right.
One or two, because I'm pretty sure I don't have time for 63 recommendations, but yeah, pretty certain. Our highest priority right now is on the overdose intervention side. Naloxone is so important. Equipping our first responders, our hospitals with Narcan, huge priority. But using the moment of intervention in an overdose, and we know that those that have had a non-fatal overdose are at the most risk for another overdose and death. So making sure that we're working with our states and jurisdictions to implement interventions and protocols from emergency rooms and health systems to our first responders, educating and training families. This is our top priority right now as an organization, and I think it is the most needed as we look at this worsening epidemic. And our recommendations in this department are for overdose patients in emergency rooms to ensure each patient leaves with a treatment plan and a warm handoff to behavioral health. Train clinicians and staff to offer MAT and provide naloxone. Conduct trainings to discuss with patients how to reduce risk for future overdose. We can't get them into treatment if we can't save them in the first place. And then the other recommendation in this bucket is to change HIPAA laws to allow for family notification after an overdose reversal. My mom, Amy, who lost her son, Emmett, found out that after she lost him that there had been multiple overdose reversals with no family notification and no ability to use that as a moment for the family to come in and wrap around their loved one. And I think he was 19, so just outside of sort of being an adult, but still being in need of that. We've heard from some press reports that this is an area that the Commission is looking at, and we fully support that change. It's something you can do that would save millions of lives. The second bucket is resources for families, and Marcia mentioned this earlier. Our biggest gap is helping families in crisis. And I try to describe to folks, because I've lost a total of 6 family members to this disease. It's a whole generation of my family that was just wiped out. And when you are in the middle of it, it feels like you're drowning. And it's hard to find where to go or who can help you or how you navigate your way out of this. So if we can do a much better job and through awareness campaigns and using the services and resources are out there to connect families in crisis with the help that they need to get their loved ones in treatment and have that long-term treatment plan in place. The third bucket is to advance treatment. I mentioned that we have an enormous treatment gap, and there's a lot of things that we can do to close that in short order. Our first recommendation is to commission an IOM report on how to restructure the treatment system to address the pervasive systemic issues between workforce shortages, billing models, lack of training, getting training into medical schools, you name it, to really look at this from a broader lens. Our second recommendation is to remove addiction from the IMD exclusion. It shouldn't have been there in the first place, and it's a very, very simple, common sense way to deal with our treatment gap. The third is to educate providers, patients, health plans, payers, everyone on all FDA-approved medication-assisted treatment options and to make sure that we make those available. And then in the treatment sort of bucket, but still in the research, we need to invest in more research to have more medications and more technology and more interventions. We want to cure. We want, with other diseases, fight for in terms of more resources. We want to be partners with our white lab coats and industry to help us do a better job here. And then the fourth bucket is create recovery-ready communities. Our research and our clinicians are pretty clear that folks need a 3 to 5 year recovery plan. That's 3 to 5 years that you need to wrap folks up that have a substance use disorder. And to do that, we need to have all of the programs in place to support recovery in every community. And in our written testimony, we lay out 10 key components of a recovery-ready community, and it's our vision that every single county in America will have all 10 of those. On the prevention side, we know that 90% of adolescents, or we know that addiction starts in adolescence for 90% of people. So investing in prevention is worth it and incredibly important. Our two top recommendations there are to invest in prevention in schools, to require it, and use some of the evidence-based programs that are already out there, like Strengthening Families and Life Skills. They're there. NIDA has great evidence around them, and getting them to disseminate things like assemblies and whatnot, those don't work. So making sure that we're being clearer with our schools on the do's and don'ts and giving them the evidence behind what they can implement. And the second area, which is a little bit in that canyon between early intervention and prevention, but to implement student assistance programs in every school to make sure that we're intervening early. Addiction isn't very different from other diseases. We need early detection and early intervention to have better patient outcomes. And student assistance programs are a key element in that. That's when this disease begins in adolescence.
I have to ask you to wrap up, Jessica.
All right. The two other quick buckets.
Okay, everybody, we will take you back to this hearing a little bit later in the show, but we are switching out now, giving you a live look of the White House. Samia Khan coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. Stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am just getting my desktop set up and I'll be with you guys in just a couple minutes. Stay tuned, more news now ahead. All right, everyone, we're going to dip into our Sky News coverage to get an update on that attack that took place in London.
Need efficient and effective policing. We obviously need also an attitude in our society of support for each other. The only way to deal with this kind of issue is communities coming together.
One frightened woman broke down on the community secretary Sajid Javid as he was giving a live press conference.
I've been born here. This is my country, and every day I feel less and less part of it, and it's not fair. It's not fair. Why? And now my son, of course, has been born here, and I fear for him growing up here. What do I do? Are we to be persecuted? Should we all just leave?
Religious leaders and politicians have been quick to urge calm, but after 3 months of terror attacks, nerves are frayed.
We've spent the day here, and as well as the inevitable shock, there is actually quite a tension in the air. A couple of people confronted us quite angrily and said that after the recent events in London, the terror attacks and the Grenfell Tower disaster, there is a feeling of them and us, and that anger is being directed both at the media but also at the government.
The van is still on the street where it stopped, cordoned off now. The police say they found nothing alarming inside.
The people in the Muslim communities attending prayers will see their police protecting them in the coming days and nights.
Tonight, a vigil was held at the nearby Finsbury Park Mosque, as 9 people are still being treated in hospital and 1 family is grieving for their loss. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News, Finsbury Park.
Well, our Home Affairs correspondent Mark White is near the mosque in Finsbury Park for us now. And Mark, there's been another vigil there in the last few hours. So what's the mood in the area this evening?
Yeah, vigil here on Seven Sisters Road, a bit further down, and at Finsbury Park Mosque. Hundreds from the local community turned up, wanting to show their solidarity with the Muslim community, to show that this is a community that will not be divided by the terrible atrocity that happened here. Seven Sisters Road is now reopened. It was down this road that the van driven by the attacker careered down at speed before turning sharply into this small street where many worshippers had gathered after their late night prayers, greeting each other, socialising before heading home. The van ended up, you can just see a couple of bollards just further down the end there, ended up against those bollards. And the attacker himself was surrounded, we know, by members of the community here, while the injured caught up in this attack lay nearby. The van's now been removed. All that's left here are some flowers in memory of those who were caught up in this terrible event just about 24 hours ago.
Mark, thank you. Well, Theresa May said today she was sickened by the attack in North London. It happened just days after the city's mayor warned of a dramatic rise in Islamophobic attacks, which have gone up 5-fold since the London Bridge terror incident. And it's left many Muslims in the UK worried about their safety, as Laura Bundock reports.
At the East London Mosque, hundreds came, as usual, for prayers. A moment of peace at a difficult time. There is anger here, but there is also calm.
This is not going to keep us divided. We will stand together in solidarity. We will face the terrorism in any form or shape.
It has left everyone feeling vulnerable, so I do worry about the community.
Those who seek to divide us, to spread hate.
Standing in solidarity with Finsbury Park, they held a vigil, and this defiance is felt across the capital. At Battersea Mosque, they've had messages of support from the wider community.
We as a community need to stand up to these sort of things. We need to sort of not to, as a result of this, go indoor and lock ourselves in, but ask them basically to come out, need to come to the mosque so that the person who's done this doesn't feel they won.
But many Muslims say they were already feeling vulnerable and afraid, with hate crime on the rise.
For some time, we've been concerned about safeties around mosques because we know that Islamophobia was on the rise. There is obviously a growing recognition that Islamophobia is a problem and far-right fascist extremism and violent extremism is a problem. But I think politicians hasn't always, especially a current government, I don't think has always been very upfront and forthwith in challenging Islamophobic narrative.
And these fears are felt throughout Britain.
Unfortunately, Muslim community they feel under siege. This is the fourth incident in the last couple of months. These extreme right-wingers, they have got this habit of spreading their hatred in different cities. So they have done it last night in London, and there is a possibility they may do it in some other cities. So therefore, we will take some further extra security measures tonight and the remaining month of Ramadan.
The need for more protection is echoed in other mosques and a plea for support to help Muslims in fear of further attacks. Laura Bundock, Sky News.
The Muslim Council of Britain has described last night's attack as the most violent manifestation yet of Islamophobia. White supremacists and far-right activists have been quick to celebrate the attacker's actions. And today, the husband of the murdered MP, Joe Cox, warned such extremists are becoming increasingly active. Our correspondent, Tom Parmenter, reports.
The temperature keeps going up, and the far right are exploiting that across Britain. To most, it's just offensive, but some see the Finsbury Park attack as inevitable after a series of Islamist extremist atrocities. It's 5 years since Tommy Robinson quit the English Defence League. Whatever you think of him, he knows right-wing extremism as well as anyone.
The simple solution to this is start addressing people's fears. And that's, again, in no way giving justification. What's happened should never have happened, but people must have seen it coming. They must have seen this. I don't understand how they haven't.
Robinson started the English Defence League in Luton in 2009. But out of that came more extreme splinter cells. The most extreme group were formed 3 years ago. National Action became the first right-wing group to be classed as a banned terror organisation last December. The Finsbury Park attack happened a year on from the murder of the MP Joe Cox in West Yorkshire. Her killer, Thomas Mayer, identified himself as belonging to yet another group, Britain First.
There are extremists who are more active than they have been, who are trying to divide us, whether they are, whether they use Islamism as their excuse or whether they're a far-right fascist and they use that as their excuse. But what those groups have in common, what binds them together, is their fear and hatred of otherness. And I think we, as a community, the vast majority of the people who live in this country have no time for either of those extremes, and we need to get better at pushing those extremes to the margins.
That's not easy. Neither is spotting terrorists like Pavlo Lapshin, a Ukrainian who in 2013 just moved to Birmingham on a work exchange. He went on to plant bombs at 3 mosques and then murdered grandfather Mohammed Salim as he returned from late-night prayers. A strikingly similar attack to what happened at Finsbury Park.
However, of course, when you get incidents happening across the country, as we've seen over the last few weeks, these things are going to fall to the bottom of the pile. And we've got to be realistic. This person could have decided on the day to go out and do this. Could have decided yesterday that this is what we're going to do, go and hire the van and go and kill someone.
The police and security services, who are already stretched, will widen the net once again. As good as they are, monitoring every potential terrorist just isn't possible. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
And the Eye, just one of a number of the front pages, focusing on the Finsbury Park attack, there with the headline, "An attack on us all." We'll be taking a look at all the front pages in our press preview at 10:30. Tonight we're joined by the consultant editor of the Daily Mail, Andrew Pearce, and the associate editor of the Daily Mirror, Kevin Maguire. Police now say they believe at least 79 people died in the fire at Grenfell Tower in West London. The officer in charge of the investigation warned families it might not be possible to identify all of the victims, but said if a crime had been committed, he'd do everything in his gift to bring those responsible to justice. Charlotte Lomas reports from North Kensington.
After working relentlessly for 6 days, facing unprecedented conditions,
A time for those at the heart of the rescue operation to pause, to reflect, and to remember.
Listen in. Parade. Parade, champ.
A national minute silence for the victims of the Grenfell Tower fire. The emotion on the ground, too much to hide. After roaring applause from the community, it's back to work. The fire may be out, but the tower remains highly dangerous. Here, search and rescue teams work to secure the building, moving floor by floor to make it safe enough to examine what's inside. While outside, other teams slowly and carefully sift through the mounds of debris created by the fire. And as the investigation continues, the official number of people presumed dead rises to 79.
This is an incredibly distressing time for families, and they have my commitment that we will do this as quickly as we possibly can. The awful reality, as I've said before, is that due to the intensity of the fire and the devastation within Grenfell Tower, that we may not be able to identify everybody that died. We have been from the top to the bottom of Grenfell Tower. The search operation will be painstaking, and having been in there myself, it's really hard to describe the devastation that the fire has caused.
In the community, residents are growing impatient. Kareem Masili and his aunt Noah have been desperately awaiting news of their loved one, Hesham Rahman, one of the many people missing in the fire.
Is my brother alive? Maybe he, if you're telling me you don't know what the numbers are, I've still got hope he's still in a hospital. I still feel that he might still be alive. I should be visiting him right now, maybe. Can someone please tell us where are the missing people? Who's died? Who hasn't? We need names.
With limited official information, residents are grouping together, garnering news and support from within their small, close community. Stephen Pretty lives next to the tower and says he's still in shock at what he's seen.
It felt like I've been walking around like a zombie. I just keep looking at the tower and thinking, oh my God, how can a tower block go up in flames like that? I am exhausted. The smell of burning in the flat, the smell of death that night, the body bags, people crying, people angry.
6 days on, this is a community in grief, one which is slowly coming to terms with the tragedy that's hit their neighbourhood, and one which is also coming closer together, seeking help and demanding answers. Charlotte Lomas, Sky News.
Britain and Europe have finally begun the negotiations that will decide how the United Kingdom leaves the EU, on what terms and what price. And at the end of day one, it was the Brexit Secretary David Davis who blinked first, accepting the EU's timetable despite repeated warnings that it would be the row of the summer. It means that before any trade talks get underway, the first phase will focus on the rights of EU citizens living in the UK and British citizens living in the EU, the nature of the border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic, and the cost of the financial settlement the EU expects Britain to pay when it leaves. Our Europe correspondent Mark Stone reports from Brussels.
Almost a year to the day since the referendum, Britain's Brexit team rolled into Brussels. Cordial body language and smiles, for now at least, between the two key players, David Davis for the UK and Michel Barnier for the EU. They plan to lead these historic negotiations through every tricky twist and turn.
But there's more that unites us than that divides us.
Our objective is clear. We must first tackle the uncertainties caused by Brexit.
Inside the negotiating room, Mr. Davis appeared relaxed, alongside his ambassador to the EU, Tim Barrow. Mr. Barnier and his team ready for business.
Thank you.
Cameras were swiftly removed.
This really is the mother of all negotiations, and the perception at least is that while the EU knows exactly what it wants, the UK is still making up its mind. Inside the single market or outside? What about the customs union? Hard Brexit, soft Brexit, sensible Brexit? It's a debate thrown open by the election.
And we can argue about the terms of the deal, but
over the road from the negotiations, the president of the British Chamber of Commerce is watching, hopeful but nervous.
On the UK side, there are still some questions pending. We hope by next week we will have some more clarity about that. But as far as business is concerned, access to a single market, remaining in a customs union, remain absolutely key principles for us to go forward.
After the day of talks, they emerged into the news conference. On the face of it, they were positive.
A fair deal is possible, and far better than no deal. That is what I said to David today. That is why we will work all the time with the UK and never against the UK.
No wonder, perhaps, it emerged that the UK would, after all, accept every aspect of the EU demands on timetabling divorce talks before future relationship discussion. That, despite Mr Davis saying repeatedly in the past that this would be the row of the summer. Has Britain blinked first? The Brexit Secretary doesn't think so.
The first thing to say about the talks is not when it starts, it's how it finishes that matter. The UK has been crystal clear about our approach to the negotiations. The withdrawal process cannot be concluded without the future relationship also being taken into account. They should be agreed alongside each other.
The two men share a love of mountain hiking. Metaphors aplenty for the challenges ahead. Their gift to mark the start of all this, a mountaineering book from Britain to Mr Barnier, and for Mr Davis from the EU, a walking stick. Mark Stone, Sky News in Brussels.
And Mark joins us now live from Brussels. We're also joined by our political editor Faisal Islam, who's in Westminster. But to Mark, first of all, Mark, how will the EU view day one of talks? Will they see it as an encouraging start for them?
Well, I imagine it in European capitals across.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of our Sky News feed because it looks like they're just talking Brexit now. We're going to take you to a hearing on cybersecurity. This is a House Committee hearing, the House Committee on Science, Space and Technology holding a hearing on cybersecurity.
And I would also welcome Chairman Smith, Oversight Subcommittee Ranking Member Beyer, Research and Technology Subcommittee Chairman Abraham, Research and Technology Ranking Member Lipinski, members of the subcommittees, our expert witnesses, and members of the audience. Cybersecurity, a concept we hear mentioned frequently, especially in this period of rapidly emerging threats, is an ever-evolving concept. Maintaining an effective cybersecurity posture requires constant vigilance as new threats emerge and old ones return. Too often, however, when we hear about the importance of cybersecurity, we are left without concrete steps to take to ensure our systems are best positioned to defend against emerging threats. One of the goals of today's hearing is to learn about real, tangible measures the government can take to ensure its IT security systems are appropriately reinforced to defend against new and emerging threats, including novel and sophisticated ransomware threats. The specific focus of today's hearing will be the recent WannaCry ransom attack, a new type of ransomware infection which affected over 1 million unique systems last month in a worldwide attack that impacted nearly every country in the world. Although the concept of ransomware is not new, the type of ransomware employed by WannaCry was novel. WannaCry worked by encrypting documents on a computer, instructing victims to pay $300 in Bitcoin in order to regain access to their users' documents. Unlike typical forms of ransomware, however, WannaCry signaled the ushering of a new type of worming. Ransomware which caused the attack to spread faster and more rapidly with each new infection. In light of the novelty built into WannaCry's method of attack, cybersecurity experts, including those we will hear from today, have expressed significant concerns that WannaCry is only a preview of a more sophisticated ransomware infection
that many believe will inevitably be launched by hackers in the near future. Beginning May 12, 2017, the WannaCry ransomware infection moved rapidly across Asia and Europe, eventually hitting the United States. The attack infected 7,000 computers in the first hour, 110,000 distinct IP addresses in 2 days, and in almost 100 countries, including the UK, Russia, China, Ukraine, and India. Experts now believe WannaCry affected approximately 1 to 2 million unique systems worldwide prior to activating the kill switch. In Illinois, my home state, Cook County's IT systems were compromised by WannaCry, reportedly one of the few local governments subject to the attack. Although Cook County has worked to appropriately patch their systems, it is important that we ensure that all vulnerabilities are appropriately remedied in the event of a more sophisticated attack. Fortunately, the hackers responsible for WannaCry mistakenly included a kill switch, which was uncovered by an employee of Cryptos Logic and used to terminate the attack. Cryptos Logic employee exploited a key mistake made by the hackers when he registered the domain connected to the ransomware attack. Experts estimate that the kill switch prevented 10 to 15 million unique worldwide system infections and reinfections. Although based on information available thus far, the federal government systems were fortunately spared by WannaCry. We want to ensure that the government is sufficiently prepared in the likely event of a more sophisticated attack. Additionally, the committee wants to hear what Congress can do to appropriately address this climate of new and emerging cybersecurity threats. Through the lens of the aftermath of WannaCry, today's witnesses will help shed light on key steps the government should take to ensure its systems are protected. We will also hear today about how public-private partnerships are an instrumental tool to help bolster the government's cybersecurity posture. Finally, we will learn about how the President's recent cybersecurity order, which makes NIST's cybersecurity framework mandatory on the executive branch, is a significant step toward ensuring the federal government's cybersecurity posture incorporates the most innovative security measures to defend against evolving threats. It is my hope that our discussions here today will highlight areas where improvement is necessary, while offering recommendations as we move forward to ensure the federal government is prepared to respond to emerging cybersecurity threats. I look forward to hearing from our distinguished witnesses. I now recognize the ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee, Mr. Beyer, for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you and Chairman Comstock for holding this hearing. Cybersecurity should be a chief concern for every government, business, and private citizen. In 2014, the Office of Personnel Management's Information Security Systems and two of the systems used by OPM contractors were breached by state-sponsored hackers, compromising the personal information of millions of Americans. That same year, hackers released the personal information of Sony Picture executives, embarrassing emails between Sony Pictures employees, and even copies of then unreleased Sony movies. In 2015, hackers also took control of the power grid in the western Ukraine and shut off power for over 200,000 residents. These three quick examples show the varied and widespread effects of cybersecurity breaches. So we know the cybersecurity breach that was the genesis for this hearing was the WannaCry outbreak. WannaCry ransomware infected at least 300,000 computers worldwide and could have been much worse. So I want to thank CEO Nino, head of Cryptos Logic, for being wise enough to find an employee who found that kill switch, unless you did it yourself. And we're very lucky that that was found quickly, and fortunate that federal systems were resistant to WannaCry. But we know we may not be as lucky the next time. We must continue to strengthen our cybersecurity posture. By the way, in preparing for this, I've learned from our wonderful staff people that I really need to upload our security upgrades every time I get a chance on our personal computers and on our smartphones. The May 11th executive order on strengthening the cybersecurity of federal networks seeks to build on the Obama administration's successes in the cybersecurity arena. And I'm happy that the Trump administration, I don't agree with them on every topic, but they've taken this next good step. The executive order calls for a host of actions and a myriad of reports on federal cybersecurity from every government agency. Simultaneously, the Trump administration has been slow to fill newly vacant positions in nearly every government agency, and my concern is that these understaffed agencies are going to have significant difficulty meeting the dictates of the executive order. And frankly, I'm also concerned that the proposed budget cuts in the original Trump-Mulvaney budget across all agencies will make the task a lot harder to strengthen the security of federal information systems. We've got to make sure that the federal government has the resources and staffing to meet the need in this vital area. The executive order also calls for agencies to begin using the NIST framework for cybersecurity efforts. And I'm glad that we have NIST here with us today. They play a very important role in setting cybersecurity standards that can help thwart and impede cyber attacks. NIST is world-renowned for its expertise in standards development, and federal agencies will be very well served by using the NIST framework. On a precautionary note, though, I believe some efforts to expand NIST's cybersecurity role beyond the current mission and expertise are well-intentioned but perhaps misplaced. We recently had a debate of H.R. 1224 here, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework Assessment and Auditing Act of 2017. Which gives NIST the auditing authority for all federal civil information systems. Currently, this is the responsibility of the inspector generals at each agency. They have the statutory authority, the experience, the expertise. They respond directly to, responsible to Congress. NIST has no such experience or expertise, and I at least remain concerned about this proposal. And I'd be interested in any of the expert witnesses' thoughts on NIST's role in cybersecurity and auditing. So I look forward to hearing from all of you today. I especially look forward to hearing from our general, the former federal CISO, about his experience in these positions and thoughts. One final note, Bloomberg reported this week that the Russian meddling in our electoral system was far worse than what's been previously reported. According to the report, hackers attempted to delete or alter voter data, access software designed to be used by poll workers, and in at least one instance, accessed campaign finance database. These efforts didn't need to change individual votes in order to influence the election, and we really should take these sorts of cyber threats very seriously. I think Vice President Cheney called this a war on our democracy. So, Mr. Chairman, this committee held more than a half a dozen hearings on cybersecurity issues during the last Congress, including one on protecting the 2016 elections from cyber and voting machine attacks. So given what we know about the hacking and meddling in 2016, I hope that this hearing today will be a precursor to more hearings on how we can better protect our voting systems. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Beyer, for your opening statement. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, Mr. Abraham, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last few years, we've seen an alarming increase in the number and intensity of our cyber attacks. These attacks by cyber criminals and by unfriendly governments have compromised the personal information of millions of Americans, jeopardized thousands of our businesses and their employees, and threatened interruption of critical public services. The recent WannaCry ransomware attack demonstrates that cyber attacks are continuing to go from bad to worse. The most recent large-scale cyber attack affected more than 1 to 2 million systems in more than 190 countries. Nevertheless, it appears that the impact could have been much more catastrophic, considering how fast that ransomware spread. And while organizations and individuals within the United States were largely unscathed, due in part to a security researcher identifying a web-based, quote, kill switch, the potential destructiveness of WannaCry warns us to expect similar attacks in the future. Before those attacks happen, we need to make sure that our information systems are very ready. During a Research and Technology Subcommittee hearing earlier this year, a witness representing the U.S. Government Accountability Office, the GAO, testified, and I quote, "Over the past several years, GAO has made about 2,500 recommendations to federal agencies to enhance their information security programs and controls. As of February 2017, about 1,000 recommendations had not been implemented," unquote. It is clear that the status quo in federal government cybersecurity is a virtual invitation for more cyber attacks. We must take strong steps in order to properly secure our systems and databases before another cyber attack like WannaCry happens and puts our government up for ransom. On March 1st, 2017, this committee approved H.R. 1224, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework Assessment and Auditing Act of 2017. a bill that I introduced as part of my ongoing interest over the state of our nation's cybersecurity. This bill takes concrete steps to help strengthen federal government cybersecurity. The most important steps are encouraging federal agencies to adopt the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, cybersecurity framework, which is used by many private businesses, and directing NIST to initiate individual cybersecurity audits of priority federal agencies to determine the extent to which each agency is meeting the information security standards developed by the Institute. NIST in-house experts develop government-wide technical standards and guidelines under the Federal Information Security Modernization Act of 2014, and NIST experts also develop, through collaboration between government and private sector, the framework for improving critical infrastructure cybersecurity that federal agencies are now required to use pursuant to the President's recent cybersecurity executive order. I was very pleased to read that language. Considering the growing attempts to infiltrate information systems, there is an urgent need to assure Americans that all federal agencies are doing everything they can to protect government networks and sensitive data. The status quo simply is not working. We can't put up with more bureaucratic excuses and delays. NIST cyber expertise is a singular asset. We should take full advantage of that asset, starting with the very important step of annual NIST cyber audits of high-priority federal agencies. As cyber attacks and cyber criminals continue to evolve and become more sophisticated, our government cyber defenses must also adapt in order to protect vital public services and shield hundreds of millions of Americans' confidential information. We will hear from our witnesses today about lessons learned from the WannaCry attack and how the government can bolster the security of its systems. We must keep in mind that the next cyber attack is just around the corner, and it could have a far greater impact than what we have thus far seen. Our government systems need to be better protected, and that starts with more accountability, responsibility, and transparency by federal agencies. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing our panel. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. I now recognize the ranking member of the Research and Technology Subcommittee, my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Lipinski, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman LaHood, and I want to thank you and Vice Chair Abraham for holding this hearing on the cybersecurity and lessons learned from the WannaCry ransom attack last month. The good news is that the U.S. government information systems were not negatively impacted by the WannaCry attack. This was a clear victory for our cyber defenses. However, I believe there are lessons to be learned from successes.
All right, everyone, we're going to go back to the cyber attack hearing in a little bit, but I want to take you back to the Sky News coverage because they are continuing to talk about that attack that occurred in London yesterday.
Because the
And by yesterday, I mean early this morning, late last night.
And allowed people to wreak their own form of natural justice on the suspect, but he prevented potentially a lynch mob. And that's really good. I think it's good, and people will see the face of a young, modern imam who...
there he is on the front of the Guardian.
Yeah, and I think it's terrific what he did. And, I'm not sure that everybody would have taken the same decision.
No, I think the actual picture is Mohammed Mahmood rather than Darren Osborne. I think let's go for the hope, not the hate, or the alleged hate, and Osborne, and again legally. But no, absolutely fantastic, and he spoke so well. And I agree. You just think, look, somebody collapsed. You've come out of prayers. You've been worshipping, whether it was a mosque here, but people will be able to relate if it was a church or a synagogue or a temple, a gurdwara, wherever. You come out, you're helping somebody, and the allegation is a van is deliberately driven into these people, these worshippers, just going around their normal life, helping somebody else. Goes off, escapes, brave people run. You don't know if the person you're chasing has got a gun or a knife or a bomb or anything else, so there are more of them. They get him. Now, of course they're going to be angry. Of course they are. And then the imam, who they must have fabulous respect for, because he kind of saves the guy from a beating. That's what he really.
Could have been.
That's what he really is. Well, it could have been worse.
Could have been much worse.
But he's talking with such forgiveness and talking about justice. And he is the face of Britain.
Yeah.
He is what it is all about. The pride of Britain. Yeah. He's a British Muslim, and you would love to live next door to him. Whoever the terrorists are, whether they're Islamists or Islamophobes, you don't want anything to do with them.
Yeah. And whoever the terrorists are, there does need to be this kind of renewed focus on extremism and question how we're dealing with it.
Because the attacks on mosques only play to serve and benefit the Islamic State. They want attacks on mosques so they can say that it can galvanise young Muslim men and it can help radicalise young Muslim men and women, of course. So, but when you get an incredibly moderate, intelligent, articulate imam like that speaking out and talking about peace and love and all that stuff, it's really, really important.
But he is representative of the Muslim community. The 3 million British Muslims. Yeah, they are. Yeah, there is this demonisation, this scaremongering that goes on, or the person who says the wildest things and shouts the loudest often gets the most airtime or column inches. And I understand why that happens, but it isn't representative. No. And then it therefore distorts people's views completely.
And you need to hear from more imams like that speaking out. I mean, one of the criticisms has been of some of the mosques that they've not been loud enough in their criticism of... but we don't know what goes on in those mosques. But
that's not always...
And we don't know what goes on in those mosques. I don't ever go into a mosque.
But that's not always fair, because we found out with the Manchester suicide bomber who killed 22, people in the mosque had raised concerns about him, had been ringing the government line, and no action seems to have been taken then.
But this will still be a great encouragement to other Muslim leaders that people, if you speak out, you get heard, and look at the prominence your remarks.
Yeah, but I also think it might make some people who were suspicious of Muslims or hostile in some way think again.
Yeah, quite.
Well, that's obviously, and there have been vigils tonight, and the focus has been on this should bring communities together and better together than apart, and you hope that might be the reaction rather than the opposite.
It's profoundly shocking that this took place after people have been worshipping.
Looking at the pictures from Finsbury Park in some of those gatherings of people who look like vicars, priests and rabbis were there, or certainly from those faiths anyway.
I saw a bishop there.
And also the fact that you've mentioned 4 terror attacks in just a matter of weeks. I mean, the pressure on the emergency services, on the police to investigate this is enormous. And 3 of those have been in London, haven't they? So, I mean, what will this do to them, not only in terms of how they're stretched practically, but also emotionally as well?
I tell you this, there'll be no more cuts in police numbers. I'd be certain of that.
Yeah, well,
particularly the Metropolitan Police. Well, I mean, they're already increasing the number of armed police officers, but I mean, they're under huge pressure, and the firefighters too. Yeah. They've seen some pretty awful things. These people.
Getting rid of 10,000 firefighters, 20,000 police officers was a big error. And I'd like Theresa May just to acknowledge it and start to roar back and bring more. But after the London transport attacks in 2005, there have been very few actual terrorist incidents in Great Britain. The police have foiled a lot. There have been a lot of cases. People have been locked up.
Dozens.
There was Lee Rigby, the awful attempt to behead the murder of the soldier. But the other attack I recall was about a year ago, and it was the assassination of Joe Cox, the Labour MP, and that was a right-winger. That was a neo-Nazi, somebody who worshipped the Nazis' real hate.
And he had form. They knew him, didn't they? The authorities knew him.
I know.
Whereas... we can't get too much into the suspect here, but not on any known list.
OK, and you mentioned Theresa May there. She actually is pictured on the front of the Financial Times, isn't she? And much criticised, as we know, and much has been talked about it in her over her reaction to Grenfell.
She got it right today. She was there straight away. She spoke. They were strong words, they were good words. She met community leaders. Look, she's never going to warmly embrace them the way Corbyn does. That's not her style. I don't think you have to do that. But she was in the right place in the right time this time. But you do have to look at her. I think she looks to me like she's aged since the election.
Yeah, she has.
She has been under enormous pressure.
Huge strain. Huge strain.
Not just the Grenfell Tower, where she's taken a lot of personal criticism as well as getting to grips with the fallout.
But also failing to deliver the result that she was expected to deliver.
At the election, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Did she go to Manchester after the 22?
She did.
Did she go there?
Yeah, she went to the hospital.
Did she go to London Bridge and Borough Market?
I don't know, but she definitely went to the hospital.
I think it's right to go. Yeah. It's not to give a PR coup to whether it's a right-wing terrorist or an Islamist or whoever. But I think it's right that people are reassured, and you show it matters. And it is, Corbyn said it's an attack on all. May will agree with that. She effectively said the same in her speech, but she doesn't. It wasn't quite as eloquent. But nevertheless, no, I think her response was right. But she's got to face up to the police cuts now. They may not have prevented this, but if you have more officers, you're more likely to be able to stop terror.
Well, it's also, you want to, I just have also thought that just seeing police officers is reassuring. It's quite good for morale to see a bobby on the beat or a police car driving around.
Do you think that's the answer? Because there are an awful lot of people in a number of different communities who don't necessarily feel safe in the place that they were born in.
A lot of police stations are closing down. I can see why they're closing down police stations, because they're big buildings, they don't get used much, but you want to see police officers, and you don't see enough of them.
But it's not just people in mosques. So people who go to synagogues are feeling unsafe,
Yes,
and they have their own community safety teams and so on. Well, it's kind of dreadful. They feel they need to do that. I know. But if they feel the need, they do it. But they should be supported.
A mosque, a church, or a synagogue is a place where you should feel at your safest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Apart from your home.
And just to show a couple of the other front pages, you talked about the decision whether to cover the suspect or the imam. The Sun seems to do both. Pictures more prominently the suspect, but talks about the imam in its headline.
You get sometimes criticism when you do both.
Yeah, but the Times hasn't even referred to the imam on the front page. I'm sure he'll be in the main copy, but not in the headline or photograph.
Okay. They do say the father of four had suffered mental health problems. I say family.
Okay, lots of other stories around. It's very busy news day, and we'll return to some other subjects after the break, including it's still hot outside. You may well have noticed that. So apparently it's open season on the papers running pictures of women not wearing very much, apparently. We're going to discuss that, apparently. Was that you two that chose that?
No, but
he wants to look at the pictures with no clothes, and I'm not quite so keen.
It will be to make a very good point, an obvious point, but a point.
Yeah. Coming up next.
All right, everyone, we are going to take you back out of that hearing. We're watching the hearing on cybersecurity.
However, WannaCry and its impact on other countries serves as yet another reminder that we must never be complacent in our cybersecurity defenses. The threats are ever evolving, and our policies must be robust yet flexible enough to allow our defenses to evolve accordingly. The Federal Information Security Modernization Act, or FISMA, laid out key responsibilities for the security of civilian information systems. Under FISMA, DHS and OMB have central roles in development and implementation of policies, as well as in incident tracking and response. NIST develops and updates security standards and guidelines, both informing and responsive to policies established by OMB. Each agency is responsible for its own FISMA compliance, and each Office of Inspector General is required to audit its own agency's compliance with FISMA on an annual basis. We must continue to support agencies in their efforts to be compliant with FISMA while conducting careful oversight. In 2014, NIST released the Cybersecurity Framework for Critical Infrastructure, which is currently being updated to Framework version 1.1. While it is still too early to evaluate its full impact, it appears the framework is being widely used across industry sectors. Our committee recently reported out a bipartisan bill, H.R. 2105, that I was pleased to co-sponsor, that would ensure that the cybersecurity framework is easily usable by our nation's small businesses. I hope we can get it to the President's desk quickly. In the meantime, the President's recent cybersecurity executive order directs federal agencies to use the framework to manage their own cybersecurity risk. As we have heard in prior hearings, many experts have called for this step, and I applaud the administration for moving ahead. I join Mr. Beyer in urging the administration to fill the many vacant positions across our agencies that will be responsible for implementing the framework, as well as shepherding the myriad reports required by the executive order. Finally, I'll take this opportunity to express my disappointment in the administration's budget proposal for NIST. The top-line budget cut of 25% was so severe that if it were implemented, NIST would have no choice but to reduce its cybersecurity efforts. This represents the epitome of penny-wise, pound-foolish decision-making. NIST is among the best of the best when it comes to cybersecurity research and standards, and our modest taxpayer investments in their efforts help secure the information systems not just of our federal government, but our entire economy. I trust that my colleagues will join me in ensuring that NIST receives robust funding in the fiscal year 18 budget and doesn't suffer the drastic cut requested by the President. Thank you to the expert witnesses for being here this morning, and I look forward to your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lipinski. At this time, I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Smith.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your holding this hearing, as well as the Research and Technology Subcommittee Vice Chairman sitting next to me, Ralph Abrahams, holding the hearing as well. In the wake of last month's WannaCry ransomware attack, today's hearing is a necessary part of an important conversation the federal government must have as we look for ways to improve our federal cybersecurity posture. While WannaCry failed to compromise federal government systems, it is almost certain the outcome was due in part to a measure of chance. Rather than seeing this outcome as a sign of bullet.
All right, everyone, we now have tape playback President Trump with business leaders at the White House. Tape playback should be starting momentarily.
It's great to I just wanted to pass on word that Otto Warmbier, pass on word. I just want to know.
Again, forgive the technical difficulties. We are getting a tape playback feed right now from the White House.
Side out with Louis New York State.
Again, guys, we are waiting for tape playback to start. We're getting this feed in right now from Washington, D.C., the White House. Again, everyone, you are looking at what's supposed to be tape playback from the White House. We're having... Again, everyone, we are having some technical difficulties with this tape playback from the White House. I'm going to go back to the hearing, and if we get this working properly, we'll go back and watch this.
Last Congress, the committee conducted investigations into the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Office of Personnel Management, as well as passed key legislation aimed at providing the government with the tools it needs to strengthen its cybersecurity posture. President Trump understands the importance of bolstering our cybersecurity. He signed a recent executive order on cybersecurity, which is a vital step towards ensuring the federal government is positioned to detect, deter, and defend against emerging threats. Included in the President's executive order is a provision mandating that executive branch departments and agencies implement NIST cybersecurity framework. While continuously updating its cybersecurity framework, NIST takes into account innovative cybersecurity measures from its private sector partners. NIST collaborative efforts help to ensure that those entities that follow the framework are aware of the most pertinent, effective, and cutting-edge cybersecurity measures. I strongly believe the President's decision to make NIST framework mandatory for the federal government will serve to strengthen the government's ability to defend its systems against advanced cyber threats like with the recent WannaCry ransomware attack. Similarly, the committee's NIST Cybersecurity Framework Assessment and Auditing Act of 2017, sponsored by Representative Abraham, draws on findings from the committee's numerous hearings and investigations related to cybersecurity, which underscored the immediate need for a rigorous approach to protecting U.S. cybersecurity infrastructure and capabilities. Like the President's recent executive order, this legislation promotes federal use of the NIST cybersecurity framework by providing guidance that agencies may use to incorporate the framework into risk mitigation efforts. Additionally, the bill directs NIST to establish a working group with the responsibility of developing key metrics for federal agencies to use. I hope that our discussions here today will highlight distinct areas where cybersecurity improvement is necessary while offering recommendations to ensure cybersecurity objectives stay at the forefront of our national security policy discussions. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Smith.
All right, everyone, it looks like we're getting that tape playback feed of President Trump once again from the White House. Hopefully, everything works out this time. We're waiting again for this tape playback to play out. President Trump meeting with business leaders at the White House. Stay tuned. We'll be watching it momentarily. Again, we are waiting for tape playback to start rolling from the White House. President Trump meeting with business leaders at the White House today. Again, we are just waiting for this tape playback to start. We know that President Trump commented on the death of Otto Warmbier during this meeting, and we'll be hearing from him as soon as this tape playback begins.
Thank you very much. It's great to have you at the White House. And I just wanted to pass on word that Otto Warmbier has just passed away. He spent 1.5 years in North Korea. A lot of bad things happened, but at least we got him home to be with his parents, where they were so happy to see him, even though he was in very tough condition, but he just passed away a little while ago. It's a brutal regime, and we'll be able to handle it. But I want to thank you all for being here, special people. I'm really thrilled. Technology Council, joined by an incredible
All right, everyone, as you can see, we're having serious technical difficulties coming in from this tape playback feed from Washington, D.C., from the White House. We'll go back to it later, but I'm going to take you now to Sky News coverage of the London attack.
Terror attack amid angry recriminations from the local community.
I'm a member of here. I have been born here. This is my country, and every day I feel less and less part of it, and it's not fair.
A vigil has been held this evening, calling for people to unite against all forms of extremism. Also tonight. A minute's silence is held across the country to remember the victims of the Grenfell Tower disaster. As police say, 79 people are now missing, presumed dead in the fire. Britain blinks first and agrees to the EU's timetable as Brexit talks get underway at last. And we'll take a look at tomorrow's front pages in the press preview at 11:30. Hello, good evening. One man is dead and at least 9 more have been injured after a van was deliberately driven into a crowd of worshippers outside a North London mosque. Tonight, a 47-year-old man arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and terror offences has been named as Darren Osborne from South Wales. He was held at the scene by some of those he apparently targeted before being taken into custody. Police say they're treating the incident as a terrorist attack, as our defence correspondent Alistair Bunkle reports.
The alleged attacker is on the floor being restrained by a crowd, moments after he drove a rented van into a group of people. 1 man is dead nearby, 10 others injured.
He actually came on the bus lane and then he took a sharp left where he actually went on top of the people. He actually ran them over.
I've never heard people scream and moan of that nature. Some wasn't moaning, some was just on the floor, you know, as though they were dead.
The attack happened at 20 past midnight, just as Ramadan prayers were finishing.
It is extremely busy, especially like now it's Ramadan. Lots of people in the mosque, they are praying, and this is the time actually when they finish their prayer.
The driver reportedly shouted, "I did my bit," as he tried to escape. An imam stopped the man from being beaten by what he described as a mob.
Some tried to hit him, either kicks or punches. By God's grace, we managed to surround him and to protect him from any harm. We pushed people away from him until he was safely taken by police.
We now know the name of this man, Darren Osborne, although we still don't know why he did it, what his precise motive or inspiration was. The 47-year-old lives on this housing estate in Cardiff with his wife and 4 children.
We're like Muslims next door to him, like, could have attacked us, he could have, done anything. And my partner, tried to talk to him and, offered him, his kids dinner and stuff, and they've just refused. And the guy's been a bit offish to my partner, being Pakistani, but we didn't think nothing of it. We didn't think he was racist or anything.
The Prime Minister chaired a Cobra meeting and then delivered a live televised statement on Downing Street.
This morning we have seen a sickening attempt to destroy those freedoms and to break those bonds of citizenship that define our united kingdom. It is a reminder that terrorism, extremism and hatred take many forms, and our determination to tackle them must be the same whoever is responsible.
By lunchtime, Theresa May had travelled up to Finsbury Park to meet religious leaders with the Metropolitan Police Commissioner. The Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, made a number of visits to the scene, as did Jeremy Corbyn. The Labour leader is also the MP for this constituency.
We obviously need efficient and effective policing. We obviously need also an attitude in our society of support for each other. The only way to deal with this kind of issue is communities coming together.
One frightened woman broke down on the Community Secretary Sajid Javid as he was giving a live press conference.
I have been born here. This is my country, and every day I feel less and less part of it, and it's not fair. It's not fair. Why? And now my son, of course, has been born here. And I fear for him growing up here. What do I do? Are we to be persecuted? Shall we all just leave?
Religious leaders and politicians have been quick to urge calm, but after 3 months of terror attacks, nerves are frayed.
We've spent the day here, and as well as the inevitable shock, there is actually quite a tension in the air. A couple of people confronted us quite angrily and said that after the recent events in London, the terror attacks and the Grenfell Tower disaster, there is a feeling of them and us, and that anger is being directed both at the media but also at the government.
The van is still on the street where it stopped, cordoned off now. The police say they found nothing alarming inside.
The people in the Muslim communities attending prayers will see their police protecting them in the coming days and nights.
Tonight, a vigil was held at the nearby Finsbury Park Mosque, as 9 people are still being treated in hospital and 1 family is grieving for their loss. Alistair Bunkle, Sky News.
All right, everyone, so that was the end of our Sky News mosque attack coverage. We are having technical difficulties, but we were able to get that tape playback feedback from the White House.
Officer for Symantec, Dr. Tom.
And the 2 things that the government can and has done is spending in big research. After all the technology that we have today is because it started, in fact, in the government and the research institutions you funded, as well as the enlightened immigration policy. Of course, I'm a beneficiary of that, and I hope that we continue to be able to sort of really make sure that the American competitiveness is what helps us set policy for it.
Well, thank you, Sachin. Perhaps we could keep it a little shorter than that, Fox. Otherwise, we might be here for a long time. Anyway, Jeff?
All right, I will be short. I think, when we met before in December, I encouraged this administration to be the innovation administration. I'd like to see that kind of thinking continue. I applaud the formation of the Innovation Council and thank Jared for doing that. Just a couple of things that you could certainly focus on. One would be using commercial technologies wherever possible. I think you guys are already headed that way, but to leverage those will save taxpayers a lot of money. The second one is to continue to work hard on figuring out ways to retrain and upskill workers all over the U.S. We have a program at Amazon called Career Choice that's been doing that. We've already got 10,000 people in the program. Ivanka knows about this program. And then the third thing to keep your eye on, and I think it would be impossible to overstate this, is that the United States needs to, in every way, at every level, be working on machine learning and artificial intelligence. And that can be used in every part of government to improve the services that government provides to citizens.
Good. Thank you, Jeff. Very good. Thank you. Okay, next.
Mr. President, I'm Rafael Reif. I'm MIT's president, and I'm delighted to be part of this terrific group. Let me say that I applaud the focus of your administration and innovation. We are the most innovative country in the world today, and the biggest issue we have among ourselves right now, in my view, is to stay where we are as the most innovative country in the world 30 years from now and beyond.
Well, my uncle was a professor there for a long time. So I have a lot of respect for MIT, believe me. Great place. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes.
I'm Carol Holt. I'm the chancellor at UNC. And I, too, am delighted to be here talking about innovation and workforce and talent. I mean, people have said what's really important, but when I think about the future, I think of all those kids that have such capacity, and what we're talking about is trying to take every resource we have to put to building that innovation capacity for the country, and so it's great to be here.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
I'm Tom Layton from Akamai, and we protect government websites from attackers, the majority of the government websites, including whitehouse.gov.
The DNC could have used you.
Well, it's an important job, and as you can imagine, there's a lot of folks out there trying to do bad things, and we're delighted to help with the effort to save $1 trillion and to secure the government.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Zach Bookman, CEO of a company called OpenGov. We have about 1,500 governments across the country as customers of our smart government cloud for budgeting and intelligence and open data. I'm really excited and honored to be a part of today's conversation, and I applaud the work that Jared and so many others here are leading. It's clear to me that a lot of the thinking being applied is exactly what's been needed for a long time, and I think it's just the beginning of a lot of innovation. So
I think that's right. Thank you very much.
Pat Gelsinger, CEO of VMware, also representing Dell here today. And we're some 70+% of government workloads run in the VMware software today, so we're thrilled to be able to be in that role today. But more importantly, moving it forward to the cloud, we think is critical, this potential in cyber and really putting in place cyber hygiene. And ultimately, we as an industry are the product of the seed corn that was planted 30, 40, 50 years ago from the great research investments of government and university. And we deeply believe that we need to be planting those seed corns for our children and grandchildren.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. President, Steve Mollenkopf, CEO of Qualcomm. We thank you for the opportunity to contribute today. I would say our company works a lot on creating the base technology that allows big transitions to exist in cellular technologies. And we're very excited about the upcoming 5G transition. It's going to be a big job creator worldwide. I think it's important that the U.S. stays competitive, and we applaud the direction that the administration is taking.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, my name's John Doerr, chairman of Kleiner Perkins and of a startup company called Nuna. And Jeff would say that your administration will be the innovation administration, and I'd like to challenge it to also be the data liberation administration. There's $1 trillion worth of value locked up in government databases, and if we unlock that, we can transform healthcare, we can improve services for citizens, we can lower the costs of government, and if you set the data free, the entrepreneurs are going to do the rest. I'm particularly impressed by the thinking of Seema Verma over in your Medicare and Medicaid teams, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm Michael Drake, president of The Ohio State University. Glad to be here today and very happy to participate in this conversation. You know, we try to enable and empower and inspire young people to make a difference. And being able to partner with our colleagues here around the table and with the government to do that in a better way is something that we're very excited about.
Thank you very much.
I'm Ajay Banga, the CEO of MasterCard, and thank you for having us, Mr. President. I think in addition to what technology and the Internet of Things is going to do for all of us as an opportunity, side by side comes a tremendous responsibility on cybersecurity. I think working that the right way with the right public-private partnerships, but also working it where the weakest link, which is small merchants and the individual consumer, get the right level of safety that they demand from us is really important. And I think the level of engagement and the dialogue today was very, very interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, Ginny Rometty from IBM. And you know, I've had the pleasure of being in a number, and the honor of being in a number of these sessions. And I think it's worth noting that the efforts around workforce development, around cybersecurity, around modernization, while they're difficult, in this short time, there has been progress already made. And so I would really say on behalf of both Ivanka and Jared and Chris and Reed, those of us who've been in it from the beginning, I can already see, and actions have been taken. So while these are difficult problems, I would just encourage us to keep going, because I actually can see the change happening already. So I think this is a good sign of progress.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thanks to Jared and Ivanka for sort of driving this so hard. I'm absolutely convinced that during your administration, there's going to be a huge explosion in new opportunities because of the platforms that are getting built in our industry. Those will create huge, very large new business opportunities for which we entrepreneurs, technical talent, immigration, and so forth, that you understand. It can drive America very, very positively forward, and it's going to happen soon during your leadership.
We will, Eric. Peter?
Mr. President, I'm Peter Thiel. I'm a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley. Very honored to be here today with all these terrific people. I think that the tech industry is an industry that is doing well in America, and we need to sort of make it do even better and give it the support, the regulatory support, in all sorts of different ways. And I think your administration's off to a terrific start in doing these things.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, I'm Shantanu Narayan. I'm CEO of Adobe. We're the company that's best known for Photoshop and PDS. Thank you for having us today. Two quick things. One is, I think you're championing a culture of innovation. I think is going to be critical to our country's future leadership, and shared services for improving government will, I believe, drive a lot of efficiency.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Brian Krzanich, CEO of Intel. What I got out of today is, first, is a great honor to be here and a real pleasure, but also it was a great outreach, I think, between the private-public partnerships that we can really drive innovation much, much faster. And so I hope today's just the start of what we can accomplish together.
Thank you. A great company, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Deeply honored to be here. I'm Alex Karp, Palantir. Know many people in the room and in your White House from our work, and have supported General McMaster on the front line and many of the special operations people in America and around the world. What's very gratifying about what you're doing is the focus on getting more output for the input, which I don't think there's been a deep focus on in the past. And I'm really grateful to your staff for pushing that forward. We focused on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, which is something I think all Americans would welcome, and I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill McDermott from SAP. It's been a great pleasure working with your team on the intellectual renewal of America. We've had the opportunity, the great opportunity, to work with the Army, the Navy, even states like Indiana, and driving results. And I know you want to drive results. So in addition to the $1 trillion in costs we can take out, probably we can add another $2 trillion on the numerator in terms of digital business by getting the public and the private sector in full cooperation under your administration. Look forward to supporting you every way I can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hi, I'm Kyron Skinner. I think you know me from the campaign on the foreign and diplomacy side and from transition as well. But I'm also a professor at Carnegie Mellon University, where I work on international security issues, cybersecurity with the engineers and computer scientists. And what I liked most about today is that we talked about recreating the ecosystem of the early decades of the Cold War between government, among government, the private sector, and the university to regenerate our economy and create innovation. I'm also a fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford, and they'll get mad at me if I don't mention that.
That's good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Julie Sweet, CEO of North America for Accenture. The level of discourse and enthusiasm in the sessions today, which were very productive, is a powerful reminder of the importance of collaboration. And I think two very clear themes were that modernizing the government is not about technology, it is about outcomes for our citizens. And second is the investment also in our great public servants that this will bring about, and the opportunities for the many people who serve in the federal government today to help them bring better services and outcomes outcomes for the citizens. And those are both very important and exciting themes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Safra Katz, CEO of Oracle. We had an absolutely tremendous day working together. The partnership between academia, the government, and commercial enterprises is such a powerful combination together with leadership, which is critical for real success. And you had volunteers from all sides and a lot of people working already and raring to go for the next level. So thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
I'm Tim Cook from Apple. The U.S. should have the most modern government in the world, and today it doesn't. And it's great to see the effort that Jared is putting in working on things that will pay back in 5 and 10 and 20 years. The government should be focused on its citizens, and the services of the government should be measured on how pleased the citizens are with receiving their services. That basic premise is not how it's done today. And so I would really encourage you to ask the cabinet how they're measuring their parts of government and what they're doing to serve the citizens that they're meant to do. Secondly, totally unrelated, but something I feel very passionate about, coding should be a requirement in every public school. We have a huge deficit in the skills that we need today versus the skills that are there. And we're trying to do our part, or hopefully more than our part in doing that. But I think leadership from government is also key.
Thank you very much, Bill. Appreciate it. And appreciate all you're doing over the last number of months for jobs. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, we are just showing you the tape playback from President Trump's meeting with CEOs and business leaders at the White House. There is a live look at the White House now. You just heard from the CEO of Apple at the very end, speaking directly with President Trump at this meeting. We're going to take you live now to some aerials of a fire in the Bay Area of California. This fire burning now. And this is specifically in the town of Moraga, California. Moraga is a suburban incorporated town located in Contra Costa County in the San Francisco Bay. Again, these are live pictures coming in from our sister station, KTVU, the Fox station there in the Bay Area. This is Moraga, which is just about southwest of Walnut Creek and east of Oakland. All right, everyone, we are having more technical difficulties again. We are having some rain issues coming in from the East Coast. So in the meantime, I want to go ahead and show you guys our Sky News feed coming in now.
Making up its mind. Inside the single market or outside? What about the customs union? Hard Brexit, soft Brexit, sensible Brexit? It's a debate thrown open by the election.
and we can argue about the terms of the deal, but
Over the road from the negotiations, the president of the British Chamber of Commerce is watching, hopeful but nervous.
on the UK side, there are still some questions pending. We hope by next week we will have some more clarity about that. But as far as business is concerned, access to a single market, remaining in a customs union, remain absolutely key principles for us to go forward.
After the day of talks, they emerged into the news conference. On the face of it, they were positive.
A fair deal is possible, and far better than no deal. That is what I say to David today. That is why we will work all the time with the UK and never against the UK.
No wonder, perhaps, it emerged that the UK would, after all, accept every aspect of the EU demands on timetabling divorce talks before future relationship discussion. That, despite Mr Davis saying repeatedly in the past that this would be the row of the summer. Has Britain blinked first? The Brexit Secretary doesn't think so.
The first thing to say about
All right, everyone, we were able to get some more aerials from our sister station, KTVU. Again, this is a fire burning in Moraga, California, in the East Bay over there in Northern California. Again, for those of you just joining us, these are live pictures coming in from Northern California. This is Moraga. This town is just east of Oakland. A brush fire is there. It continues to burn, and we will carry this for you live here on News Now. All right, everyone, we are hearing reports of a hiker rescue. We haven't gotten that feed in quite yet, but when we do get it, we'll take you there. Oh, looks like we have it. Hiker rescue in Southern California happening now. We are hearing that the hiker that's been rescued is on that helicopter on its way to UCLA Medical Center. Again, the hiker has been rescued. The hiker is aboard that helicopter, and the helicopter is on its way to UCLA Medical Center. This was described as a hiker in distress in the Brentwood area. We do have a picture of it. One of our reporters there at Fox in Los Angeles tweeting this picture. That was the hiker in distress in Brentwood. The hiker has now been rescued on her way to UCLA Medical Center. All right, everyone, that concludes our hiker rescue coverage out of Southern California. We're going to go back now to the live aerials of the fire in the Bay Area. Our feed coming in from Northern California, the fire in Moraga. Moraga is just east of Oakland. Now, the heat wave that's taking place here in Arizona is also stretching through California as well. We know our sister station KTVU posting the tweet, "What do you think about the record-breaking heat?" Most people responding, "Stop, I'm melting." So we do know that weather temperatures are hotter than average there in Moraga. Right now in Moraga, it is 93 degrees with 30% humidity and winds traveling at 12 miles per hour. Obviously, this does not help with the spread of this fire. Now, typically, Moraga is much cooler. In fact, next week, Moraga will be 74 degrees. Again, record heat in California and Arizona, as well as Utah and Nevada. Heat exhaustion risk, elevated fire risk, according to AccuWeather. Of course, there is an elevated fire risk, and we're seeing that firsthand here in Northern California. This fire, this brush fire in Moraga, currently 93 degrees in Moraga. Oh, now I'm getting an update, 96 degrees in Moraga, California. Much hotter than average. Normal temperatures for Moraga at this time of year, 80 degrees. Today, it's 96. Now, according to a KTVU reporter who tweeted 35 minutes ago, a KTVU anchor tweeting 35 minutes ago, voluntary evacuations underway due to Moraga grass fire. So there are voluntary evacuations underway as firefighters continue to battle this grass fire that's not too far from a high school. In fact, it's just behind Campo Lindo High School there in Moraga. Again, firefighters battling a 2-alarm grass fire that broke out this afternoon, prompting voluntary evacuations. Now, no injuries have been reported from the blaze. This blaze occurred near Highway 24 and Moraga Road. As I mentioned, temperatures in the Bay Area soared to near triple digits in many locations, so obviously the hot weather could complicate the effort to bring the fire under control. Now, according to fire officials in Moraga, the blaze stretched along 8 acres, and there were some structures that were at risk from the fire. At this point, it was not immediately clear how the blaze began, but we do know that police sent an advisory at 2:53 p.m. So about 50 minutes ago, police sent an advisory about this fire that they said was visible from other cities. Now, many cities in the Bay Area actually shattered records yesterday as California and other western states sweltered in a heat wave. The hottest spot in the Bay Area yesterday was in Livermore, where residents had to deal with 106-degree heat. The hottest that city had ever been in the past was 105 back in 1918, according to the National Weather Service. As I mentioned, the temperature currently in Moraga, 96 degrees. It's a heat wave for them. That would be relief for us here in Phoenix. As you can see on the screen, it is currently 116 degrees here in Phoenix. That is not a typo. All right, everyone. So just a quick update. Eight acres are burning in Moraga, according to fire officials there in the Bay Area. 10% contained. This fire is only 10% contained. Again, this is a brush fire in California. This area experiencing record-breaking heat. Most of the western United States experiencing record-breaking heat. Currently 96 degrees in Moraga, which does not help fight this fire. Again, we are having some technical difficulties with our signal that's coming in from the East Coast because of weather concerns. While we're dealing with the heat out here, they're dealing with the rain. So again, we are dealing with some weather concerns here on News Now, but we're working to get you the stream back. Give me a second while I work to get that stream for you. There you go. All right, everyone, we will continue with this live coverage of the fire as well as other breaking news. Mary Kate will be joining you with more news now in just a few minutes.
Well, you guys are still watching live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You can see the flames still burning right now in California as crews are battling this 4-alarm brush fire happening right now. Started around 3:20 p.m. there. It's burning at least 10 acres. We'll keep you updated as we watch this live from our news chopper on the Fox News Now stream. Take a look in the upper corner of your screen. You can see those fire crew members working very hard to put out this brush fire. Residents nearby are being told to shelter in place while crews are working diligently here today. No word yet on the cause of this fire. We will keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Bear with us here, guys. It looks like we are losing our signal a little bit here as we're trying to stream this live from the news chopper. We'll see if we can get it back. It looks like it is glitching a little bit right there. Sometimes when the chopper's zooming in and out, we can lose the feed, so hopefully we'll be able to get it back. Again, we're still streaming this brush fire for you right now in California, over 10 acres, and we were just showing you some of the fire crew members out there right now, and it's got to be a hot day to be out there, especially wearing their fire suits. Okay, it looks like we did get that feedback for a little bit, but it's still kind of glitchy. The signal's coming in and out. We appreciate your patience. All right, everybody, it does look like we have lost that signal. We will be sure to keep you guys updated as we continue this coverage. If we get that feedback, I'll be sure to take you there, and we appreciate you guys watching not only on Fox News Now, our YouTube stream, but Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. Giving you a live look of the traffic right now. Moving on to the next top story, stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, moving on to the next top story here in the show. Thanks for watching with us today. Let me pull up for you guys what we were covering a little bit earlier. We were showing you a meeting. The Presidential Committee was having a meeting on drug addiction and the opioid crisis. And we left off in the middle of this meeting, so I do want to take you guys back to this, where we left off. A lot of recognizable figures at this meeting. Kellyanne Conway is at this meeting, as well as Chris Christie. So let's hear what they have to say. Let me see if I can get us exactly where we left off from a little bit earlier today. All right, here we go, everybody. There is a rest break.
Courtney's parents lost her at just 20 years old. Her dad, Doug, describes Courtney as a shining star. The room lit up when she walked in, and everyone loved her. He writes, "We were told that because it is not a matter of life or death, there would be no coverage for treatment by their insurance provider. On the advice of local authorities, we asked her to leave our home and canceled her insurance, and by doing this, she would be homeless and could be eligible to receive treatment. Courtney died alone, away from our home, on the day before she was scheduled to enter drug treatment." This is Dylan and Matthew. And Dylan and Matthew's mom, Denise, describes her boys as the loves of her life. She lost them both to opioid use disorder, to drug overdoses. And she says to us, "My boys had a bright future ahead of them. Because of their illness and lack of adequate treatment and medical coverage, their lives were cut tragically short. Had they suffered from diabetes or skin cancer, they would have been provided the medical care and attention that they needed to live a full life." And this is April and her daughter. And April's mom, Annie, tells us that the hardest thing that she's ever done is to tell her 4-year-old granddaughter that her mommy had died and what that meant. "We love and miss my beautiful daughter every day and will for the rest of our lives." And this is Terry and Annette, my parents. I've been in this field for a really long time for personal reason, and I know firsthand the impact that this has on families. Both of my parents struggled with heroin use disorder, which for me and my little sister meant homelessness and hunger and living on the streets and foster care and eventually being placed with our grandparents. It's hard to sort of underestimate the impact on children that are impacted by parental substance use and all of the instability and the uncertainty that means. My father never found a way out of that disease, and he died way too young at the age of 48. My mom did find help, and through a drug court before it was a drug court, right? It was just a judge that really cared and helped her to make a change in her life through a methadone clinic and the combination of recovery support services. And she had 19 years in recovery when I lost her, way too young at the age of 50 because of the long-term health impacts that opioid use disorder has, even when you're in recovery. And I every day sort of do this work in sort of their memory, and I'm very proud of my mom and the work that she did to get to that point of having her 19 years, 2 weeks short of her 20th anniversary. And we know right now that we have an incredible treatment gap in this country. Of the 21 million people that need treatment help, only 10% will receive it. Can you imagine if 10% of cancer or Alzheimer's patients receive treatment? Just 10%. But we can do better. Us at the Addiction Policy Forum, we envision a world where fewer lives are lost and help exists for the millions of Americans that are impacted, and it is millions. And we envision, we sort of ask on a daily basis, what if, right? What if? What if we treated addiction across this nation like a disease with continuous, individualized treatment and follow-up for each patient? What if every child in our nation's schools had the adequate dosage of prevention starting early and followed up at home? One of the most important things is delaying the age of onset for alcohol and marijuana use, and we need to do a better job of telling parents that. What if we had robust services for those in recovery, from recovery housing and schools to community services? What if every patient who needed it had access to the 3 medications that have been approved by the FDA for treating opioid use disorder: methadone, buprenorphine, and naltrexone? What if we treated individuals with substance use disorders through our healthcare system instead of through our criminal justice system, then shackling people with criminal justice histories for the rest of their lives? And what if we use science to inform our response and measure how successful we are in stopping this deadly disease? We're working to advance each of these areas every day at the Addiction Policy Forum. And in our written statement, we have over 60 recommendations, but they fall in 7 key buckets that we think of as sort of the organizing tool to understand the full comprehensive response that we need to do a better job, because we can do better. And those buckets are overdose interventions, treatment, advancing treatment, prevention, protecting children impacted by parental substance use disorder. Really, really important that we don't forget. But I'll only give you one or two, because I'm pretty sure I don't have time for 63 recommendations, but yeah, pretty certain. Our highest priority right now is on the overdose intervention side. Naloxone is so important. Equipping our first responders, our hospitals with Narcan, huge priority. But using the moment of intervention in an overdose, and we know that those that have had a non-fatal overdose are at the most risk for another overdose and death. So making sure that we're working with our states and jurisdictions to implement interventions and protocols from emergency rooms and health systems to our first responders, educating and training families. This is our top priority right now as an organization, and I think it is the most needed as we look at this worsening epidemic. And our recommendations in this department are for overdose patients in emergency rooms, to ensure each patient leaves with a treatment plan and a warm handoff to behavioral health. Train clinicians and staff to offer MAT and provide naloxone. Conduct trainings to discuss with patients how to reduce risk for future overdose. We can't get them into treatment if we can't save them in the first place. And then the other recommendation in this bucket is to change HIPAA laws to allow for family notification after an overdose reversal. My mom, Amy, who lost her son, Emmett, found out that after she lost him that there had been multiple overdose reversals with no family notification and no ability to use that as a moment for the family to come in and wrap around their loved one. And I think he was 19, so just outside of sort of being an adult, but still being in need of that. We've heard from some press reports that this is an area that the Commission is looking at, and we fully support that change. It's something you can do that would save millions of lives. The second bucket is resources for families, and Marcia mentioned this earlier. Our biggest gap is helping families in crisis. And I try to describe to folks, because I've lost a total of 6 family members to this disease. It's a whole generation of my family that was just wiped out. And when you are in the middle of it, it feels like you're drowning. It's hard to find where to go or who can help you or how you navigate your way out of this. So if we can do a much better job, and through awareness campaigns and using the services and resources are out there to connect families in crisis with the help that they need to get their loved ones in treatment and have that long-term treatment plan in place. The third bucket is to advance treatment. I mentioned that we have an enormous treatment gap, and there's a lot of things that we can do to close that in short order. Our first recommendation is to commission an IOM report on how to restructure the treatment system to address the pervasive systemic issues between workforce shortages, billing models, lack of training, getting training into medical schools, you name it, to really look at this from a broader lens. Our second recommendation is to remove addiction from the IMD exclusion. It shouldn't have been there in the first place, and it's a very, very simple, common sense way to deal with our treatment gap. The third is to educate providers, patients, health plans, payers, everyone on all FDA-approved medication-assisted treatment options, and to make sure that we make those available. And then in the treatment sort of bucket, but still in the research, we need to invest in more research to have more medications and more technology and more interventions. We want to cure. We want what other diseases fight for in terms of more resources. We want to be partners with our white lab coats and industry to help us do a better job here. And then the fourth bucket is create recovery-ready communities. Our research and our clinicians are pretty clear that folks need a 3 to 5 year recovery plan. That's 3 to 5 years that you need to wrap folks up that have a substance use disorder. And to do that, we need to have all of the programs in place to support recovery in every community. And in our written testimony, we lay out 10 key components of a recovery-ready community, and it's our vision that every single county in America will have all 10 of those. On the prevention side, we know that 90% of adolescents, or we know that addiction starts in adolescence for 90% of people. So investing in prevention is worth it and incredibly important. Our 2 top recommendations there are to invest in prevention in schools, to require it, and use some of the evidence-based programs that are already out there, like Strengthening Families and Life Skills. They're there. NIDA has great evidence around them, and getting them to disseminate things like assemblies and whatnot, those don't work. So making sure that we're being clearer with our schools on the do's and don'ts and giving them the evidence behind what they can implement. And the second area, which is a little bit in that canyon between early intervention and prevention, but to implement student assistance programs in every school to make sure that we're intervening early. Addiction isn't very different from other diseases. We need early detection and early intervention to have better patient outcomes. And student assistance programs are a key element in that. That's when this disease begins in adolescence.
I have to ask you to wrap up, Jessica.
All right. The two other quick buckets are, one, we need to protect children impacted by parental substance use disorder. Kids like me can turn out great, but we just need to invest in them and invest in them early. And then finally, I think we need to work to reframe our criminal justice system. We are recommending and working really hard on the sequential intercept model to have interventions in every point of the criminal justice system, not just one or two. And it's something that I think can have huge return on investment everywhere from arrest to prosecution, probation, prison and jail, and reentry. And we're here as a partner to you as you work on these things.
Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate your testimony and your commitment to the issue very much. Next, we'll go to Dr. Kelly Clark. Dr. Clark is from the American Society of Addiction Medicine. Dr. Clark, thank you for being here today. We look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Kelly Clark, the president of ASAM, or the American Society of Addiction Medicine. We represent over 4,500 physicians and other clinicians who specialize in the treatment of addiction. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, for your work on the panel, and for the commitment that's shown on behalf of the administration being here with your support today. I'm pleased to present our society's recommendations for both immediate actions and long-term strategies that the federal government can pursue to make a measurable and meaningful impact on the opioid epidemic. There are many issues I could speak to on mental health and addiction today, but I am going to speak specifically around the opioid epidemic. Overdoses and deaths are at an all-time high, and unfortunately, we expect those rates to continue to increase. Let me be clear. We know how to handle this epidemic. Doing more of what's not working will not stop these deaths. We must stop doing what doesn't work and focus our resources on what does. To rein in the death rates, begin to bend this mortality curve downward, we need to focus our efforts and resources on three primary areas: evidence-based treatment, evidence-based prevention, and workforce development. To reduce overdose deaths, we must ensure that people with addiction can readily access evidence-based addiction treatments. Building more beds won't stop these deaths. It will divert scarce resources away from approaches that have been proven to have far better results. When it comes to opioid addiction, the most effective treatment options we have involve the use of medications in combination with specific psychosocial interventions to support recovery. When we say treatment works, we're not referring to every approach that claims to be treatments. We're doctors. We're referring to those interventions, like medications, that have scientific evidence to support their effectiveness. Importantly, sending patients to inpatient care and discharging them without ongoing medication actually leads to an increased risk of death. What works for alcohol doesn't work for opioid addiction. Our neighbors, our families, our communities, they need to know what they should look for in addiction treatment services. Therefore, we recommend that the CDC launch a national public education campaign. The campaign should carry the messages that addiction is a chronic brain disease, and yet we have not seen similar efforts to educate the public about the disease of addiction or the treatment they should seek. In addition to public education, we need healthcare systems in which evidence-based treatment is paid for appropriately. The federal government should work with payers and purchasers, including CMS, private insurers, and employers, to make sure that they're covering and actively paying for evidence-based care and are not paying for, quote, treatment that is not evidence-based. We throw away far too much public and private money on spa-like, quote, treatment programs or programs whose philosophies are not aligned with the science. We must have parity in the coverage of mental health and addiction services with coverage of other medical conditions, and we should ensure that the same high-quality medical care is available for our citizens with opioid addiction as is available to treat their heart disease. In addition to these broad and systemic efforts, the federal government should make near-term policy changes to expand access to evidence-based treatment. First, we should direct and incentivize states to use the second installment of the CURES money to fund treatment at programs that meet evidence-based standards, level of care standards as defined by the ASAM criteria, and that meet the evidence-based standards as outlined by the ASAM National Practice Guidelines. The ASAM criteria are validated tools. They help match patients with the correct level of care based on their disease severity and will help ensure that this funding is used in the most clinically sound, effective, and efficient way. The guidelines summarizes the evidence available on the proper use of medications to treat opioid addiction and offers clinical guidance to healthcare providers to support these decision makings. It also provides information for patients and their families and communities on what they should expect from treatment. Secondly, we need to permanently authorize buprenorphine prescribing authority for nurse practitioners and physician assistants. We know what treatment works. We must insist that Americans receive the proper care to save their lives. The Commission, we believe, should champion evidence-based prevention programs to reduce opiate misuse and prevent addiction. SAMHSA maintains a national registry of evidence-based programs and practices. Funding and technical assistance should be made available to choose those evidence-based prevention programs shown to be most effective that can be efficiently replicated and then rapidly scaled across the country. We must stop spending scarce resources on programs that don't work, and we must stop piloting new programs when we know what does work. We have the prevention science. Let's leverage it. Finally, the current addiction treatment gap will never be closed with our current addiction treatment workforce. It is imperative that our nation invest in training opportunities for clinicians seeking to specialize in addiction treatment, as well as for primary care providers to be able to effectively screen patients, engage them in treatment, and manage less complex patients. To this end, we recommend that the administration work with Congress immediately to fully fund the $10 million in funding through Section 9022 of the 21st Century Cures Act, which authorizes the Secretary to establish a training demonstration program within HRSA, awarding grants for medical residents and fellows to train and practice psychiatry and addiction medicine in underserved community-based settings. Secondly, we strongly urge the administration to identify robust and ongoing funding opportunities that can be used to support addiction specialist training programs to build an adequate workforce to have substantial and sustained impact on this epidemic. We increased our infectious disease specialists during the AIDS epidemic. We must take the same approach now. And finally, we recommend that the administration solicit commitments from medical, nursing, dental, pharmacy, and other clinical programs on increasing curriculum time devoted to addiction screening and treatment, safe prescribing, and pain management. In closing, thank you again for the opportunity to share ASAM's perspective and recommendations for stopping this epidemic. Addiction is a disease, not a decision. We need to harness the full strength of our federal resources to maximize access to evidence-based prevention and treatment to stem the tide of deaths while investing in robust and highly trained clinical workforce to meet our nation's ongoing needs. Again, let me be clear. Building more beds won't stop the deaths. Paying for more ineffective programs won't stop the deaths. There will always be more to learn about the brain, and more research will lead to improved understanding of the very best ways to treat and prevent addiction. But the basics are well known. We must focus our health system resources and scale what we know works. The physicians of ASAM stand ready to help this commission, this administration, and this Congress to end this epidemic. I'll look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Anti-Drug Coalition of America. General. Governor, thank you very much.
a few years back, I had the honor of serving on your task force you had in New Jersey addressing this issue, working out of your single state authority, and appreciate that opportunity as well. To the other members of the commission and distinguished members, it's an honor to be here. As the governor said, I am Arthur Dean, Major General, U.S. Army retired. And I've had the great fortune for the last 18 years after my military service to serve as the chairman and CEO of Community Anti-Drug Coalitions of America. CATCA came out of a presidential commission that commission met in the late 80s and established CATCA in 1992. There was an issue called cocaine back then. Ian Bice had died, who was a basketball star at the University of Maryland. And they created a not-for-profit to serve as a national organization to lead and develop community-based multi-sector coalitions to address substance abuse at the local level. We've grown from a few hundred in 1992 to over 5,000 community coalitions today. And these coalitions are working on the front lines all across America, trying to prevent and reduce the misuse and abuse of drugs, particularly among our youth. For over 2 decades, CATCA evidence-based multi-sector coalitions have united communities in addressing and preventing all areas of substance abuse to include illicit drugs, underage use of alcohol and tobacco, and the misuse of prescriptions and over-the-counter drugs. We at CATCA had our first news release and conference addressing prescription drugs in 2002. Our coalitions were telling us the problem was beginning to develop. History has shown us and demonstrated to us that there is no panacea to solving this problem. There's no single solution to solving this problem. It is very complicated, it is very far-reaching, and I'll tell you, it affects every community in America. We used to think it was the inner city. We used to think it was Appalachian. We used to think it was the South and other areas. It is everywhere across this great nation. That is why CATCA believes in the full continuum of care. We believe in evidence-based prevention, and we've been doing this for over 2 decades. We believe in evidence-based intervention, treatment, recovery support. Effective law enforcement is critical. Interdiction strategies are necessary. And what we believe, though, that prevention over the last few years has not been given its rightful emphasis, and we need to get back to giving prevention its place and treating it as an equal partner in the field as we move forward. As you've heard already, I think it's worthy of repeating that it is well documented that addiction is a developmental disorder which begins in adolescence, sometimes as early as childhood. Thus, delaying the age of first use is critical in ensuring that there are fewer youth in America and young adults develop this issue. History has told us that you cannot, in isolation, either legislate or tax your way out of this problem. We cannot, and I heard one of the governors say this earlier, treat or imprison our way out of this problem. We asked law enforcement to do this back in the 70s and 80s, and we know what it got us. We cannot scare or educate our way out of this problem, and we cannot simply love or hope our way out of this problem. I believe that community-based evidence multi-sectors coalitions is one of the means that we can use to help prevent people from getting to the point where we have to give them naloxone. Naloxone is critical and necessary, but we want to prevent as many as possible from getting there. CATCA feels strongly that prevention has been underutilized relative to its importance and cost effectiveness and reducing population level, and we believe population level is the way to look at this issue. All of the people that live in Trenton, all of the people that live in Charlotte, North Carolina, all of the people that live in Worcester, Massachusetts. We want to address all of them, not just a few handful of them, all of them, and it's important that we do that. There's data, clear data, that says every dollar invested in prevention will save you, depending on the study you read, from $2 to $20. And clearly we need to be about saving money. Therefore, I want to urge you to do just a few simple things that I think will have a tremendous impact on reducing first use, preventing people from getting to addiction, and addressing the problem. There's a program that we created with the help of Congress and many of the great leaders of Congress called the Drug-Free Communities Program. All of you states have these federally funded coalitions within your states. There's been a bipartisan supported effort since 1998 because they deal with the problem at the hometown, local community level. It's important that we do that. The DFC program especially recognizes that a small amount of federal dollars designed to help the coalition grow that are matched 100% locally, it's only $125,000 per coalition, has the greatest chance of bringing together on a multi-sector, multi-strategy approach, parents, youth, the medical community, business leaders, faith, law enforcement, you name it, all together to work the problem holistically, strategically at the local level. You can, in fact, save lives and you can prevent this problem from spreading. The program has never been fully funded. We've struggled to get it up to $97 million in FY17. Its max authorization is $129 million. We believe that investing $129 million in this program would take it to many, many more communities, and we could, in fact, begin to have a tremendous impact. We also believe that the program belongs in the Office of National Drug Control Policy from an administration perspective, and we strongly recommend that continues to happen. Two, we ask you to support ONDCP Community-Based Coalition Enhancement Group program, which was made a part of CARA. It's only a small program, it's $5 million, but it's taken the coalition infrastructure that we've trained now since 1998 that is effective in addressing local community problems and giving them a small enhancement grant to specifically address prescription drug abuse. And we recommend that $5 million be allocated. It was allocated for $3 million of 5 and 17 and 0 of 5 and 18. So that's an issue that we have to continue to work on. For an example, let me give you some examples. An independent evaluation of the DFC program has showed that the percentage of change, talking about 30-day prevalence now, of prescription drug use specifically, these coalitions have decreased in their communities 14.3% among middle school students and 19.7% among high school students. This is an independent evaluation done of drug-free communities, looking at what they've done in their communities on this particular issue.
In general, I'm just going to have to ask you to start to wrap up.
Okay, I will. One quick example is Carter County in Kentucky. This coalition had a real serious problem. They put together evidence-based strategies, and they took their 12% issue among misuse and abuse of prescription drugs for 10th graders to 1% in 10 years. They took 11% problem to 1% for seniors. We believe that that if you address the problem at the local level through multiple strategies, you can in fact do this. We've been working with the Drug Enforcement Administration, and we've been to 6 cities helping them address these issues, and we have another 6 cities that we're scheduled to go to all across this country. I want to close by saying that we at CATCA believe in the full continuum. We are a little concerned, though, that the 21st Century Cures dollars were not properly placed out into states. And if you continue to focus only on treatment and not focus in a strategic evidence-based approach to prevention, you're not going to get what you need to get. So I'm saying to the Commission that I believe that we know how to prevent and delay first use, but we need to have federal policy guidance and dollars to match that. And currently, I'm sadly to say that we are not doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Appreciate your time and your efforts over the years in this regard in a number of different areas, so thank you, sir. Hugh Gall, Young People in Recovery. Hugh, thank you for being here. I look forward to hearing your testimony.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. My name is Hugh Gwill, and I'm the Vice President of Programs at Young People in Recovery. I'm a former Teach for America Corps member and 6th through 12th grade charter school principal before I resigned from my principal position on June 5th of 2014, following my arrest for cocaine possession on June 4th of 2014. I've been in recovery ever since and have now dedicated my professional career to helping others achieve this wonderful lifestyle that I have found. Young People in Recovery, or YPR, provides life skills trainings and networks that assist individuals, families, and communities in the process of recovering and maximizing their full potential. We do this through our curriculum programs in treatment centers and in criminal justice organizations, and through our volunteer networks of chapters where we execute our advocacy objectives. But I'm not here today to really talk about YPR or sell YPR. We're doing just fine. What I'm here today to do is to provide a blueprint to this commission for what my organization believes to be the appropriate next steps that the federal government should take to solve a crisis, to provide a blueprint for creating recovery-ready communities. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, a fan of small government or large government, this is an issue that affects every community in every state. A person with a substance use disorder in California or in Texas or in Ohio is very similar to the person that suffers from substance use disorder right here in D.C. And similarly, a person in recovery in California or in Texas or in Ohio is very similar to the person who's living a recovery lifestyle right here in D.C. Addiction is addiction, and the prevention of and treatment of and recovery from addiction works wherever you live. People that tell you otherwise are misinformed, and they're trying to complicate a problem that doesn't need more debate, it needs immediate action. As a result, the solutions that you come across need to be incredibly similar from community to community, with the power for communities to choose their own colors and theme songs and mascots and flags and things along those lines. And let me be clear, whereas today it's opiates, tomorrow it's going to be something else, and then it's going to be something else, and then it's going to be something else. But a recovery-ready community is just that. It's ready for whatever substance comes next. So what makes a community recovery-ready? Well, the following is a chronological timeline of what my organization believes a recovery-ready community to have. Standardized and evidence-based middle school and high school prevention programs, access to a recovery high school, access to a collegiate recovery program or a collegiate recovery center, equitable access to acute inpatient treatment, the implementation and oversight of problem-solving courts, including drug courts, and law enforcement-assisted diversion programs, also known as LEAD, that can operate with the best interests of the public in mind and also provide an opportunity for the person that needs help to be held accountable, get the care they need, and become a productive member of society. Access to life skills and jobs training for those in treatment and those that are criminal justice involved. Access to gainful employment opportunities and stable and secure housing for those in recovery or those with criminal convictions. And then access to harm reduction services, including syringe access programs, infectious disease screenings, safe using spaces, and naloxone training for drug users, first responders, and other community members. Obviously, we can't snap our fingers and have this become a reality today, but this is the world that we need to and must work towards. But what you can do today is take this framework, look at the data that is out there, get rid of all the noise, and determine what proven practices can be scaled in as many communities as possible that save lives. If it were up to us at YPR, we'd prioritize a few of those components which I just listed. Real quick. Standardized and evidence-based middle school and high school programs, prevention programs, equitable access to acute inpatient treatment followed by structured recovery supports, the implementation of problem-solving courts, access to life skills and jobs training for those in recovery or those that are criminal justice involved, and access to safe using spaces and naloxone training. Again, look at the data. Look at the numbers. There's more than enough of it out there. Figure out what programs work that can be scaled and fund those programs and provide those programs the technical assistance to reach across the nation. On the flip side of the coin, figure out what programs aren't working and stop funding them. This isn't charity money. Through taxpayer dollars, America can't afford to continue to give to things that don't work. We all know that a person in active addiction is incredibly destructive and incredibly costly. Destructive to themselves, their families, their communities, their friends, incredibly costly to the American taxpayer. With that said, a person living in recovery in whatever pathway works for them, there are many out there that work, is incredibly constructive. and incredibly inexpensive. YPR understands that the old adage of spend money to make money is a tough political sell. But we're talking about an epidemic here, and if this commission and the federal government can take steps to address this epidemic, take tangible steps to save lives, you're going to have the love and the respect and the votes of millions and millions of people. Be the ones to change the course of history. It's an amazing opportunity and provide millions and millions of individuals, families, and communities the opportunity to recover and maximize their full potential. YPR believes in each and every one of you, and we're here to help in any way we can. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Lastly, we'll go to Dr. John Renner from the American Academy of Addiction Psychiatry. Dr. Renner.
Thank you very much, Governor Christie and members of the Commission. I'm John Renner. I'm an addiction psychiatrist. I'm president of the American Academy of Addiction Psychiatry. We represent the subspecialty area of psychiatry that focuses on addiction. And I want to look at what the interface is between substance use problems and other psychiatric problems. And I want to just emphasize some of the things I think you've heard already. I don't think a lot of this is new information. I think the first point that I want to make is that we need adequate funding. We need full parity. And I think if we don't have that available, I think everything we're talking about is really going to be wasted. The underlying issue here, I think, is really stigma. We know what to do. The money is available. We've known for years what to do, but it hasn't been implemented. If this was any other area of medicine and this information was available, it would have been implemented years ago and it would have been paid for. So I think your leadership is going to be critical, and one of those things is going to have to be the stigma, because that's what's getting in the way of implementing a lot of the things that you've heard about today. I want to specifically talk to the mental health issues. 50 to 70% of the people who present with a substance abuse problem have at least one and sometimes two or three other psychiatric disorders. We're talking about depression, anxiety disorders, PTSD, bipolar, ADHD. All of that complicates their problem. If you look at the number of IV drug users because they use needles, we're talking about medical problems. We're talking about hepatitis C, we're talking about HIV, we're talking about a whole range of medical drug-borne diseases that are incredibly expensive to treat. So what we have to see is this is a relapsing brain disease. It's a chronic illness, but it's a complicated illness. We cannot treat the substance use itself unless we're treating the psychiatric problems and unless we have the capacity to treat the co-occurring medical problems. So it all has to be a package. So you need comprehensive care and adequate funding. So I think that's number one, the bottom line. The next line is the issue of what is the addiction treatment itself. And you've heard from many of the members of the Commission today about evidence-based treatment. We know what works. And we need to make sure that that is what is being funded and cared for and provided, and not wasting money on treatment that doesn't work. And particularly for opiate use disorder, that's medication-assisted treatment. That has been the most effective thing. And I think what's particularly important to recognize is we have the research that shows it's cost-effective as well as clinically effective. I mean, people who are getting medication-assisted treatment end up costing the system less because there are fewer hospitalizations, there are fewer emergency room visits, there are fewer medical complications. You know, one treatment for hepatitis C or one treatment for some blood-borne infection can wipe out the cost for several years of addiction treatment. You know, so this is cost-effective to make sure that that type of treatment is available. The next point I want to make, and there hasn't been much focus today, is the criminal justice system or the justice system in general. We are warehousing hundreds of thousands of people. And it's clear that the majority of these individuals have substance use problems. The majority of these individuals have mental health problems. And we are missing the boat in terms of not providing treatment. We're spending an enormous amount of money on justice system situations that people come out of often in worse shape than they do when they went in the first place. And dollars spent this way are cost effective. For every $1 or $2 spent in the justice system, you're going to save about $12 if you spent that money on treatment. You know, so we've missed a huge opportunity. And we're wasting money that we don't need to waste. So I think we have to do something about the justice system. And then the last thing is the workforce issues. I've spent most of my life working with physicians trying to train them to work in substance abuse areas. And I think that the stigma is enormous, just like the stigma is present in the rest of our society. It's as they walk in the door of medical school, it's there. We need to look at how people are dealt with in medical school. We have to look at how people are handled in residency. We have to look at the advanced training. Dr. Clark was mentioning earlier the question of the fellowships. What we're talking about is that when people finish medicine residencies or psychiatry residencies, they need an additional year of addiction medicine or addiction psychiatry training. We need more opportunities to do that because we do not have enough experts. We don't have enough people to treat the really complicated people with addictions. But what these experts also do is they become medical school faculty. They become the mentors to the other clinicians. So if we want the general practice physicians and the general psychiatrists to do a good job treating these individuals, and we do, they need the mentors in the back door, if you will, to give them the supervision and to help them do that. So we have a tremendous workforce issue because we don't have enough specialists. And I really would like you to consider really creative ways of doing that. Because there are interested medical students and residents, but right now what happens is people come out of medical school and residency with such huge debts that they're driven towards the medical specialties that have higher reimbursements. And I think you need to think about creative ways to reimburse medical school and college debts. I think that should be tied to getting specialty training in addiction medicine and addiction psychiatry, and I think it should be tied to people who are then willing to work for a couple of years in underserved areas. And your leadership is going to be very important. Governor Baker was very effective putting pressure on the medical schools in Massachusetts, and they really responded. I mean, they have changed the way they teach, and it didn't cost anyone anything, but it was good leadership, and it mattered in terms of the curriculum in the medical schools. So I think there are things that can be done with leadership and with supporting the development of the workforce. AAAP runs two initiatives that are funded by SAMHSA, the Physicians Clinical Support System on Opioid Therapies and the Physicians Clinical Support System on medication-assisted treatment. And most of the organizations that are here today are part of that overall system. We've trained hundreds of thousands of professionals to do a better job providing treatment. We create webinars. We create all sorts of backup information that is helpful to help people become better experts. But I don't want to make it sound easy because I think stigma gets in the way. Physicians are uncomfortable working with people with addiction problems, just like the general public is. And unless we really train people to be comfortable, to be optimistic, to know the treatment works, to know that you can do that, then I think you're going to have problems. And I think we've seen the response to the CDC where we've looked at the number of people who were getting far too many opiates, and instead of really getting adequate treatment and detox, a lot of the physicians just ran away. They just stopped treating them. And I think we ended up with worse problems because I think some people with chronic pain ended up ultimately having an opiate use disorder simply because the physician did not know how to manage the issue of their chronic medication. So we've got a lot to do, and the resources are there. The organizations that are working with AAAP have really done a lot to make this information available, but we need to support that kind of training and to make sure it gets to the people who need it.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. Appreciate the testimony of all the folks here. And we have a few minutes for some questions. So I'd like to turn it to Governor Cooper first. If he has any questions for any of the folks who testified, fire away.
Dr. Clark, you and both General Dean mentioned about not wasting money. I can't hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Dr. Clark, you and both General Dean mentioned about wasting money on non-evidence-based treatment and prevention. Do you have any idea about what percentage of reimbursement for, say, Medicaid or many private insurance policies would be reimbursing non-evidence-based treatment?
Well, thank you for that question. I wish I had a specific number, and perhaps the general has a specific number, but I can tell you that typically the utilization of inpatient detoxification and then 28-day manualized rehabilitation is not evidence-based care. We know that detoxification is not considered treatment by ASAM for opioid addiction. We're using a lot of expensive care in inpatient environments and not the ongoing care that we need to do for chronic brain disease treatment. It's substantial.
One other question would be, Jessica, have you seen problems with increasing costs with naloxone in your experiences, and if any others are chiming in? I'm getting reports of increasing costs for naloxone and decrease in availability when we need to be getting it out more.
We've heard from some of our communities about concerns about getting enough naloxone, and particularly with synthetic opioids, with fentanyl popping up when you need multiple doses of Narcan to reverse an overdose on a synthetic opioid. And then, of course, there's still pockets of communities where we need more education and awareness that this is an important thing to provide multiple times, and then use those intervening moments to connect them with care and with treatment.
Excellent. Governor Baker, a question for any of the...
This one actually fits into a number of the comments that people made, which is, so whoever wants to take it can. This issue about best practice, and I heard some interesting things. I heard family folks say, you really have to, you got to work this to figure out what to do, where the information is, what makes the most sense, what works, what doesn't. That it's really hard to get that out of any place unless there's an organization like yours, or an organization like yours, Jessica, or an organization like Gary's that's available and you know about it. I heard most of the folks from the treatment side say, we know what works, but we don't do it, or we don't do it as often as we should. And this just makes me wonder, and I heard somebody say what I thought was one of the best lines I heard of all, which is that somehow we have to figure out how to mainstream in the medical community this whole issue of addiction to begin with, and start to think about it and deal with it the same way we've been dealing with coronary artery disease and certain forms of cancer and other issues for a long time, where, the specialists, people who really understood this stuff, got together, figured out what best practice was, and then beat the brains in of everybody else who was in their space to do it the right way or get out. And the funny thing about it is all those other people were doing it because it was life and death in many respects, that they start keeping track. Well, this is life and death too. The mortality rate for this stuff is as high as it is anywhere. And I guess one of the questions I would have is, what role, because this isn't a payment issue, it's partly a payment issue, but it's a whole bunch of other things too. What's the way to try to take this funnel of notions and try and go like this with it and get it to the point where we're really focusing on the things that work and the things that matter, and finding a way to disperse that information? I really appreciate you bringing up the fact that, we just use sheer force of personality to get the medical. And by the way, we haven't talked at all about dentists, and we really should. Dental schools, medical schools, nursing schools, pharmacy schools. In Massachusetts, you can't graduate from any of them if you don't pass a course in opioid therapy, and if you're a prescriber, you can't get relicensed. I mean, no offense, but this is where this thing came from, the healthcare world. And we gotta figure out some way to really reframe the way we think about this stuff.
Gary, you want to take a crack at that?
Like anything, there's short-term fixes that can solve a half to two-thirds of it, and then there's long-term fixes that'll cover the other third over decades, right? What we're doing is, let's divide it, treatment and prevention, really quick, simple. On the treatment side, I'm going to correct one thing you said as far as, not corrected, but I think all of us say, we have enough information. This side and that side, we all know what needs to be done. I just read ASAM's material, I can read HHS material, it's all there. So the question is, we don't know who's doing what. So what we're doing is, what Shadowproof's already done, we're just starting it. We have our first meeting coming up September. We've brought together a group of all the top 7 behavioral health payers in the country and all the top researchers in the country. And we're coming together into one process. Right now there's dozens and dozens of evidence-based protocols. Cigna has them, Optum has them, Beacon has them, ASAM, everyone has them. Kelly's going to be involved in this process, and we're going to get together in one meeting where we're going to present that group with a rough draft. And then we're going to break into subgroups, create a second rough draft. We're taking the dozens and dozens of evidence-based protocols, narrow it down to less than 20 of the core protocols, quality measures that every treatment program should provide. And then we'll create a subgroup, and we'll give them 2 or 3 months to finalize it and come back to the group for approval. And this will be the first time that all payers hopefully will agree on one set of quality measures, less than 20. And then it's very simple. We need a system in place to measure it. We know what to do. We don't know who's doing what. So we can narrow the list to 20 or less, put a system in place to measure it, put out a report once a year of the 15,000 providers out there, who's doing which one of these well, and publish it. The payers will have it, they'll pay off it, and they'll incentivize off it. Consumers will have it, and they'll know where to send their loved ones. Actually, not that complicated. Now, is this going to solve all of it? No. And by the way, I pulled this right out of the 2006 IOM report. That's 400 pages. It's right there. So that's treatment. Prevention, really simple. We've talked about a lot of stuff. If we're talking about opioids, it's very simple. We have the CDC guideline. If every primary care doctor in this country followed the CDC guideline, you would cut by more than half instantly the number of new people becoming addicted. So how do we get it done? I laid it out there. We need a system of measurement. And we need to divide it up. What is the goal for the country? Divide it up by 50 states, a proper goal developed by the CDC with an HHS, and then we need to publicize it and hold people accountable. Just the way you would do in any business.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, sir, Mitchell.
Thank you. I am, as a physician, very excited with the advances in medically assisted programs and with evidence-based, and the work that Gary's doing is terrific. Let's remember, we have 23 million people who are in recovery in the United States, and most of them got there by various routes, but a lot of them got there through peer-related support systems like AA. The therapeutic communities, which has been my life's work, are very powerful in creating new bonds of friendship and strength and support that are critical. And in all our discussion today, we didn't touch on how powerful peer treatment, peer support is. And the good programs, the good evidence-based programs, are going to use this phenomenon and use this peer power or patient power. It is strong, it changes lives, and it changes lives long term. And I just wanted to put that on the record.
Joe?
Quick comment.
I'll go right to you, Jim, right after Joe.
So I agree with the statement about measurement, and I think the Certified Community Behavioral Health Center approach to payment is one that enforces that. These centers have to stipulate what evidence-based treatment they're doing. They don't get paid for just any treatment. When they get certified and accepted, I'm doing this treatment, that treatment, so you can go in and hold them accountable. And they have to report continuously measures related to the success of that treatment. That's how you can tell what evidence-based worked and what isn't. And that's the condition for them getting a payment that is set, that's adequate to cover their costs so they don't go out of business doing it. That's the kind of integrated approach that will get us there.
General.
From a prevention perspective, we over the last couple of decades have determined there are about 7 strategies you can implement to change a community. so that it can build up its protection against this problem and prevent the problem from happening. But what we find happening when you don't have a multi-sector trained coalition in the community is spending lots of money on informational kinds of programs. For an example, you're bringing a public speaker into a high school to give a remark at an assembly. Unfortunately, that doesn't change the attitudes of the kids. But if you have a trained coalition in your community, you understand that you got to work the 3 strategies that are focused on skills and information. But you got to work the other 4 strategies that changes the community, meaning you're changing policies, practices, procedures, working with your legislature, working with your judges, etc. And that's what we say when we say evidence-based prevention strategies. But do good, feel kinds of activities, what a community will do if it doesn't have the appropriate people in place to help them. And we're spending, I go in the community, they're spending lots of money. I don't want to pick on any particular segment, but you got a lot of, you got former athletes coming in to give a remark. Those don't really work.
Thank you. I am sensitive to everybody's time constraints on a Friday afternoon in June. So I'd just like to close the meeting by saying a few things. First, to thank all of you who've come in today and spoken to us. I appreciate it a great deal, and I hope that you would be willing to come again and to also respond to written requests that we have, because there's a lot more to talk about. But I was touched by how each of you had some real areas of consistency throughout your testimony. And that's, I think, very, very important. I want to also, I forgot to do this off the top, is to thank Danielle from the Department of Justice and Jason from the Department of Education for being here to represent the Attorney General and Secretary DeVos. And I think from the comments that you all heard today, you know that DOJ and Department of Education are going to be indispensable in trying to deal with this issue on all 3 areas, from prevention perspective, from a treatment perspective, and an education perspective. So we're very happy to have you both here, and we thank both the Attorney General and Secretary DeVos for having you join us today, and look forward to continuing to work with you on a lot of other matters. But I was touched by the consistency in what we're hearing around this table from people from different experiences, different disciplines. I've said often that we're not walking around in a dark room, except for the matter that Dr. Renner brought up, and I know Patrick brought it up in his remarks as well. And I want to end with this. I find in our state, and when I've traveled around the country, that the biggest problem we have is what Dr. Renner said about stigma. All of these other diseases that we talked about, that we've analogized up here, and that you have as well, all have human conduct contributions to them as well. Whether you're talking about cancer or heart disease or diabetes, all of them have human conduct contributions to them. Yet, we have moved in our society to a place where we don't shoot the victim in that regard. And we say, okay, what can we do to help you now that you find yourself in this circumstance? We've done it completely differently when it comes to this disease. And so much of this is going to be about us speaking out very strongly about the fact that this is a disease that can be treated and that it is not a moral failing. And I use this analogy all the time, and we'll end with this today. My mother was an addict. My mother was addicted to nicotine. And she started smoking when she was 16 years old, and by the time she was 30, the Surgeon General report said come out, and she knew it was killing her, and she continued to smoke for 55 years. And at 71 years old, when she was inevitably, it seemed to me, diagnosed with lung cancer and died 2.5 months later. During that intervening period of time, no one ever came to me and said, well, Chris, she smoked for 55 years. Your mother got what she deserved. She made a choice, and an informed choice. No, everybody came and said, here's a doctor she could go to. Here's a new clinical trial that she could do. Here's a support group for your family. And we just want to pray for her and have her get better. And I never had any problem with telling anyone that my mother was suffering from lung cancer. It wasn't a point of shame for me, even though her conduct had given her that disease. Now, I just wonder if I had felt that way if she was a heroin addict. And I suspect that I wouldn't have. Because we think somehow that reflects upon us as a father or a mother. as a brother or a sister, as a son or a daughter. Only way for us to get people to access all these great treatments that we're talking about, all this great education, is to get parents to be talking about it, to get friends to be trying to help friends who they suspect may have a problem. And I think the biggest goal of this commission is to bring this up out of the shadows and into the light. Because if we do, and you all are the experts around the country, you're right about this, that there are the treatments available, that we know the answers, well, then all we need to do is to get people to be willing to accept them, and not just when it's too late to accept them. So I want to thank everybody who's here today. I appreciate it very, very much. I can tell you the President cares deeply about this issue, and that he is prepared to involve himself directly and personally in trying to help to lift this stigma across the country. He understands it well and personally, and I know that he will work with us on this. We'll be back in touch with you by writing and maybe in another meeting as well. And I want to thank the members of the Commission for being here today, the governors, Cooper and Baker, Professor Madras and Congressman Kennedy. Thank you all for being here, and everyone travel home safely on Friday.
All right, everybody, that was a meeting at the White House from the President's Commission on Combating Drug Addiction and the Opioid Crisis. I'm giving you a live look of the White House right now. We appreciate you joining us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. This is an event from NASA, where the space station crew members discuss life in space with Georgia students. Let's hear what they have to say.
We're ready for the event.
In Fayette County Public Library, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Astronaut Jack Fisher, this is Eric Maxwell from the Fayette County, Georgia Public Library. How do you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. How do you hear me?
I hear you wonderful. Welcome!
Woohoo! How's everybody doing today?
We are doing great, and we are so excited to speak with you live from the International Space Center. We have 20 students who are eager to ask questions, and first up we have Orion Gloucester.
Will you go to Mars, and how long will you stay in space?
Well, buddy, first off, that's a great name. That's actually the name of our vehicle that's going to take people to Mars. I think I'm going to be a little bit too old, but the class that we just selected and you guys, your generation, are going to be the ones that are going to go to Mars. Right now, our engines are a little bit slow, so it takes about 6 months to get there, and then you'd stay there a year, a little over a year, and come back 6 months. So it's 2.5 to almost 3 years that you would be gone from home. If we can develop a little bit faster engines, we'll get there and back a lot quicker, and more people can go. So I'm excited to just help make all the infrastructure so that your generation can do the exploring.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Musa Zigley.
What cool things do you see in space that you do not see in Earth?
Oh my gosh, it's almost everything. You know, when you look outside, it's great because you get to see the Earth. It is so beautiful. The stars. Peggy and I, during a night pass the other day, actually saw a galaxy with the naked eye. So what you see is great, and then how everything behaves. I brought something for you. Even a slinky, just an ordinary slinky, it becomes almost alive in space. The way everything behaves, from your coffee to slinkies to everything, is just plain cool.
That's cool, right? All right, thank you. Next, we have Clara Kiker.
What are some of the most surprising personal adjustments did you or other astronauts face when beginning a stint in the ISS?
Well, so, since the blood doesn't want to stay in your feet anymore like normal, pulling down by gravity, then some people get congestion. We can even have vision problems because there's so much blood in your head, it kind of squishes the eyeball. Other people get, an upset stomach or, their head kind of spins. I was lucky I didn't have any of those things, but you also have to learn how to fly, and you tend to run into things. So I have plenty of bumps from not doing so good at that at the start. And you got to get used to losing things because they just float away if they're not strapped down. So those are the biggest things that you need to get used to.
Great. All right, next on the mic we have Janiyah Greer.
Would you like to go to the moon?
Oh man, would I? That would be so cool. I think that the Apollo astronauts just scratched the surface with that program, and I think there's so much more we could learn. The moon's kind of like a time capsule for our solar system, and we could learn so much, and there's so many resources there. And if we can go back, then we can build up an infrastructure so that we can get to Mars even better.
Great, thanks. Okay, Madeline Martin. Come on down.
How long can you breathe in space with your oxygen tank?
That's a good question. So when we go outside on a spacewalk, we're in basically a little spaceship called an EMU, and inside that it has tanks that can last somewhere around 7 hours, maybe more, maybe less. It depends on how quick you're breathing. And then we have a reserve tank, just in case you punch a hole or something goes wrong with your main system, that can last about 30 minutes.
Great, okay. Nevaeh Bradley.
What do you eat? Is there a certain diet?
There isn't. There probably should be because I probably am not eating the best stuff. But we tend to try to avoid sodium because it's kind of bad for us and how we rehab when we get back on the ground. And then we need to focus on vitamin D, so we have to have that or we'll have a lot of bone loss. But most of the food is pretty darn good. And if it's not, you can just squirt some hot sauce on it, and then it's even better.
Thank you. All right, next we have Nariah Bradley.
Have you seen a shooting star? If you have, what does it look like up close?
Well, if we saw it up close, it'd be kind of a bad day. When we see it, actually Peggy and I saw one just the other day out of the cupola, our big set of windows, and it looked pretty much the same as it does on the ground. So you see the big fiery trail, it lights up and then it goes away. So it's pretty much the same. If we were close to it, it'd be bad because all the little parts breaking off of it would probably punch holes in the space station, and that wouldn't be good for us.
Okay, Naomi Fillmore.
How do you sleep?
It's totally weird. So we have a sleeping bag that we strap to the wall. So we're hanging up, well, it depends which crew quarters you're in, which direction, but you basically strap yourself to the wall. You get in the sleeping bag so you don't float around and bump into things during the night. And some people even strap a pillow to their head just because they miss that feeling. I don't seem to mind. And as far as how comfortable it is, it's like the best mattress you ever had. It's like floating on air because you are.
All right, Emily Tong.
Because water floats in space, how do you wash up? Do you have a bathtub or a shower?
We don't have either one, and And I was kind of worried when I came up here. I was like, I think I'm going to get kind of nasty without a shower for that long. But it's not so bad. So they have these things in little kind of freeze-dried looking packets that we put water in, and we put hot water in, which is totally cool because it's like having a hot shower. And then these towels, when you unfold them, see how they're extra long? So that's so you can go behind your back and get your back, rub all, pretty much you take a sponge bath with a super towel. And it's warm, and it has a little soap already in the towel, so you get clean. And it's pretty good. You actually don't stink so bad.
Thank you. Okay, Brianna White.
How long did you have to stay in school to become an astronaut?
Well, I think I still am in school. You never stop learning. Most of the astronauts have advanced degrees, so they did high school and college and then did some more. But if you want to be an astronaut, you need to find what you truly love and work really hard at it. And you have to open your mind to continually learn and get better. I've never stopped doing that, and I don't plan on ever stopping.
Thank you. Next, we have Emily Athey.
Do the astronauts ever get sick since they shouldn't be exposed to germs up there?
That's a great question. It's pretty darn rare because there shouldn't be germs up here. Every now and again, there's been people who broke what we call quarantine, where we kind of keep the crew isolated right before launch, or someone had a cold or something and they were inside among the people during quarantine, and then that came up to the station. But for the most part, it's very rare. We keep pretty darn healthy. We can't really take sick days, so we got to keep healthy, and typically we do.
Thank you. Okay, this is Abigail Smith.
What do you do when you're not in space?
Well, so astronauts, generally there are four big things. We're training for the next mission, building that experience base to make sure we have the skills. We're working on the next generation of vehicles. We're helping with the operations, like working as a Capcom, the person in mission control who talks to the astronauts, or just going to meetings to support those operations. And then my favorite is going and talking to the public and to students to inform them about what we're doing and to inspire.
All right, and Joshua Smith.
What is one thing you were not prepared for as an astronaut?
Man, Josh, the one thing I wasn't prepared for is how much darn fun it is. Because you're just flying all the time. All the work is so fun. It's like being 12 again, just like you. And I wasn't expecting that. I think pretty much everything I'm doing on the station is exciting. It's interesting, especially the science, because you really feel like you're making a difference. And it sure is fun to fly around.
Next, we have Sage Martin.
What are you currently reading?
Well, so up here, I'm reading a little book that one of the astronauts put together, Don Pettit, on how to take pictures in space, so I can get better at taking pictures in space. Other than that, I just read the procedures and the materials for the next day or the week of what I'm going to be doing. And, there's a lot of stuff that we need to look at and keep up with. As far as reading a book, I think I'll do that when I get home and I don't have such a great view to look out the window at.
Next, we have Izan Charanya.
What are your 3 favorite things to do when you're in space?
Good question. I love eating my food because I get to play with it and it floats and there's little orbs and it's just wonderful. I love looking out the window and taking pictures, and I love doing the science on the space station because every single day I feel so good that we are one small part in this huge team trying to discover new things, and I love being a part of that.
Next, we have Maria Berduo.
What people and space vehicles have you flown into outer space?
Well, that's a pretty short answer because this is my first flight to space. I flew up on a Soyuz rocket and a Soyuz vehicle with my friend and Commander Fyodor Yurchikhin. And then we're getting lucky because we get to fly home with another friend, Peggy Whitson, who's been up here for quite a long time. She's actually been in space longer than any other American. That's pretty cool.
Next, we have Arsh Salim.
Communication between Earth and the space station only has a few seconds of delay. How will communication systems change as you explore deep space?
Well, so communication, we can't go any faster than the speed of light. So as we go further and further, like to Mars, we're going to have big delays on the order of minutes. And so you're not going to have the instant communication, kind of like we're having now, or texting or tweeting or whatever. We're going to have to be more forethought in our communication. We'll have to prepare things, and then the crew is just going to have to be more autonomous in handling problems and doing the daily tasks that we need to get done.
Okay, next on the mic we have Cameron Watson.
What kind of weather do you see when it's around Earth?
What kind of, I'm sorry, I missed that one.
She asked, what kind of weather do you see when observing Earth?
I'm sorry. I have old pilot ears. They don't work so good. We see everything. We see thunderstorms. We see sunny skies, hurricanes. We see it all. In fact, I think lightning is one of the coolest things when you see a thunderstorm because you see it going between clouds and over clouds. It's really, really cool.
And now we have David Bradley.
Is it true that time is slower in space?
Well, buddy, the theory is that as you get going as fast as the speed of light, then time would slow down. But we aren't anywhere near that. We're going pretty fast, 17,500 miles an hour, but nowhere near the speed of light. So we're just the same time as you.
And I'm going to ask a question on behalf of Emerson Drake. What method of oxygen creation do you use? How much water is needed? And how much does it yield?
Boy, I know, well, we use both our oxygen generation systems use electrolysis, so we use electric current to separate water into hydrogen and oxygen. As far as the amounts we need and how much it produces, I'm not sure. I know that it produces enough because I'm still breathing, but I'm not positive on exact numbers. Sorry about that.
Well, great. I know that I personally, and as far as everyone here, want to thank you so much for sharing your time with us and for inspiring our students to get involved in these STEM fields. You know, it's been really exciting. I think we're all really excited to be able to talk to you out here. Hello, Jack. He has flipped out. Whoa. Good job. We're very excited that you're here, Jack. We were expecting 200, 300, or 400, and I think we made that expectation. We thank you so very much for being present here at Fayette County, the Fayette County Public Library, and yes, we are the best in the universe. We want to thank all our VIPs. Their names have already been called. We want to thank Niagara Water. We so appreciate everything. Outside, Jack, we'll be eating hot dogs. What else we have? Popcorn and a lot of other great things. Next door, we have the Fern Bay. Again, thank you so very much. And let me give you, and I want you to give a huge shout out for our IT department who put all of this together for us.
Well, absolutely. Congratulations to everybody, and thanks for letting me be a part of this event. And, man, I wish I could go outside and have a hot dog.
Well, again, thank you. And you want to hear another huge shout out? Let's hear it.
All right, everybody, that event coming from NASA where Georgia students were getting to interview one of the space station crew members. You're getting a live look of New York City right now. Oh, looks like the feed just changed. Hold on. All right, everybody, this is live right now. The feed just changed. This is a fire near Big Bear, California. We're also going to go live on Facebook. Stick with us as we bring you more information live on the Fox News Now stream.
1,500 feet this afternoon, taking a look at this fire. Where is it burning? This is going to be the Baldwin Lake area. Baldwin Lake very close to the Big Bear Lake area. It's a smaller lake nearby. It's about 6 miles away from the actual Big Bear Lake itself. This area does have some homes in this small community, but they are not under evacuation orders as of yet. Now they are battling this fire. Who's doing it? CAL FIRE. They're down there on the ground doing what they can right now. Most of the assets are in the air. We did see one plane dropping that Phosgec, that red stuff that you see coming out. That's going to be flame retardant. They're going to try to box this in. We can see some big flames in the center, but this firefight, very active out here in the Big Bear area. Live in Sky 2, I'm Stu Mandel. Back to you guys in the studio. All right. If you guys are on the web.
Wow, take a look at that. You guys are seeing this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. This fire taking place near Big Bear in California. We're still working on getting the details of how exactly this blaze started, but we'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. We also appreciate you joining us live on the Fox in Phoenix Facebook page. Again, this is a fire near Big Bear, California. We're going to bring you more details as we get them into the newsroom.
Interest in fire science or how it works, very technical stuff. It isn't like the old, hey, there's some fire, let's put some water on it. I mean, you know what? That is kind of the basic idea, but it's a lot more complicated when you're dealing with things this large. There's another one of those flame retardant drops right there from one of those planes. That plane looks so tiny, and that's because this area is so large. This fire is so large. 200 acres is what they're talking about right now. That is what has burned. Those numbers probably going to be a lot larger. Started at 3 o'clock. So the fire's been burning almost 2 hours, a good solid 2.5 hours. Now we do see a lot of open flames down there. The winds right now, 20-something miles an hour. That might be great for a nice cool breeze. Not so good if you're battling any kind of forest fire.
All right, everybody, you guys are still watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream as well as Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. Let me make sure that that chopper feed is down so that we don't hear the helicopter there. Evacuations have been ordered as this fire in Big Bear has scorched more than 200 acres right now. Fire crew members have been battling this blaze on the ground and in the air. It's just near North Shore Drive. Still getting some more information into the newsroom as you guys are watching this massive fire live right now in Big Bear. Again, it has already scorched more than 200 acres there in Big Bear, and an evacuation was ordered for the Baldwin Lake area and Tanglewood Campground. Now, this fire ignited during a pre-summer scorcher when temperatures were nearing or hitting triple digits. We'll keep you updated as you watch live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Getting some more information for you guys right now. Firefighters are battling a wildfire burning in the San Bernardino National Forest just northeast of Big Bear Lake. The blaze was reported off Holcomb Valley Road about 3 o'clock on a day with record-breaking heat. And if you guys are watching locally here in Phoenix, you know how that feels. It's about 116 degrees here right now, and they're dealing with triple-digit temperatures as well there in California. Again, this is burning in the San Bernardino National Forest just northeast of Big Bear Lake. By 5 o'clock, over 200 acres had already burned. Now, no homes were threatened, according to the information page of this park here. But we do know that evacuations are in place. The Tanglewood campground and nearby camping stations there have already been evacuated. Now, it was around 89 degrees earlier today there in Big Bear, but that was breaking a 1985 record for the date. It's been reported that it was very hot and dry in that fire area with 50-mile-per-hour winds from the southeast, gusting to 23 miles per hour. More than a dozen firefighters are working right now, as well as firefighting aircrafts responding to this blaze. We'll keep you updated as you watch live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. We're also being told that hikers on the Pacific Crest Trail, which runs nearby, were also warned to avoid the area.
That's behind us, brother. That's a big throw right there. Yeah, if you can make the turn. Thanks. I don't see Tanglewood as a camp area on my map. But I believe it. Sorry about that if you're watching on the web. Make it a quick hit. Copy all. Flames. Copy all. I'm going to go Flames, Baldwin Lake. Copy all. Whoops. Flames, Baldwin Lake, dump, back to Flames. Copy all. This is very near the Baldwin Lake area, Jeff, and they're talking about 200 acres. That number's going to grow. We just watched a large area right there kind of explode into flame. Let's show you what's been burning, what that 200 acres looks like. There is that huge plume that they're dealing with. Battling those flames, still fighting it from the air. Areas that are evacuated, Tanglewood Campground, evacuated right there. That's going to be the Big Bear dump. They said some of these buildings may have been threatened. There's an evacuation in that area as well. And then, of course, we've been talking about the Baldwin Lake area. Now, the Baldwin Lake itself pretty much dried up. That's it right there. These are the homes that they're talking about. Sheriff's Department on scene right now, offering voluntary evacuations to some of these residents. Right now, though, the flames seem to be moving away from those homes, but no end in sight for when these flames might be contained. They're saying 0% containment. Live in Sky 2 over the Big Bear area. I'm Stu Mandel. Back to you guys in the studio. Sorry, I should have made that shorter. No, I'm sorry if you lost us. I really am. No, we're just doing lazy eights up here, and we're real high. All right, copy. Hey, Elijah. Well, the smoke is going to cover it. Don't worry about it. Let's just keep going. Yes. Hey, Nat. Wild, definitely. Okay. Who called? Copy. Copy. I'll try to push into some flames. And you're also kind of getting up on it right now, so you're getting a little too close to the actual fire. So if you guys are still with us on the web, thank you. I don't know if any of you guys are the ones passing the information to our desk, but I do appreciate it. You're taking a look at over 200 acres that is burned up here, Big Bear area. Now we're hearing Tanglewood Campground under an evacuation order. Don't know if that's mandatory and or voluntary. That's the dump right there. That earlier on, they were worried about some of those buildings at the dump. Apparently the flames moving away from this area. And then also, of course, we've got the Baldwin Lake area, or the town of Baldwin Lake is right there. Sad to see that lake is entirely dried up right now, but that's the actual Baldwin Lake homes. Now, they are talking about evacuations, and now I got to do some work. I'll try. Sorry, copy. Sorry I went long. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know if I like that. I think that's a previous burn area from last year that it's heading towards.
If you're just joining us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we're still streaming for you this fire right now that's burning in the San Bernardino National Forest just northeast of Big Bear Lake this evening. The blaze was reported off Holcomb Valley Road around 3 o'clock on a day with record-breaking heat. By 5 p.m., about 200 acres had already burned there at the San Bernardino National Forest. No homes were threatened, but evacuations are in place. We'll keep you updated as we stream this live here on the Fox News Now stream. Dozens of fire crew members are out there right now, as well as firefighting aircrafts. We're still streaming this live from the Fox Chopper. We'll keep you updated.
All right, Elijah, let's try to get back to that area where there is some of that orange stuff. 15 seconds. Well, that's right. This wildfire is out here right now. The flame's still out of control. That's what they're saying. No type of containment has been set as of yet. We do see some hot spots on the outside. Mature trees, big trees out here. A lot of fuel for it to burn. Light winds not helping the situation. It's actually pushing that fire a little bit to the north. Where is it burning exactly? It's over by the Baldwin Lake area. They're calling this the Holcomb fire. Where is all that? Well, it's about 6 miles north of the Big Bear Lake area. Evacuations right now at a campground called Tanglewood and also at the Baldwin Lake town area. Live in Sky 2, Stu Mandel. Back to you guys in the studio. Fidget spinners. How could you get that in your mouth? Oh, okay. So we're still watching this fire. This is for the gentlemen and ladies on the web. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And if you're in the area and you're trying to get some information, you know, the fire, they're talking over 200 acres, this area near the Tanglewood campground. Take a look at some of this flames right there. You know, that's what's going on inside that huge tower of smoke. You know, we can't often see what's burning because of the smoke being in the way, or even right now it gets covered up, obscured by that heavy smoke, but that is what the firefighters are dealing with. How do you fight a fire like that? Well, in a way, you let it burn and you let the aerial assets basically try to guide it. What they're doing is they're dropping Phos-Check. They're dropping water on some of the areas ahead of the fire. Aircraft, that's what we got. That's what they're using out here. Helicopters picking up the water, dropping it down here. And then, of course, you've got the fixed wing dropping that Phos-Check, that flame retardant, basically trying to funnel these flames into an area where it can basically burn itself out. But take a look at that. They upgraded this to a wildfire response. Earlier on, they were using the words brush, but this isn't brush. These are mature trees, and they're saying 200 acres has burned. So these numbers definitely going to be getting bigger as the night goes on. Evacuations, who's in the area? What's going on with that? Well, there's a dump close by. They're saying that that dump has been evacuated. There's the Baldwin Lake area nearby as well. That lake dried up. Very sad to see, I got to say. When we got overhead, I was shocked to see that that area is still dry. If you're local, you know that we've been in a drought. They're saying the drought's over, but a lot of times you see these dried up lakes and you kind of wonder how over is that drought. Right now, though, we're watching some of those mature trees near the center of that fire still burning, but they're being obscured by the smoke. Now, this is an area that is far from any homes in the area. There are actually no road closures, which I find hard to believe. San Bernardino Sheriff's down there working to keep the folks safe. The fire department out here, CAL FIRE, San Bernardino Fire, out here battling these flames. Temperatures, they are hot. If you are local, you know, you're going to say they're not as hot as we've seen, or not as hot as down in the valley areas, well into the hundreds down there. Up here, 80s, 90s right now. But these light winds really pushing these flames out to the north and a little bit to the east. Is that good? Well, it's keeping it away from any of the homes, any of the populated areas. And, you know, for the folks on the web right now, I got a few minutes we can show you. This is what they're calling previous burn areas. If you were watching and you live locally, these are areas that burned last year. Yes, there is some vegetation on these hillsides, but it's not what was here earlier, and it's not in the as entrenched as what's burning right now. So if it makes it to those areas, it'll slow that rate of spread, and it also will give the firefighters an opportunity to try to continue.
Getting some more information into the newsroom about this fire right now. We do know, again, that firefighters are working a 200-acre fire northeast of Big Bear, California tonight. Currently, the fire is not a threat to residences, and there are no road closures. The Pacific Crest Trail, though, is closed west of Highway 18 in the fire area. We do know that. Now, firefighters are being supported by 7 air tankers and 6 helicopters and air attack. Keep you updated. The current weather, though, right there is 85 degrees, 10% relative humidity. Wind is 5 miles per hour from the southeast, gusting to 23 miles per hour.
That's the Baldwin Lake itself. Right now, you know, it's a dry lake bed, and it is very sad to see these homes, these buildings, a couple of miles from that active fire. But that all being said, a wind shift, some kind of big change, that all could change up very, very quickly. What we're looking at right there is a helicopter making its way to get some water. That's probably one of the CAL FIRE helicopters right there, flying very low, very cool shot along that dried lake bed area. And of course, you can see, you know, there's homes near the lake where the lake used to be, but the fire itself moving away from that. Watching that helicopter makes me wonder if Desiree's piloting that ship. If she's not, she does fly for CAL FIRE, and I wonder if she's out here on these flames and battling these flames this afternoon. Right now, 0% containment. We don't like hearing those numbers, but we are happy to say kind of burning away from any of the homes in the area. 0% containment, but you know, those numbers could change as these flames work their way closer to that previous burn area. We do see an explosion of darker flames inside that white plume every now and then. When we see that, we know that that's fresh fuel being consumed right now. When I say fuel, I'm talking about some of that forest, some of those trees out there. Forest fire, forest fire response. That's what they're officially calling it right now, and that's what it is. This area out here, very heavily forested. A lot of big trees. Is that Courtney? Pat only. Copy. Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Copy all. We'll be here for you. And if you're on the web, I'm talking with Courtney, one of our producers. She's just giving you the information, what the ideas, what the plans are. Copy one. Copy minute 30, Fox. There you go. There's a nice drop right there. You know, that plane looks small. You see that, you're like, oh, look at that tiny plane. That's actually a pretty big aircraft if you're actually standing up next to it. Is it the DC-10? No. But it is a large aircraft, and they're continuing to try to contain. That's how they're going to get those containment numbers, by dropping that forest. You know what? I'm blaming it on the hypoxia. We're up at 11,500 feet. The oxygen actually is a little thinner. You do start to feel it, especially if you're rambling like an idiot like I am. But right now, over 200 acres are burned. It's going to be a forest response right now. Cal Fire, San Bernardino Fire, all out here near the Baldwin Lake area. I'm going to give myself a rest. We're going to be doing something at the top of the 6. Top of the 6, where can you watch it? Channel 2, CBS. It's going to be Pat by herself, but you know she's got this. And if you do tune in, we got a lot of other good news goodness this afternoon. And 6 o'clock, we'll be talking about this, and we'll be talking about some other stuff as well. Oh, a minute for Fox. I'm going to stay with this. What are you looking at? Oh, they're up high. They're over there. Right there. About 9 o'clock, climbing up to 9, up high. Copy, thank you. Copy. Copy, copy, copy.
If you're just joining us live here on the Fox News Now stream, this fire was reported off Holcomb Valley Road just after 3 o'clock on a day with record-breaking heat. And by 5 o'clock, over 200 acres had burned. No homes were threatened, though, according to the information page of the San Bernardino National Forest. They are evacuating the campgrounds, though, and we do know it's about 85 degrees there right now as dozens of firefighters and firefighting aircrafts are there at the scene. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live.
Right there, the Sheriff's Department, San Bernardino Sheriff, says that they are doing evacuations of the homes in that area. Also nearby, there is a dump, the Big Bear dump area, that has been closed for the day. There were some buildings that may have been threatened earlier on. This fire started around 3 o'clock. Right now, though, the flames still burning. They're saying no containment. It's being battled mostly from the air, and you can see one of those drops right there of that red retardant. That's the fire retardant that they dropped. That's the best way to battle these flames. There is a lot burning burning out here. They are calling this a wildland response. A lot of mature trees out here, a lot of fuel to burn, and these light winds not helping the situation. Live in Sky 2 over the Big Bear area, I'm Stu Mandel. Pat, back to you. All right, copy. And what people, if you guys are still listening, thanks for hanging out and listening up. If you are local and you're concerned about your home, you live in the Big Bear area, you know what, far be it from me to say anything like that. Listen to any kind of evacuation orders, and also the fire department, if they come knocking, it's always wise to do what they say. But what I can say just by looking at it, I am not an expert by any means, the fire itself moving away from the Baldwin Lake area, moving away from the populated areas out here, moving to the north and out a little bit to the east, northeast from the fire itself. I'm showing a command post right there. That's one of the smaller command posts that we've seen, and you see one of those dozers out there as well. They haven't even taken it off of the trailer yet. They're going to use that later on to start cutting line. That's what they call it. But basically, when they drop that FOS check, that red fire retardant out of the aircrafts, out of those fixed wings, they're going to basically start building a line around this fire, try to keep it contained. And then they're going to basically, after that, bring in that dozer. And there are probably more than one. That's probably just one of the teams that's out here. And they're going to be rolling around, and they're going to cut line, basically try to make an area that's going to be an area to stop the flames that they hopefully won't jump over to help contain these flames. The containment numbers. Yeah, sometimes you hear on the news, fire is blankety blank contained, 10% contained, 90% contained. Right now, they're still saying 0% containment. But I say that watching these aircraft dropping that FOS check, dropping that retardant. Okay, they're doing a Long Beach camera. I wasn't sure if they're going to use this. Basically, every time they do one of those drops, they're adding to those numbers. And so we haven't heard it, but you know what? The guys down on the ground right now, they have more important things to deal with. And when I talk about the guys, I'm talking about the good people at CAL FIRE, the good people at San Bernardino Fire, the people out there battling these huge flames this afternoon. And right now, they're working on coordinating their efforts to keep these flames contained and maybe try to funnel them off into an area where there's a previous burn out here, and that would slow that rate of spread down significantly. Right now, though, every now and then we'll get a peek of these huge flames inside this inferno that we've been watching. Those huge plumes that we're seeing, obviously that's coming from something, and there's so much smoke we can't really see what is burning. Every now and then, though, the smoke will clear. We can use the camera, poke around in there, see these big trees just going up. These are mature type of pine, mostly, and they burn ferociously. And that's what we're seeing. A hot spot there, hot spot closer. And the firefighters out here, CAL FIRE, what they can do, drop those FOS check lines, try to get ahead of the fire, try to slow it down, try to slow cool the areas in front of the flames. And, 200 acres, those numbers came in really early. This fire started right about 3 o'clock. Don't know when we got those first numbers, but I can almost say they've got to be at least an hour old. These flames, this fire has been burning. Those numbers are going to be growing. Right now, though, 0% containment, no injuries that we're hearing, no homes, no buildings been burned. That's all great news. Those firefighters doing an awesome job out here. The temperature, we're not in the triple digits, but for this area, even close to the triple digits is considered very hot out here. You got another FOS check drop maybe happening right there. I got 2 of my pilots out there. There we go. Check out that drop. pretty awesome to watch. Always something really to see. We haven't heard the DC-10 arriving out here or even in the area, but these guys, a lot smaller aircraft. But you know what? It's not the size. It's what you do with it. And you know what? Those guys, they're getting out there. They're getting out to the airport. They're getting reloaded. Airport? What airport? San Bernardino. And they're going to reload it and getting back out here as quick as possible. They're going to get that rhythm going. They're going to get those lines set up. Every now and then we see some of these hot spots on the edges. And we also look, you know, we're always kind of curious. We're always looking to see, is there any of that Phos-Chek? Is there any of that red stuff out there? And there is. And then we see, is the flames, what side of it is it? And, you know, sometimes that Phos-Chek effective, other times not so effective. But at any rate, it slows those flames down. And that's, you know, that's all they can really hope for right now is slowing of the fire and maybe directing it into an area that they have more Phos-Chek set up so that the flames will basically contain themselves and burn out this area. You know, is that good? It's never good to lose any of the forests out here, and especially out in the Big Bear area. But that's what they can do. It's going to keep it from spreading. It's going to keep it from continuing to eat forest land out here. And right now, though, just looking out the window, looking at some of those hot spots, very impressive to see. It's devastating, though, what this is doing to the forest areas. Lots of huge flames. And, you know, some people, you might be watching going, why aren't they dropping water on that? It would be almost ineffective. And then also, it's usually covered up by smoke. I'm going to hold this shot, so you can't even really see it. And that's what that's why these firefighters, they fight the fires the way they do. They try to get ahead of the flames. They try to set up these containment lines, and they keep this fire contained to an area. And, you know, yes, they're going to allow that to burn. Yes, it can be upsetting, but, you know, that's the only thing they can do. Right now, though, no homes in the area being threatened, no homes in the area burned. I'm panning around to take a look at a bigger aircraft out here. Probably dropping Phos-Chek in the back. I don't know if he's making this big wide turn. Sometimes they come around, and this is one of the bigger aircraft. It escapes me right now, the actual designation of what this is. I used to have a cheat sheet. What is it? AE Bravo. Bravo Alpha Echo 146 is what it is. You know, it is also might look a little bit smaller, but that's a 4-turbine jet aircraft carrying quite a bit of Phos-Chek, though it's that flame retardant. Not going to follow it all the way around, but you know, this gives you an idea also that something that, you know, if you're watching and you're interested, it is one of the many jobs that the Forest Service.
This fire still burning over 200 acres and more right now at the San Bernardino National Forest near Big Bear Lake tonight. You can see dozens of firefighters and fire aircrafts working to put out this blaze. We do know evacuations have been made, but no nearby residences have been affected by this fire. We do know that, but we'll be sure to keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. No cause yet for the fire. We're working on getting more details for you.
It's always sad to see that scorched earth and then those trees that are burned out there, that smoke just kind of moving along. The reason why I'm showing this shot, though, is to give you an idea that the winds are moving out here. They're talking 20-mile-an-hour-ish winds. Now, those winds, we're going to keep moving these flames out away from the area. While I'm watching that, I missed that BAE dropping Phos-Chek right there, reinforcing that line that they've been looking at. Now, some people, again, if you're watching, might be saying, why are you dropping it here? Flames are moving the other direction. Well, winds change. And these guys, these Forest Service guys, they know this, and they are keeping a track of that. They are worried that there will be a wind shift later in the evening, and if that happens, they want to be prepared, and that's what they're doing right there. We were talking earlier about the coordination that goes on between all these aircraft out here dropping that FOS check. Go ahead, Orlando. What is the acreage? Perfect, thank you. Yeah, it is. I knew those numbers were going to jump. I almost felt embarrassed saying it, but who am I? I got to get it confirmed. Yeah. Let's do the turn. We're getting the skid. Thank you. Where is Fawn Skin from here? Does anybody know? Yes. Go ahead, go ahead. Where's Fawn Skin? What are they? What are they? Oh. Oh, that's far from here. Okay. Pat, we knew those numbers were going to jump. We were reporting 200 acres. Now they're saying 850 acres, and it's still growing. Now, we do have what they're saying light winds. It's about 20 miles an hour. That is going to make a good breeze, and that shows you in that shot, that empty area right there where the smoke is blowing, but it is moving it away from the populated areas. There are some evacuations, mandatory evacuations, campgrounds. The Doublewood campground, evacuated. The Tanglewood campground, evacuated. It is moving away from homes. The Baldwin Lake area, it is closer to the Baldwin Lake area than it is to the Big Bear area. Earlier on, they were concerned about the homes there, but they were saying there were voluntary evacuations in that area. There's also a dump nearby. As of now, though, 850 acres. They're fighting it from the air and on the ground, but 850 acres, no structures damaged. As of yet, that is huge to report. And right now, they're still saying 0% containment, but we're watching those aircraft dropping that FOS check and trying to get those numbers up. Live in Sky 2 over Big Bear. Stu Mandel, Pat, back to you. And if you guys were listening, somebody was asking about
This blaze was reported off of Holcomb Valley Road just about 3 o'clock today. A day with record-breaking heat, and we've been streaming this fire for the past hour or so here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. Firefighters have been battling this wildfire burning in the San Bernardino National Forest just northeast of Big Bear Lake on Monday evening. By 5 o'clock, over 200 acres had already burned. It's already grown to over 850 acres now. Now, no homes were threatened, according to the website here of this national forest, but we're still getting more details into the newsroom. Evacuations have been made. Again, though, that's new information. Over 850 acres have now been burned.
850 acres, that is a big area to burn out here. Fully grown, mature trees. So it is burning hot, and it is working. And right now, we're just keeping an eye on the Forest Service aircraft dropping FOS check right now, trying to get those containment numbers up. And of course, the helicopters, when we see them dropping water, they work together. And but they have to keep separation. That's one of the things that the air boss is doing out here, basically making sure that those fixed wing in a different area than the helicopters. And they're working together. They're trying to get these numbers, these containment numbers up. And of course, they're worried about any kind of wind changes, and these flames move. This situation could change very quickly. Right now, though, this fire continues to burn, and they're saying 0% containment, 850 acres is what they're saying is burned out here. When you see that black smoke or the darker gray smoke exploding like that alongside of that white smoke, basically that's going to be new fuel that's burning. And new fuel in this case would be a fresh batch of trees. We do see a little bit of red right there. That is not dried trees. That's going to be a Phos-Check line. That's going to be a flame retardant line. And when we see stuff like this, we're always kind of going, well, is there a Phos-Check there? Did it jump across the line? So that's one of the things we're always looking at. But you can see those flames right there just exploding behind that hillside. And you got to understand, when those trees go up, they go up fast, hot, and furious. No, it's not a new movie. It's a Forest Service thing. And then when you see that explosion of smoke, that is just heat. That is heat and fire burning inside that plume of smoke, moving that smoke around like that. And, those explosions, that shows new fuel being burned and a forward movement of the fire. Now, is it moving forward in any kind? It's moving forward in all directions right now. And we're keeping an eye on a lot of these trees out here, maybe outside that Phos-Check line. They might be doing this on purpose. They might be doing this to kind of move the fire in a certain direction, or they feel that the winds may be changing soon and it might be burning back on itself. But at any rate, there's some of the areas that are burning right now. Almost inaccessible, not an area where they can just drive a fire truck up, start putting water on it. It's going to be some time before the boots on the ground get to this area. But, the temperatures out here, almost 100 degrees in the Big Bear area. That's really hot. Woo! Enjoying the altitude. How about you guys? You guys even awake up there? Man, I feel your pain. When we were doing training and I was sitting up there, if you guys are wondering what's going on, Marcos, the awesome Marcos, my pilot, but we're doing training. Elijah is actually flying us around this afternoon, and Marcos is in the other seat. So basically, he is just self-loading baggage this afternoon, keeping track of what's going on, making sure that we are getting the shots that we want. Every now and then, he's talking to Elijah. And Elijah, when I say training, that doesn't mean that he's just fresh out of school and this is his first gig. You've got to build hundreds of hours to fly any kind of news contract. So, very, very, very skilled pilot, I'm sure. And to this afternoon, keeping Sky 2 in the air and working out here to get these shots that, shots sound good, don't they? But, we're talking about video shots of this fire this afternoon, keeping an eye on these flames. They are moving away from the populated areas. 850 acres have burned. And what's burning? These are mature trees. This is a wildland response right now. And I can say right now they are working to get those numbers we want to hear, containment numbers, up into some sort of range. But right now, flames still moving, but they're moving away from the populated areas and into what I would call a previous burn area. Less vegetation, less fuel. When will it get there? It's going to be late at night before it gets to that area. No, I'm listening. Yes. Yes, flames. But, you know, always check with whoever's in the back seat, who's ever running the camera. They might want to have a different shot. There might be something going on, a rescue, you know, God only knows what. So always check, but flames is a pretty safe bet. Drops are always very desirable. So if you see a plane coming in, or you hear somebody talking about a drop, just shout it out. Say drop coming in, and I'll pull out wide and I'll figure out where it's at. Oh, we're still here. We're still here. We're here for your show. All right.
You guys are still watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. This 850-acre fire burning through the northeast of Big Bear. Evacuations are in effect right now as dozens of firefighters and fire aircrafts are working to put out this blaze right now. It was 89 degrees in Big Bear today, breaking a 1985 record for the date. It's hot and dry there right now in the fire area with 5-mile-per-hour winds from the southeast gusting to 23 miles per hour. We are working on getting more information about this for you guys. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream.
We're pushing into these darker areas right there. You can see some of that red. That's the flame retardant that those planes have been dropping. And you can see that the fire basically burning up to that area. And that's also an uphill area. So the flames, you know, that works to their advantage. We all know fire burns up hills faster than it does down or on flat land. But you can see that FOS check right there. FOS check, you know, I got to kind of train myself to start saying flame retardant because FOS check is like saying crescent wrench. It's an adjustable wrench, crescent makes it. FOS check is a name, is a brand name of a flame retardant. And I'm not sure if that's what they're using and if the good folks at FOS check are like, hey man, you know, that's our stuff. I mean, I don't know. But at any rate, they've been dropping that flame retardant right there, and it does seem to be working very well as far as we can see. Sometimes when the winds get higher, those flames will jump across those lines. Today, though, seems like the winds are light enough and also maybe even be working in for the advantage of where they drop those lines. So it's burning up to the line and then basically stalling out, and that's what it's designed to do. But we see these explosions of fire right there, and take a look at that. Those hot spots just lighting up. 850 acres, you know, in a couple of hours. And, you know, you couldn't clear that type of land with machines if you wanted to. And those, you know, that area, that's the area that has burned. That's not even including what is burning. So we're keeping an eye. Obviously, we're showing you the most dramatic shots. This is just one small piece of a huge fire. If you're tuning in, you know somebody out here in the Big Bear area. I personally know somebody not actually near the burn area. Crafty Pancakes, that's one of her handles in one of the social medias. Her home not affected. Many homes in the area not affected, kind of burning away. Campgrounds affected. Smaller roads right now being shut down. These roads to access these campgrounds. Tanglewood is basically one of the areas that definitely affected, closed down right now and evacuated. The Doublewood area closed down right now. What's up? Woo! DC-10. Just got word that DC-10 coming in. They brought it. I'm going to say it. But the DC-10 coming. Keep an eye on that. Why am I so excited? I'm a little bit of an aviation nerd. But I'm also excited because that thing is going to drop a lot of flame retardant and is going to really help to slow this forward motion, forward rate of spread. So right now, keeping an eye on it. We're going to want to see it. I'm sure anybody at home is going to want to see it as well. Will we get it on the news? We hope so. I hope if you're at home, you might have the web up on one and the television up on the other. Pat Harvey, she's running the show today by herself. And we have other newsy goodness out there. There we go. Woo, yeah, DC-10. Wonder if that was a Braniff plane at one time. Anyways, there's the DC-10. I got to let our DC-10 behind the smoke. Is he dropping on the back? See it. You know what? Can we hurry up and try to get him pop out? Elijah. As quick as possible. That away. I know you don't know what that away is. That way. I can tell you, just from a layman's standpoint, being up this high, any kind of moves seem slow. Sky 9 right now, I don't have any GPS. I can't tell you how fast we're moving. But we're probably moving about our normal speeds. And we are going to try to get a shot of that DC-10. Probably made his drop, probably out of there by now. Sometimes they'll do a practice run. They'll try to take a look and see. Other times they'll just kind of get in, do the drop, get out. They're on the backside of the smoke. So are we going to be able to see what they're doing? Probably not. But we're going to try to get a shot at any rate. Hey, Elijah, let's move. We're doing the right thing, but let's move to the west a little bit as well. Kind of split the difference. Right, that's kind of where I kind of want to be. They probably are able to look under the smoke-ish. Go ahead, Mark loose, sir. Copy. Copy. All right, Mark, I'm all yours. What's up? Yes, we'll talk about it. You know the drill. I don't know. Well, I'll have to talk to the pilots, but we'll see if we're going to be out here at night. I know maybe we want to do something before the sun sets, but once it gets dark, you know, I don't know. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. I can't hear Mark. All right, off to San Bernardino. Yep. Oh, the DC-10 popped out of the smoke. Bye, DC-10. Huh? Easy. Yeah, he's dropping on the smoke side. We actually got pictures of him going into the smoke. Not sure if he's dropped. We can hang out for a little bit for sure, but I don't know if we're actually going to be able to see him drop. Hey, you want to get a shot of him going into the smoke, or would you like us just to go get fuel? Yeah, we don't have him doing a drop, but I don't think we can get him doing a drop. And sometimes if you're watching on the web, that's how things work. Gabriel, off to San Bernardino we go. Thanks. He's going to San Bernardino too. And if you guys are watching on the web, and some people enjoy this, and some people are like, show the fire, show the fire. Anyway, it's just a lot of smoke right now, and we are working our way off to Big Bear, San Bernardino Airport to go get fuel and maybe fill our bellies with some food from a local burger place. I'm going to go back to the...
We're getting a wider view right now of San Bernardino National Forest near Big Lake, where this fire has been going on for over an hour and a half now. Over 850 acres have been burning there, and you've been seeing numerous I apologize, we're getting some more information into the newsroom here. Yeah, okay, that's right, over 850 acres by 6 p.m. No homes were threatened, though. And again, more than a dozen firefighting aircrafts that you can see right now on your screen have been responding to the blaze. We'll keep you updated live here as we're getting more information into the newsroom. Thanks for watching.
Oh, I don't think so. I'm kind of preparing him for that. That's what I'm trying to do. I know. That's what, and to get here is going to be difficult too, because we got to go over the darkness just to get here. So. I can't see the pilot. I'm trying to see the pilot.
Pretty incredible shot right here, you guys, as we're streaming this live on the Fox News Now stream. 10-tanker air carrier that you're seeing right now, flying over the San Bernardino National Forest near Big Bear Lake, where this fire has been going on for over an hour and a half. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live.
Come on, man. He's getting away from us. Catch up. Warp 1, Lieutenant Elijah. If you guys are watching, I'm trying to get some, I'm got one hand on the camera, one hand on my social media, and my other hand, well, you can guess. I only have two hands.
That's one of the reporters there in the chopper. He's been reporting when he has live hits with the station there. But we are able to hear his audio when he's not on the air, but I will keep it down when he's not reporting. I'll turn the audio up every once in a while to see if he's giving us some more information. Thanks for your patience as we stream this live here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream.
Span the band. What do you got? Oh, I thought you were pointing at something. That's not camera magic. He is doing that. Woo, wheels coming down. Doors are open. There come the wheels. Maybe it's just a lack of oxygen, but everything seems like it's moving really slow. Yeah. Hey, I'm not saying knock it down, but I'm just kind of curious. I mean, I'll stop with the shot if we are not on the web. Are we still on the web? See the heat signature there? Thank you. I appreciate that. The camera is a Sony. The lens is a Fuji lens. The camera system's a shot over. is hot and expected to stay hot for a while. They have a base out here. I don't really want to get off the aircraft itself. But you can see I'm locking up the brake. Well, not locking up the brakes, slowing using the brakes right there. Got all the boards out. Those are the flaps. And their base is, help me out here, more to the right? That's their base. Marcos, of course, guiding me in, you know, not just my conscience, but also a person to help me find things. Smaller ones taking off right there. Yeah, whenever you say that, I'm always thinking of the old cassette tapes, the BAF, for some reason. He's going to be doing about the same thing. Here, right there is the base. Got a bug on the lens. That one just got loaded up, and he is on his way as well. You see that one? And that's where all the magic happens, right there. Those guys, they're hooked up. They've got that. They add the chemical to the water, and they drop it in there. So anyways, I don't know if you still have our picture. If you do, that is freaking awesome. If not, we're going to go ahead and stow the camera as we are landing at San Bernardino Airport. And we're probably going to be getting some food, and we'll probably see you guys later on.
All right, everybody. Well, that was that update about that fire in California. You can see they've landed where they keep all those emergency aircrafts that were responding to this blaze at the San Bernardino National Forest near Big Bear Lake. It does sound like they will be powering down their cameras soon, but we'll stick on this shot for as long as we can. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, as well as Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. All right, everybody. Looks like we have lost that shot, giving you a live look of the White House right now. We appreciate you watching with us on the Fox in Phoenix Facebook Live. All right, everybody, moving on to the next top story for you here in the show. And for those of you who are asking, Dutch in the chat, we have clipped that scene where the aircraft was landing. So you could just head to the video section on our YouTube page and find it there shortly. I'm almost done clipping and setting it up, so you'll be able to find that on our YouTube page shortly. It was a pretty incredible video that we were just streaming for you guys as they were battling this blaze. It started out as 200 acres burning, and it led to over 850 acres burning. So we'll be sure to keep you updated on the cause of that fire and anything else that's going on for you guys here live on the Fox News Now stream. We appreciate you joining us tonight. Happy Monday. We are streaming out of Phoenix, but really we cover events from all over the United States. As you can see, we were just streaming a fire for you out of Big Bear, or near Big Bear, at the San Bernardino National Forest Park. So we do want to take you to the next top story here in the show. Oh, we're hearing something come in.
We're making a source switch here. Once again, the source is KABC.
Okay, so it does sound like we've gotten more images of this fire that's still going on right now. Why don't we take you to the scene and see how long they're going to stay. We've got another chopper up in the air, so let's take you back to the scene and continue this coverage of this fire near Big Bear. Appreciate you watching.
Oh, it's great. 11,000 feet, feeling a little funny, but it's all good. How are you?
So it sounds like we do have access to reporter audio again in this chopper. I'll bring it up momentarily, but it sounds like sometimes he's having conversations with his producer that, just out of respect for him, will keep that audio down. But every once in a while, when he's reporting information, I'll be sure to turn that audio up. Thanks for your patience as we stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream.
Oh, yeah. Wood, yeah, that's nowhere.
All right, everybody, it does look like Chopper is leaving the scene, so we'll be sure to keep you updated on this fire if we do get any more feeds back for you. But again, over 850 acres had been burning there today at the San Bernardino National Forest near Big Bear Lake. Taking you to the next top story here in the show, keeping you updated on all world news. The United Nations holds a briefing on the Global Trends Report. Let's hear what they have to say on Syria, ISIS, and much more.
Ms. Kelly, welcome to the briefing. It's all you. You can do it from here, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here and for your interest in this subject. We've just put out, UNHCR has just put out our Global Trends Report, which shows, again, very depressing and persistent high levels of forced displacement, with over 65.6 million people in 2016 having been forced to flee their homes due to persecution, conflict, and violence. Of that number, 40 million persons, over 40 million, have been displaced within their own countries. And then there are 24 million refugees, including 5.5 million Palestinian refugees who come under the mandate of UNRWA. And while the rate of increase is somewhat less than the previous year, it remains true that this is a very depressing and high level of forced displacement. And when you look at it, it's in its historical context, it's also quite disturbing. We're used to looking at the world and seeing progress, but there is no progress to be made in terms of conflict violence that is producing people who've had to flee. Over the last 2 decades, the numbers of, for example, of people who've been forcibly displaced have doubled, and the greatest rate of increase was between 2012 and 2015, largely due to the Syria crisis. Sadly, that's not the only crisis, however, that's produced this increasing trend. We also see conflict in Iraq, in Yemen, South Sudan, Central Africa Republic, Burundi, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Sudan, to name a few, which also has contributed to this increasing level of forced displacement. And I always say when we're looking at numbers, they can be kind of numbing. And surely when you look at the Global Trends Report, it's overwhelming in the amount of detail there. But each individual number really reflects a deep level of human loss and trouble that is experienced every minute and every second of every day, where 20 people are displaced every minute and 3 people are forcibly displaced from their home every single second. If they were a country, they would constitute the 20th most populated country in the world, larger than the United Kingdom. And another very disturbing statistic in the global trend is the impact on children. Children globally constitute just over 30% of the population, yet in the refugee context, they make up over 51% of the refugee population. If you look at South Sudan, which is the largest growing refugee crisis in the world today, which had over 1.4 million displaced as of the end of 2016, 66% of those refugees who are fleeing are children. And I can tell you it's very difficult to manage the influx that's happening right now of refugees as a result of the South Sudanese crisis. Large numbers of women, very young children, infants, pregnant women. It makes the humanitarian response much more complex. And if we look at the asylum figures, there were almost 2.8 million asylum applications last year. And of that number, we know that there were 75,000 children who arrived and made an asylum application unaccompanied or separated from their families. And I really ask you to pause and think about your own children or your nieces or your nephews, and then think about the journeys that refugees take across conflict areas, across deserts, climbing mountains, giving their lives to unscrupulous traffickers and smugglers, and imagine those journeys by children without their parents or without adult accompaniment. Then they arrive and they are alone. So that's another very disturbing trend, and it's also, we know it's underrepresented, the number, because there's some countries that don't record unaccompanied children or separated children in that category. Sadly, as well, the realizations of solutions is still slim. Although there were 6.5 million internally displaced persons who did return home and over 500,000 refugees who returned home, many of them returned to situations of ongoing instability where the peace agreements were tenuous, where their properties were either confiscated, destroyed, or inhabited by others, where social service provision was slim. And so the sustainability of those returns remains in doubt, and which is why we continue to press for greater peace and reconciliation efforts and for more development assistance to help sustain returns so that these solutions will be realized in the longer term for those who are able to seize them. The resettlement statistics are slightly more positive in 2016 than 2015, where 189,000 refugees found homes somewhere else in a third country, up from 160,000 the year before. This is very positive news for those individuals, but of course it still represents a minor number in terms of overall refugee flows and far less than those who need to be resettled. The largest displacements continue to be borne by developing countries. 84% of all refugees are housed and provided security and safety in developing countries, and 1/3 are in the least developed countries. And to bring that home to you, if you look at Chad rates, I think it's 186 on the ranking out of 188 countries on the Human Development Index. And Chad is the largest country in the world, proportion to its population hosting refugees. So Chad is extremely stressed as it tries to provide for its own population as well as for refugees. Uganda is also another searing example. Uganda in the last several months has taken in on average 1,500 to 2,000 South Sudanese refugees every day. Uganda now is the largest refugee host country in all of Africa, hosting over 1 million refugees. It's also very stretched in terms of its ability to help its own population, and yet there it is at the front lines, welcoming refugees, allowing them access to its limited social services, to employment, providing land for them. And yet Uganda is very rarely in the news today, and yet it's doing this enormous gesture at great cost to itself. Middle-income countries are also very much burdened by the refugee flows. If you take Lebanon, for example, Lebanon would fit quite nicely into the state of Connecticut. And Lebanon has the third largest population of refugees. It has over 1 million refugees. 1 in 6 people in Lebanon are refugees. It's a country who has suffers from very weak social service systems of an infrastructure that is quite fragile and needs much more support, which really brings us to where we need to go in the future. Obviously, there needs to be much more effort and successful effort at conflict mitigation and peace and reconciliation. Without that, I think we can expect these numbers to continue to increase. But we also need new approaches to respond to refugee outflows and to respond to displacement generally. And in that, the New York Declaration last year that was signed on by all member states of the General Assembly points in some positive directions that need to be seized. Specifically, I'd point to the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework in the Annex, which we are now implementing in several areas around the world, which call for a very comprehensive approach to supporting refugees, but also the communities in which they live, so that we can deliver real benefits, real life-sustaining changes to refugees, but also the host communities among which they've lived who are also very much impacted by a refugee population and also experience severe levels of poverty as a result. And finally, I would say that we talk in terms of systems, but it's also true. People often come up to me and say, what can I do? These numbers are overwhelming. Well, we ask people not to turn off. We've got a message of every donation counts, every bit of advocacy matters, try to build bridges between communities, talk to communities who may not understand the refugee dilemma, who may never have met a refugee, make links between refugees and people who might be fearful of them. Do whatever we can to create an environment that is more humane and tolerant and recognizes that refugees have been displaced due to consequences beyond their control, but have great contributions to be made as well.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Kelly, on behalf of the UN Correspondents Association, thank you for this briefing. My name is Sherwin Bryce Peace, South African Broadcasting. I mean, the figure 84% being hosted in low or middle-income countries, I mean, that is clearly an imbalanced number. What sort of responsibility do rich countries, does the developed world have, particularly in the environment in which people are talking about building walls and keeping refugees out?
Well, I think the responsibility is the one that they embraced last September. Now we have to put it into action. If you look at the New York Declaration, it's a wonderful document full of bold commitments that we have to do more. There has to be more responsibility sharing. There has to be more sharing of burdens. We have to ensure that there is humanitarian assistance is provided in a predictable manner. We have to really support states who are carrying a disproportionate load, and they've signed on to this global refugee response framework. And I think it will be very important for us all to follow that in the year ahead. We're implementing it now throughout Africa. We also have it's starting up in Central America, and these are bringing a constellation of different stakeholders together, improved governments, donors, humanitarians, development actors, private sector, to say, okay, we need a much more sustained support to these communities that are supporting refugees. Let's now see and if that comes to fruit, and we're putting all our energy and efforts into making it happen. That's where the answer lies in terms of, short of solving the political conflicts that create these problems.
Yeah, you mentioned, of course, 4.8 million Palestinians. Nizar Abu Dab al-Mayadeen television in Lebanon. You mentioned the plight of the Palestinians, 4.8 refugees since 1948 until now. And there is no progress on that. Not only that, the number is increasing with the expulsion of people, with the demolition of houses. Who you put the blame on that in this respect? Why this crisis has not been able to be resolved in any manner?
Well, that's a question that's far beyond my pay grade, I have to tell you. When you look at the longevity of the Palestinian crisis, and as you know, Palestinians fall within the mandate of UNRWA, which I don't represent UNRWA, I represent UNHCR. Our Global Trends report documents the number, which is over 5 million. But in terms of what is needed to solve the Palestinian situation, that's not what I'm here today to discuss, but clearly, like all refugee situations, including the Afghan situation that is, we have Afghan refugees that have been displaced for over 30 years. We've got Somali refugees who've been displaced for over 25 years. These are generations upon generations of displacement, and clearly a political solution is necessary in order to address those causes, and I think most people recognize that. But in terms of how you get to that political solution, really that's not within UNHCR's mandate to be able to forge.
Recently, I may follow up on that, in Arsal in Lebanon, there were repatriation of Syrians. Especially in Arsal, there is a conflict, and the area is dangerous because of the presence of Daesh and the presence of Nusra and other terrorist groups. And some decided to return to Syria, which has become safer, a lot safer, especially the areas. Why the United Nations took a position which is against that, or they do not support such a return?
I cannot speak specifically to the current situation in Arsal. My direct experience of Arsal is when I was in Lebanon in 2015, and you're right, it's an area where the population in Arsal almost tripled, I think, as a result of the Syria crisis. But in terms of return home generally, what UNHCR advocates is voluntary return in safety and in dignity when conditions enable a sustainable return to take place. We don't prevent people from returning, but we don't facilitate return unless we're sure that it's voluntary and that it can be sustainable over the longer term.
So did you establish that it's the same subject? Yeah.
Following up, I'm Sylviane Zehil from Rien Le Jour, Beirut. And I'm just following up about on Nizar's question. Actually, in Lebanon, there are more than 400,000 stateless little boy or girl born in Lebanon during the war since 2011 till now. They are stateless. Nothing has been done for them, and the country does not recognize them. What the United Nations does in this regard? And the second thing, Lebanon is need much more effort. What kind of effort do you suggest?
In regard to the Syrian refugee population, I can't give you the precise figures in terms of children that have been born in Lebanon since the crisis started. Those we can get for you. But indeed, there has been difficulty in terms of registering children's birth when they're born in Lebanon. It doesn't mean they're stateless. It means that many do not have the requisite document to attest to their nationality moving forward in the future. What's interesting about Lebanon is they do have a law which requires births to be registered. But it's a rather complex process, which is difficult for refugees to access. So we've been working very closely with the government to lower the practical impediments for birth registration, and that dialogue is ongoing.
Matthew, and 15 minutes. Sure. I wanted to, in reading through the report, it jumped out to me the numbers that it has on Burundi. It seemed to say that the number of refugees went up by 39%, and that the IDPs quadrupled to 41,000. So I guess what I'm wondering is during this same period of time, the UN Secretariat has shifted envoys from what was considered a full-time envoy to a part-time envoy. The Security Council mandated police were never deployed. I understand you speak for UNHCR, but as UNHCR, is based on these numbers, would you say that the situation in Burundi has gotten better over the last year, and should the Secretariat be pushing harder or less hard to try to get to the root of this displacement?
I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. When you have a 40% increase in displacement, that speaks to a situation that continues to need to be addressed. So we're continue to be very concerned about the situation in Burundi. And in fact, we've offered Tanzania as one of the countries that has come forward to be a country for the implementation of the comprehensive refugee response framework, because it too is seeing the effects of the Burundian situation. But we continue to be concerned, and we're working to provide assistance, of course, to Burundian refugees. But as long as you've got that level of increased displacement, yes, that speaks to situations which continue to need to be addressed at their core.
Okay, just one directly on that. You have a section of the report where you talk about people that don't fall directly into your category, into the categorization, but are of concern. You say that there's 162,000 naturalized former Burundian refugees in Tanzania that are considered to be of concern by UNHCR. In what way are they of concern? And if they are of concern, how is this new Tanzanian offer not itself of some concern? Why are they of concern? I mean, what is the basis of the statement in the report that they are of concern?
I would prefer to get back to you with more precise answers from our colleagues in Africa who are dealing with that issue, because I don't want to misspeak on that precise point. But I do have Ron Redmond here, who's our Global Hub Desk, and he'll be happy to chase that down for you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Ahmed Fati, American Television News. You said that there is 2.8 million asylum seekers, out of which 189,000 they were processed. Is this number a carry-on from previous years, or this is just for the year which is in report, which I believe for 2016? And the other part is what would be the fate of these, the rest of the 2.8 million people who have not been granted asylum?
Well, I can't speak to you directly. I have to go back to check the numbers. I know, for example, that Germany at the end of 2016 had had over 700,000 asylum applicants, and the U.S. had over 250,000 persons who had claimed asylum. I don't know what the processing length is in either of those two countries, but what that measures is people who have come from countries where they're not recognized initially as necessarily as refugees. They have to go through the process to determine whether or not they meet the definition for as persons who are in need of international protection under the refugee definition. And for those that are found not to be in need of international protection, then those people, the states who have asylum systems, work towards ensuring that they are able to return home.
Thank you. Rosalind Jordan with Al Jazeera English. Two quick questions. One, does UNHCR have the financial resources that it needs to help the people who have been displaced either internally or forced to go to another country? And separately, the country with the second largest number of displaced people is Colombia. Could you please talk more about the situation in Colombia and what UNHCR is doing to help people return home? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. On our budgets, UNHCR budgets, like all humanitarian agencies, are not fully funded. In fact, often we rely on voluntary contributions. There are pledges made every November, and as of this time, and this is characteristic of many of our many years in the past, our budgets aren't nearly even a quarter met, which makes it very hard for us to meet the needs of refugees. We've recently put out a global report. I'd encourage you to look at that, because the global report tells you how much funding we got based on what we needed, and specifically what we were able to do with that funding per operation, but also tellingly what we couldn't do and what were the consequences of that funding not being met. So to give you a very practical example, we need to prepare for winter in countries that are affected by winter. We need to buy the materials. We need to get things in place. We need to start now. And often our budgets simply aren't able to allow us to do it. Our cash programs, which provide money to the most vulnerable families, allowing them to access health services, education, often they have to be cut short or diminished, or the net of coverage even becomes more smaller as the year progresses and numbers rise because our funding doesn't keep pace. But certainly in terms of our current funding, we can get you those numbers and the impact of them. And then in regard to Colombia, I mean, Colombia has the second largest population of displaced persons in the world, over 7 million. And in terms of the details of our program, I'd prefer to be able to provide you with a readout of that rather than speak off the top of my head and miss something that might be essential in our programs. But we can get you that today.
Thank you, Stefan. George Baumgarten, correspondent for Jewish newspapers in North America, as well as some East African and Pan-African publications. First, kind of a housekeeping question. You mentioned the Palestinian refugees over whom you do not have any authority. I assume, therefore, that anyone who is not a registered Palestinian refugee is subject to the authority of UNHCR. And secondly, more importantly, and I came in late, forgive me, you may have mentioned this, what happened to this colossal world's largest refugee camp somewhere in northern Kenya, which the Kenyan government wanted to close and move all of its refugees elsewhere? Is that closed? Is it in the process of being closed? Is it about to be closed? Or is it being kept for a while? Or what is its current status? Thank you.
In regard to Palestinians who fall within UNHCR's remit, I'll have to give you the exact numbers of them and where they're located, but it really depends on where they are. And in Egypt, for example, we have a community of Palestinian refugees that we're providing assistance and protection to. Interesting question about Kenya. Kenya, recently, last month, there was a Nairobi declaration where countries in the region pledged to, among other things, among their political and security pledges that they made, to have more joined up efforts in regard to improving asylum conditions within the country, helping to provide for sustainable returns within Somalia. It's a really very, very interesting document, and again, the progress on that will come forward in the comprehensive refugee response plan that we have that engages Kenya, Somalia, Djibouti, and Ethiopia. And positively, there is a bill. There hasn't been the pressure on the returns has somewhat diminished in terms of people returning to Somalia. Of course, the famine there has been a disincentive to go back, naturally so, given the amount of people that are being displaced due to conflict and famine within Somalia. But more positively, and it was in Stefan's outlines this morning, is a new legislative law within Kenya that would provide for access to employment and land and other rights recognized to refugees, which is another very positive development in the region. In some sense, countries like Uganda and Kenya really provide a useful model for the world in terms of what can be done and what should be done for refugees in order to benefit from refugees' capacities, but as well provide support to communities in which they live.
Thank you, Steph. You mentioned the lack of a fair, in other words, you've mentioned that many countries are not taking in the number of refugees that perhaps you would expect given their populations, et cetera, and so there's not an even sharing of the burden. So you've mentioned Lebanon, Uganda, various countries that are opening their doors. But what about countries in other parts of the world, whether it be China, India, Latin America? Have they offered or have they set numbers that they would accept in terms of refugees? And also, I was wondering, is there a list of all the countries, what their policy is in terms of how many refugees they might consider, and also then how many refugees have approached these countries?
Well, the answer is in two parts. One is the countries that are adjacent to conflict are the ones that receive the influx initially, and those are the ones that are disproportionately impacted by refugees. If you look at the Syria crisis, for example, where are the refugees? Well, the vast majority are in Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan. So they're the first ports of call. But we are encouraging countries who are further afield to provide more predictable places for third country resettlement. And that's the number that is always disappointingly small and which we continue to advocate be raised over time. We did have a number of new countries. I think we had 5 new resettlement countries last year. I think it went. I can't remember the exact numbers. They're in the global report. I think we closed with 37 countries around the world providing an option for refugees to go and live there. And we do have lists of those countries that do provide them, but we continue to advocate for more resettlement places, more opportunities for family reunification, more education scholarships, more even work exchange programs, things like that to broaden the possibilities for refugees to find solutions beyond their initial port of call.
Yeah, in the case of Yemen, of course, this is one of the biggest humanitarian crises. The only country which is adjacent to them is Saudi Arabia. How many refugees did Saudi Arabia take from Yemen? And if they have any other alternative to go to?
The situation in Yemen is absolutely devastating, you're correct. And I am not familiar with how many have sought asylum in Saudi Arabia, nor how many have been resettled elsewhere. That's a question we'd have to come back to you after this.
Is it safe for any Yemeni to head towards Saudi Arabia?
I really couldn't answer that. I just don't have the on-the-ground experience in Yemen, and I don't have access to that information sitting here, but it's something that we can come back to you on.
Ned, thank you so much.
All right, everybody, that was an update from the United Nations. taking you to the next top story here in the show. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Getting a live look of the White House right now. In case you missed it, President Trump held a roundtable earlier today for an American Technology Council meeting. Let's hear what he had to say.
It's great to have you at the White House. And I just wanted to pass on word that Otto Warmbier has just passed away. He spent a year and a half in North Korea. A lot of bad things happened, but at least we got him home to be with his parents, where they were so happy to see him, even though he was in very tough condition, but he just passed away a little while ago. It's a brutal regime, and we'll be able to handle it. But I want to thank you all for being here, special people. I'm really thrilled to welcome many of you for the first time, and certainly the first time meeting as the American Technology Council. We're joined by an incredible group of leaders on the absolute cutting edge of innovation, including many CEOs from the world's most successful businesses. We have approximately $3.5 trillion of market value in this room, but that's almost the exact number that we've created since my election. In fact, I think we have you beat by a little bit, which is a pretty good number, but I congratulate you all. Done an amazing job. Thank you for lending your time and your talent to the American people. A lot of ideas have come out of the room today, and a lot of ideas will over the next short period of time. I also want to welcome Secretary Mnuchin, Secretary Kelly, Administrator Verma, and my Budget Director, Mick Mulvaney. Thank you all. Doing a great job. I want to thank Jared and Chris Liddell, for assembling such a spectacular group of people. They're working very, very hard. I want to thank Ivanka for working so hard on it. It's a real passion. Our goal is to lead a sweeping transformation of the federal government's technology that will deliver dramatically better services for citizens, stronger protection from cyber attacks, which we were just discussing in the Oval Office with a little bit smaller group. That's a big problem. There's no question about it. We're going to be working on it. We're going to solve the problem. And up to $1 trillion in savings for taxpayers over the next 10 years. Over $1 trillion. We're embracing big change, bold thinking, and outsider perspectives to transform government and make it the way it should be, and at far less cost. My administration's already taken very historic steps to modernize critical IT systems and make government more transparent. As an example, you're seeing what we're doing with the airports, with all of the billions and billions of dollars that have been spent on planes flying all in the wrong directions. We're getting a change. They spent many billions of dollars, and we are getting that whole system fixed. Money wasted over the last 6 or 7 years, billions. VA Secretary Shulkin recently announced that we're upgrading technology to allow the seamless transfer of veterans' medical records from the Defense Department, which has been a huge problem for decades and decades for our great veterans. We'll have it fixed very soon, but it's been a problem for many, many decades. Across government, we're fixing problems in months that others have not fixed in many, many years. And we're just getting started. 50 years ago, our government drove the innovation that inspired the world and put Americans on the moon. Today, many of our agencies rely on painfully outdated technology. And yet we have the greatest people in technology that the world has ever seen right here with us in this room. And most of them are just nodding as I say that. They're actually agreeing with me, which that's interesting, Eric, right? Government needs to catch up with the technology revolution. We're going to change that with the help of great American businesses like the people assembled. The businesses represented here today employ hundreds of thousands of American workers. Your innovation has shaped the modern world and created millions of jobs. America should be the global leader in government technology, just as we are in every other aspect, and we are going to start our big edge again in technology, such an important industry. I view it from the standpoint of jobs and other things. You view it somewhat differently, but we're all in the same ballpark. It's so important, so important. My administration is embracing a new spirit of innovation that will make life better for all Americans. And when it comes to what we're here for today, American technology, we're working very diligently with everybody, including Congress, on immigration so that you can get the people you want in your companies. And it's been a tremendous problem that you've had over the past long period of time. So we're working very hard on that, and we'll be able to solve that problem. I want to thank everyone in the room for lending your time again. And what I'd like to do is maybe just go around the room briefly and just introduce yourself and perhaps the name of your company. We won't go with too many long speeches, but we'll maybe just we'll start with our wonderful, great genius from Microsoft who has done one hell of a job. Congratulations on the job you've done. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the opportunity today to spend the time, both learn and contribute, I think, to what is one of the most important dialogues, which is about modernizing our government with the latest technology, and so that the people of America can benefit from it. So I think the first thing I took away is how important an agenda it is to modernize technology. The second thing, I think, is for us to do our best work as an industry and in collaboration with the government to skill the people of the United States for the jobs of the future. Technology will play a role both in creation of the jobs and the skills. And then lastly, I would say that we also need to increase American competitiveness. And the two things that the government can and has done is spending in big research. After all the technology that we have today is because it started, in fact, in the government and the research institutions you funded, as well as the enlightened immigration policy. Of course, I'm a beneficiary of that, and I hope that we continue to be able to sort of really make sure that the American competitiveness is what helps us set policy for it.
Well, thank you, Satya. And perhaps we could keep it a little shorter than that, folks. Otherwise, we might be here for a long time. Anyway, Jeff?
All right, I will be short. I think, when we met before in December, I encouraged this administration that you could be the innovation administration. I'd like to see that kind of thinking continue. I applaud the formation of the Innovation Council and thank Jared for doing that. Just a couple of things that you could certainly focus on. One would be using commercial technologies wherever possible. I think you guys are already headed that way, but to leverage those will save taxpayers a lot of money. The second one is to continue to work hard on figuring out ways to retrain and upskill workers all over the U.S. We have a program at Amazon called Career Choice that's been doing that. We've already got 10,000 people in the program. Ivanka knows about this program. And then the third thing to keep your eye on, and I think it would be impossible to overstate this, is that the United States needs to, in every way, at every level, be working on machine learning and artificial intelligence. And that can be used in every part of government to improve the services that government provides to citizens.
Good. Thank you, Jeff. Very good. Thank you. Okay, next.
Mr. President, I'm Rafael Reif. I'm MIT's president, and I'm delighted to be part of this terrific group. Let me say that I applaud the focus of the administration and innovation. We are the most innovative country in the world today, and the biggest issue we have among ourselves right now, in my view, is to stay where we are as the most innovative country in the world 30 years from now and beyond.
Well, my uncle was a professor there for a long time, so I have a lot of respect for MIT, believe me. Great place. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes.
Carol Folt. I'm the Chancellor at UNC, and I too am delighted to be here talking about innovation and workforce and talent. I mean, people have said what's really important, but when I think about the future, I think of all those kids that have such capacity, and what we're talking about is trying to take every resource we have to put to building that innovation capacity for the country, and so it's great to be here.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
I'm Tom Layton from Akamai, and we protect government websites from attackers, the majority of the government websites, including whitehouse.gov.
The DNC could have used you.
Well, it's an important job, and as you can imagine, there's a lot of folks out there trying to do bad things, and we're delighted to help with the effort to save $1 trillion and to secure the government.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Zach Bookman, CEO of a company called OpenGov. We have about 1,500 governments across the country as customers of our smart government cloud for budgeting and intelligence and open data. I'm really excited and honored to be a part of today's conversation, and I applaud the work that Jared and so many others here are leading. It's clear to me that a lot of the thinking being applied is exactly what's been needed for a long time, and I think it's just the beginning of a lot of innovation. So
I think that's right. Thank you very much.
Pat Gelsinger, CEO of VMware, also representing Dell here today. And we're some 70+% of government workloads run on the VMware software today, so we're thrilled to be able to be in that role today. But more importantly, moving it forward to the cloud, we think is critical. This potential in cyber and really putting in place cyber hygiene. And ultimately, we as an industry are the product of the seed corn that was planted 30, 40, 50 years ago from the great research investments of government and university. And we deeply believe that we need to be planting those seed corns for our children and grandchildren.
Great. Thank you.
So, Mr. President, Steve Mollenkopf, CEO of Qualcomm. We thank you for the opportunity to contribute today. I would say our company works a lot on creating the base technology that allows big transitions to exist in cellular technologies. And we're very excited about the upcoming 5G transition. It's going to be a big job creator worldwide. And I think it's important that the U.S. stays competitive, and we applaud the direction that the administration is taking.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, my name's John Doerr, chairman of Kleiner Perkins and of a startup company called Nuna. And Jeff would say that your administration will be the innovation administration. And I'd like to challenge it to also be the data liberation administration. There's $1 trillion worth of value locked up in government databases. And if we unlock that, we can transform healthcare, we can improve services for citizens, we can lower the costs of government. And if you set the data free, the entrepreneurs are going to do the rest. I'm particularly impressed by the thinking of Seema Verma over in your Medicare and Medicaid teams, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm Michael Drake, president of The Ohio State University. Glad to be here today and very happy to participate in this conversation. You know, we try to enable and empower and inspire young people to make a difference, and being able to partner with our colleagues here around the table and with the government to do that in a better way is something that we're very excited about.
Thank you very much.
I'm Ajay Banga, the CEO of MasterCard, and thank you for having us, Mr. President. I think in addition to what technology and the Internet of Things is going to do for all of us as an opportunity, side by side comes a tremendous responsibility on cybersecurity. And I think working that the right way with the right public-private partnerships, but also working it where the weakest link, which is small merchants and the individual consumer, get the right level of safety that they demand from us is really important. And I think the level of engagement in that dialogue today was very, very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Ginny Rometty from IBM. And, you know, I've had the pleasure of being in a number, and the honor of being in a number of these sessions. And I think it's worth noting that the efforts around workforce development, around cybersecurity, around modernization, while they're difficult, in this short time, there has been progress already made. And so I would really say on behalf of both, you know, Ivanka and Jared and Chris and Reed, those of us who've been in it from the beginning, I can already see, and actions have been taken. So while these are difficult problems, I would just encourage us to keep going, because I actually can see the change happening already. So I think this is a good sign of progress.
Thank you, Jenny. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thanks to Jared and Ivanka for sort of driving this so hard.
I'm absolutely convinced that during your administration, there's going to be a huge explosion in new opportunities because of the platforms that are getting built in our industry. Those will create huge, very large new business opportunities for which we entrepreneurs, technical talent, immigration, and so forth that you understand. It can drive America very, very positively forward, and it's going to happen soon during your leadership.
We will, Eric. Peter?
Mr. President, I'm Peter Thiel. I'm a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley. Very honored to be here today with all these terrific people. I think that the tech industry is an industry that is doing well in America, and we need to sort of make it do even better and give it the support, the regulatory support, in all sorts of different ways. And I think your administration's off to a terrific start in doing these things.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, I'm Shantanu Narayan. I'm CEO of Adobe. We're the company that's best known for Photoshop and PDS. Thank you for having us today. Two quick things. One is, I think you're championing a culture of innovation. I think is going to be critical to our country's future leadership. And shared services for improving government will, I believe, drive a lot of efficiency.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Brian Kruzavich, CEO of Intel. You know, what I got out of today is, first, is a great honor to be here and a real pleasure, but also it was a great outreach, I think, between the private-public partnerships that we can really drive innovation much, much faster. And so I hope today's just the start of what we can accomplish together.
Thank you. A great company, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I'm deeply honored to be here. I'm Alex Karp, Palantir. Know many people in the room and in your White House from our work, and have supported General McMaster on the front line and many of the special operations people in America and around the world. What's very gratifying about what you're doing is the focus on getting more output for the input, which I don't think there's been a deep focus on in the past. And I'm really grateful to your staff for pushing that forward. We focused on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, which is something I think all Americans would welcome, and I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bill McDermott from SAP. It's been a great pleasure working with your team on the intellectual renewal of America. We've had the opportunity, the great opportunity, to work with the Army, the Navy, even states like Indiana, and driving results. And I know you want to drive results. So in addition to the $1 trillion in costs we can take out, probably we can add another $2 trillion on the numerator in terms of digital business by getting the public and the private sector in full cooperation under your administration. Look forward to supporting you every way I can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hi, I'm Kyron Skinner. I think you know me from the campaign on the foreign and diplomacy side and from transition as well. But I'm also a professor at Carnegie Mellon University, where I work on international security issues, cybersecurity with the engineers and computer scientists. And what I liked most about today is that we talked about recreating the ecosystem of the early decades of the Cold War between government, among government, the private sector, and the university to regenerate our economy and create innovation. I'm also a fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford, and they'll get mad at me if I don't mention that.
That's good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Julie Sweet, CEO of North America for Accenture. The level of discourse and enthusiasm in the sessions today, which were very productive, is a powerful reminder of the importance of collaboration. And I think two very clear themes were that modernizing the government is not about technology, it is about outcomes for our citizens. And second is the investment also in our great public servants that this will bring about, and the opportunities for the many people who serve in the federal government today to help them bring better services and outcomes for the citizens. And those are both very important and exciting themes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Safra Katz, CEO of Oracle. We had an absolutely tremendous day working together. The partnership between academia, the government, and commercial enterprises is such a powerful combination together with leadership, which is critical for real success. And you had volunteers from all sides and a lot of people working already and raring to go for the next level. So thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
I'm Tim Cook from Apple,
the U.S. should have the most modern government in the world, and today it doesn't. And it's great to see the effort that Jared is putting in working on things that will pay back in 5 and 10 and 20 years. The government should be focused on its citizens, and the services of the government should be measured on how pleased the citizens are with receiving those services. That basic premise is not how it's done today. And so I would really encourage you to ask the cabinet how they're measuring their parts of government and what they're doing to serve the citizens that they're meant to do. Secondly, totally unrelated, but something I feel very passionate about, coding should be a requirement in every public school. We have a huge deficit in the skills that we need today versus the skills that are there. And we're trying to do our part, or hopefully more than our part in doing that. But I think leadership from government is also key.
Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it. And appreciate all you're doing over the last number of months for jobs. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was President Trump holding a technology roundtable discussion. As you could see, a lot of big names there, including Tim Cook from Apple. Taking you to the next top story here in the show, we appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you back to the United Nations, where they are discussing their recent trips as well as Syria and ISIS. Let's hear what they have to say.
We're happy to have with us our record holder in terms of guest appearances at the briefing, John Ging, who's just come back from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Central African Republic. So, John, welcome, and it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I have the opportunity to update you on my mission of the last week between both the Democratic Republic of Congo and Central African Republic. These two countries, of course, are countries that have been in humanitarian crisis for very many, many years. But I think what is very important to communicate to you today is that they are not static crises. They are crises that are fast-moving, and sadly, they are both deteriorating. In the case of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the numbers are quite staggering. We have 7.3 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. 5.9 million of those are severely food insecure. And when we look then into more detail, we see that 1.9 million children are severely acutely malnourished. That's 12% of the entire global caseload in one country. There are 3.7 million people internally displaced, and that's reflecting the ongoing violence and the turmoil that generates. And in that, what we have seen since August last year in the Kasai region, which is historically a peaceful region that has not been caught up in the violence of the last decade, 1.3 million people have been displaced in that region alone. So it's a very volatile situation, which is creating massive humanitarian need, principally arising from displacement. And the displacement is not just confined within the country, but also into the neighbouring countries, with 476,000 people having fled the country in the neighbouring countries and now refugees, depending on, again, international humanitarian assistance in those countries as well. The DRC is a country that has very weak infrastructure, and there is a very high reliance on international humanitarian work in particularly the healthcare sector. So that is not just linked to providing health services to those that are displaced, but also the wider community. Now, I think the key messages that really came through for me in my mission were around the displacement and the nature of the violence, the ferocity of the violence. I did visit Goma in the North Kivus. Again, what struck me there was the proliferation of armed groups and the level of banditry that is being inflicted on the population. It's a very difficult and dangerous place to work for humanitarian workers, but I have to salute their courage and also their creativity, because although the map of access looks very bleak in terms of the places that are safe to enter, I was going through the documents and I was able to see that the World Food Programme, for example, delivers 72% of their assistance into those red areas, the areas that are in conflict, difficult, dangerous to reach, which goes to show just how committed our humanitarians are in their endeavour to save lives, but how much risk they have to take as the situation deteriorates. I also visited Kananga in the Kasai region and Kaleme in Tanganyika. I visited the internally displaced, and I was obviously moved, shocked, in fact, by the first-hand accounts that people gave me of what they have gone through, the trauma that they have experienced, the scale of the loss of life, the scale of the brutality of the violence. I mean, truly very, very shocking. So behind those huge numbers are personal trauma and tragedy for each and every one of those people. The other thing that I would like to highlight to you is that I met with the government, with the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. He's relatively new to the post, and he did really come across as an individual of a lot of commitment and conviction and ability as well. And I have to say, at that level, we have to acknowledge that the government has also been quite effective. In fact, they've been very effective in dealing with the Ebola outbreak. So while we see a lot of difficulty, and we also know, and I'm not going to stray into that area, but there is also an overarching political instability that is bedeviling the DRC right now, that we shouldn't have a narrative of hopelessness or walk away from this crisis, even though it is fast moving in a negative direction. There are obviously elements there within, including within the national capacity, that if supported can be very effective. And I do point to the personal leadership of the Minister of Health as well in dealing with the recent Ebola outbreak. But this crisis does very much fall on the shoulders of the international community when it comes to resourcing. And again, as alarming and as massive as the scale of the crisis is, sadly and unacceptably, we are not seeing anything like the level of funding for such a crisis. It is we have a humanitarian response plan for $812 million. And that is less than 20% funded. By global standards, that is way below the average. The average globally is closer to 50% annually, and this is not meeting even that poor global standard. So we have seen a recent flash appeal, that's an urgent additional appeal for $64.5 million for the Kasais, again to try and deal with this massive displacement, over 800,000 people, as I said, being displaced. We were targeting 700,000 of those for assistance, and that appeal is only 8% funded so far. So there has not been the mobilization of a funding response in line with the rapid scale of the escalation of the humanitarian need. It is just not keeping pace with that. And we really need to see our member states stepping up because, again, by any measure, this is a place where people are suffering the most appalling human tragedy. Then moving across the border to the Central African Republic, the message here is a mixed message. It's a message on the one hand, certainly for myself since I last visited 6 months ago, of some significant progress in some areas, but overarching message has to be one of real concern, alarm in fact, because once again what we're seeing in the Central African Republic is an escalation of violence, a proliferation of violence, which is now affecting a majority of the territory of the Central African Republic. Previously, we did have a situation where you had hotspots of violence, but now, as I say, there's been a much greater proliferation of violence, and as a result of that, of course, the resulting killing, injuring, and displacement of large numbers of people. Now, on the numbers, 2.3 million people in the Central African Republic are in need of international humanitarian assistance. That's half the population. They're predominantly food insecure, and 600,000 severely food insecure. Over half a million of the population, that's a fifth of the population, have been displaced. And since May this year, just last month, there's been 100,000 additional displacements. There are over 500,000 Central Africans in the neighbouring countries as refugees in Cameroon, Chad, and the DRC. We must also remember that from the last round of violence 2 years ago, you still have enclaves of minorities, which are about 36,000 people in 9 of these enclave locations, who, when violence breaks out, are the most vulnerable and the ones that we are obviously very, very concerned about their plight. Similar to the DRC, this country has very weak infrastructure. In fact, it's probably got the poorest infrastructure in the world when it comes to things like healthcare, health services, education, and so forth. And there's a huge reliance on humanitarian organizations to deliver basic health services. 50% of the basic health care in Central Africa is actually delivered by international humanitarian organizations, principally by the MSF and the ICRC, but not alone, but principally by them. And it's just a massive operation that they have to mount. When there, I visited Bria, which is one of the locations that has been most recently affected by clashes, armed violence, and 40,000 people have been displaced in the last month in Bria alone. And we really, again, felt in our interaction with the population, we felt the trauma of what they're experiencing, and particularly as Bria and also the other a large population center in that region, Bangazoa. These were places that had held up in the last round of conflict and were not affected, and where you had a very multi-ethnic, multicultural engagement and integration, and where, again, when I met with the community leaders, they really very, very worried that now the violence is visiting their area and very, very difficult to control. But a lot of courage and bravery by those community leaders who just do not want to see again this inter-ethnic, inter-religious violence inflaming the entire population. Similar to the Democratic Republic of Congo, a very impressed and very impressive international humanitarian aid effort, led, of course, by those who are responding to the displaced with vital food assistance, health services for the children and affected populations. Also, a big drive to provide clean drinking water to the displaced, and as I said, an impressive mobilization of humanitarian effort by the organizations present in Central African Republic. But they also raised to me that once again the funding is falling way short. There's the 2017 appeal for $399 million US dollars is only 30% funded, and again that funding, that underfunding, is in a context of a fast-moving, fast deteriorating situation, where when people are displaced in the tens of thousands, they have nothing. They flee basically without any means to sustain themselves or have shelter and so forth. So, you know, you have to be able to respond quickly in such circumstances. Otherwise, people die or suffer needlessly. And again, the call from my humanitarian colleagues was very much to appeal for an urgent scale-up on the part of our donors. And it's you know, on this funding issue, when you look at who are the principal donors, the top donors in the top two donors in both countries, United States number one, European Union number two. In the case of Central African Republic, we have Germany number 3 and Canada number 4, and in the case of DRC, Sweden number 3. The donor base is just too narrow. On the positive side of the Central African Republic, I saw a lot of progress in Bangui. So you will all have many times been briefed about the displacement camp at the airport in Boko camp. That is now closed, and the population have basically returned to their previous areas. And I see a lot of intercommunal cooperation. So I visited also PK5, which again was a place that experienced a lot of violence, a Muslim majority area. And you again could see the wisdom, courage, leadership of the imam with his counterparts in the Christian community, really taking positive effect in joint projects, youth employment, rebuilding, and so forth. Very impressive to see the progress that has been made from a situation that, you know, at one point was akin to ethnic cleansing, such was the ferocity and brutality of the violence that people had experienced. But the resilience of community, the courage of community, the desire of communities to get back to a better life, a better future, is witnessed in how people have returned, how the activities across communities are being conducted, how the mutual benefit of commercial activity is now visible there. So you can see the progress, but then you can also feel the vulnerability when one thinks about what's happening elsewhere in the country and the violence that is erupting that could at any stage, again reach the capital. So one has to really also hope that the security situation can be stabilized, because again everything begins with either the stabilization of the security situation or the deterioration of the security situation, because that is what is driving the situation on the ground. I met with the government, I met with the president, I met with the foreign minister, the minister of planning, and again these are the recently elected government, sincere people, very clear coming across. They don't have very much power because they don't have very much resources, but they are the legitimately elected government now. This is a democracy. They have been elected, and again, if I was to give you my feedback, it would be that I feel that they've got a clear vision. They don't have very much means. They need international support, but I heard them always talking about the people, the people, the people, the people, rather than the government, the government, the government, and that, for me, was again very encouraging. I was also there on the day when Central African Republic beat Rwanda in the Africa Cup's football game, and kind of remind you, first and foremost, the international team could come to Bangui safely, play a football game, and the host. This country hasn't, a lot going for it in some respects in terms of the situation, but there was a little moment of celebration and unity. You see, this is the thing. You see, everybody is cheering and happy and wrapping themselves in the 5 colours of the flag and so forth. And that's again given us that little insight to the potential. It's a large country, rich in resources, relatively small population, and yet at the bottom end of the Human Development Index because of conflict. So we have to really step up. And you've heard me here in this briefing many times before, reject the narrative that we can't afford to help people in these circumstances. When I was there, I heard again from too many representatives of member states, both in the DRC and in Central African Republic, that there's a limited fund, there's a limited pool of money for humanitarian action. Firstly, I have to thank those who give us money, right? So thank you for that. Secondly, I have to, on behalf of the people who depend on us internationally, living up to our international responsibility, I have to reject the statement that we can't afford to help people with basic food, medical care, shelter, water, sanitation, therapeutic feeding for starving children. I reject that in this world of ours today. And I also was disappointed, but I'm going to turn that disappointment into an appeal. The disappointment was that the President of the European Commission, Mr. Jean-Claude Juncker, issued a statement when I was there appealing to the member states of the European Union to increase their defence expenditure from 1.3% upwards. Right? He issued a press statement on that. I would have hoped that he would also have issued in that statement an appeal to the members of the European Union to increase their overseas development aid to the level of their stated responsibility of 0.07%. There are only 5 countries in the world that meet that target, set by themselves, not by us, by themselves. And they are all less one within the European Union: Luxembourg, Denmark, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. Norway is the other country that meets that target. So as anyone calls for an increase in funding the war machinery, they must, in my view, at least call for an increase in the funding of humanitarian assistance, at least to the level that has been committed to by all of our member states in the framework of financing the Sustainable Development Goals. Because otherwise, we are definitely not going to meet our target of leaving nobody behind in these two countries alone by 2030. It has to be funded. And for relatively limited amounts of money, we will see phenomenal impact, starting first and foremost with the saving of lives of the innocent victims in all of this, and also giving them some dignity and protection in their current plight. But if you can get to 1.3% as an average defence expenditure in the European Union, surely we can get to the 0.7% on the humanitarian side before we start going up further on the spending on the military. So again, thank you very much, and I'm very happy to take your questions.
Thank you, John. Edie?
Thank you, John. Two questions. First, as a follow-up to this whole issue of funding for humanitarian emergencies, how does the funding appeals for these two major crises in Africa compare with other major crises like Yemen, Syria, etc.? And are you seeing this whole issue of donor fatigue? You yourself said that the number of donors was too narrow. And could you explain again the difference between being in need of assistance and being food insecure and severely food insecure? Thank you.
Thank you.
And I forgot to say thank you for doing this on behalf of the United Nations Correspondents Association.
Thank you. So on the comparison, these countries, the two of these countries, would be running on average, relatively speaking, 10 to 20% behind some of the more high-profile crises in the funding that they've been able to generate, relatively speaking. So when we talk about the ones that have higher political attention, like Syria, like Iraq, like Yemen, these two would be far behind those. And that's why I'm saying we have to make sure also that there is an equity. All human beings are equal wherever they might be, and we need to make sure particularly that there is an equitable distribution of available resources. On the second issue, which is donor fatigue, again, I have to say first and foremost that the few donors, the limited number of donors, the 15 to 20 countries that are consistently with us in humanitarian action across the world, they're not fatigued. They're just basically telling us they don't have more money. They are giving us additional funding, but the crises are growing, and we're not able to keep pace with those crises. So my appeal on two fronts is, one, to the rich countries. I mean, we have to, if we're looking for billions of dollars, we have to address ourselves to the rich countries. So the G7 and the G20. And only one G7 member gives 0.7%. That's the UK, right? So the message then to the other G7 members is, why? And then we have to go to the G20. As I said, there are a few members of the G20 who are, but the others are not. So this is they have made this commitment. They have made this commitment. Heads of state have come here, as you all witnessed, and stood at the podium of the General Assembly and proclaimed commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, but now we have to implement. So we need funding across the board. Usually, humanitarian is between 10 and 15% of the entire package. Were we to have member states across the board living up to their commitment to overseas development aid, as they have stated, then we would be fully funded. We would be fully funded. And I think that has to be debated and discussed. And I'm further adding into that debate and the discussion why in the debate and discussion about increasing defence expenditure, which is multiple times bigger than humanitarian or development expenditure, why we wouldn't have that debate altogether. Because for those who claim that there isn't additional funding, then we would have to hope that when they're considering additional funding for other activities, such as in the defence side, that they would also take into and factor into account any available monies that should also be allocated to our side of international action. So, again, really hoping that we can get out of this, circular discussion that's going nowhere, that is simply hand-wringing on the fact that we're too poor to help those who are being killed, maimed, injured, starving, displaced, needing nothing more than the most basic humanitarian assistance. Surely we have the humanity in our wealth to find the way to actually make these allocations that are required. And this is the result, of course, ultimately, in most of these places of political failure, which again falls on the shoulders of international community to be more effective in its political work as well, to prevent, but also to resolve, to support the resolution of these conflicts. But bottom line, in the meantime, the victims have to be the focus. We have to be people-centric, and we have to find the resources across this planet to do much better on meeting humanitarian assistance. And what I will also say is we have on the front line in all of these places incredibly courageous and dedicated international and national humanitarian staff who are risking their lives and losing their lives in delivering the vital assistance that is required. So we should also be inspired and motivated also by their efforts and their commitment and their courage to do what they're doing, and then to find themselves without the resources is incredibly frustrating. Finally, on your question on the difference between food insecure and severely food insecure means that you struggle to meet your basic daily food requirements. Severely food insecure means you're not meeting them. You are dependent on international assistance. Without international assistance, you won't be able to cope. So again, we have a vulnerable population that need our irregular assistance, and we have a dependent population that are dependent on our assistance.
Joe?
I have two questions. The first one, the ODA assistance, what percentage of that approximately would go to pure humanitarian relief versus more general development assistance? Secondly, you know that 4 countries in particular have been singled out at a very high profile by the Secretary General as being in or very near famine condition. And I don't know whether you've visited all 4 countries, and you painted a rather dire picture, particularly in terms of malnutrition of children and severe food insecurity in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Could you compare the situations in those 4 countries to the 2 that you've talked about? Because those 4 are getting significantly higher profile. I don't know to what extent the requested donations or contributions have come in, but that might be drawing some funding in terms of the way it was presented as being very urgent. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Normally, on average, the percentage of overseas development aid assigned to humanitarian action is between 10 and 15%, and the balance goes to development. That's normally the breakdown. In terms of how to compare the 4 countries affected or in peril of famine, that's South Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, and northeast Nigeria. You have 20 million people in those countries that are in the affected areas. In these 2 countries, you have 10 million between the 2. So there's a comparison there just in terms of the scale that we have mobilized globally, very high level international response to the famine, and again, hugely appreciating the collective effort, excuse me, on that. And now we're just going to have to also turn our attention to these crises as well at the same time, because, as I said, the number of internally displaced in the DRC, for example, is the highest in Africa at 3.7 million. The pace of displacement in both countries is alarming. So again, that's why we're really appealing for attention on the 2 of these. Thank you.
Other than the difference in numbers, I understand that. But as you said, every human being deserves a basic rights and humanitarian relief. Would you say that on a per capita basis, that the level of food insecurity, malnutrition of children, and I'm particularly thinking of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, because you had mentioned that, on a per capita individual basis, is it as severe as the situation on a per capita individual basis in those 4 countries? In other words, just the level of suffering, apart from, I understand, the difference in overall numbers.
Absolutely. That is a clear message. And in particular, when it comes to malnutrition, particularly in the DRC, the level of malnutrition is, by any measure, at the highest levels globally, by any measure. Thank you.
Matthew? For UN Culture for Access. Thanks, as always, for doing these briefings. I wanted to ask you, in the DRC, I think I may have misheard you, but that you visited this Tanganyika in Haute-Wele. I want to ask you about the Lord's Resistance Army. There's a report today that they are back and took some 61 civilians hostage in the town that I just named. But in any case, during your trip, is that your understanding that now with the military effort to try to find them going back, that are they back? Is this what impact could that have on the humanitarian situation in the DRC and the region? And also, I wanted to, you did mention Cameroon, that I did hear you say clearly, and I know that there's a lot of CAR refugees there. There was a troubling story in The Guardian recently about a program for briquettes in a camp called Mbile, which they said is going to stop being funded in June. The program is requiring 4 months of evaluation and review, and so basically people are going to have to start walking 5 hours to get firewood. And I just wondered, are you aware of that program? Is this a particularly underfunded crisis zone? What is the situation of these refugees in eastern Cameroon? We asked to speak to Mr. Lansani-Fall, but it hasn't yet been possible. But maybe you can illuminate it.
Okay, so on the LRA, I mean, we all know from our past experience the havoc that was wreaked by that group. It wasn't addressed to me. I think that's a report from today. It was not addressed. It was not addressed to me in either DRC or Central African Republic, because you know that in part of Central African Republic that has been a problem as well. So I don't have any new information on that. In the case of the programs in the refugee camps in the neighbouring countries, this is part of our global appeal, that's why, you know, I've been very focused in this briefing on 2 points. One is trying to communicate the pace and scale and ferocity of the deterioration in the humanitarian situation in both of these countries, driven by conflict. So that's the first message. The second message is that we are not seeing anything like the scale or pace of funding response for either the response inside the countries or in the neighbouring countries. And both ourselves at OCHA and our colleagues at UNHCR have been really working very hard to try and raise the alarm among our donors about how fast-moving and how fast-paced this crisis is, but also how inadequate the funding resources are. And inevitably, if you don't get the funding, then 2 things happen. You can't continue with your current programs, and secondly, you can't respond to the new needs. Now, I personally witnessed in Bria, in Central African Republic, firsthand, the shortfall between the needs of the people and what we were able to provide for them, because they just simply didn't have the money for basic things like plastic sheeting, the building of latrines, the provision of clean drinking water, the provision of food assistance, and basic medicines. It was falling way short of the needs of 40,000 people in that physical location. I didn't get to visit Cameroon, but I'm sure I would find the very same thing there, that the result of underfunding is that programs are inadequate or being closed down. And it's incredibly frustrating also for our humanitarian colleagues who, in all of these places, are out there risking their lives and held back only because they don't have the funding needed. On the other hand, you can really see the positive effect of where we have resources, how they're being used, and the impact that they're having. So again, while I saw the gaps in Bria, I also saw the positive impact for those who did get assistance, and I also saw the progress that has been made in Bangui in a very real and visible way. In a period of 6 months between having been there 6 months ago and being there now, I could see and witness and physically see the progress. So again, you know, 2 things. One is we most definitely can do better in our collective humanity to be more responsible. I don't want to use the word generous because it's responsible. We have a responsibility. We've made international commitments. We've got to step up to that responsibility. And secondly, you can actually see the value, the impact when you have the resources, which is very tangible and of course very visible that communities can then somehow cope with what is otherwise an incredibly difficult circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay.
I just want to go back to your questioning of the increase in defense spending or military spending vis-a-vis the lack of sufficient response on the humanitarian side. And I just want to explore with you whether they're always mutually exclusive, because you mentioned several times that conflicts are a prime cause of the humanitarian disasters that we're witnessing. And as you know, for example, in Syria and Libya and other parts in the Middle East, you have ISIS and other terrorist groups that are exacerbating that situation. To fight them may require additional military resources. So do you see these 2 streams, if you will, to try to get to a more stable situation as sometimes potentially reinforcing each other or always at odds with each other in terms of objectives?
So my point here is that as a humanitarian official, witnessing the effect on real people of the inadequate resourcing that's available for humanitarian action, which is a global responsibility, clearly set out in commitments made by our member states. I am too often told that there's no more money available. And that is then linked back to the impoverished taxpayer, right? What I'm saying is that when I read a press release that is calling for more money for defence expenditure in one block of our member states, I'm disappointed that in the same call, the President of the European Commission did not at the same time call for an increase in the expenditure of assistance aid, overseas development aid, in line with international commitments. Because addressing back to the taxpayers that more money is going to have to be found for defence expenditure should also be addressing at the same time to the taxpayers the urgent need to find more money for overseas development aid. I am not going to question the level of defence expenditure, it's not my job, but I am wanting our voice to be communicated to the taxpayers in member states that whatever the arguments might be on the defence side, and they're not doing too badly at 1.3%, because we're way behind on that level of funding, that there is also a responsibility to the people who are dying needlessly because we claim we can't afford to keep them alive. So I would like the whole effort of international expenditure to be taken out of comparing what we got last year with the year before on the humanitarian side. It was inadequate. It was inadequate the year before, and the year before that, and the year before that. You know that there's 580,000 children under the age of 5 across the Sahel died last year from preventable disease, hunger, and the effects of our inability to mobilize very meager support to keep those children alive. Are we that impoverished in the world that we're not able to do that? I'm being told on a daily basis, yes. I don't believe it. I don't believe that the world is so poor that it cannot allocate $22 billion from the global GDP to humanitarian action. I don't believe that. I really don't. There are 5 countries in the world, only 5, that have actually delivered on their stated commitment on the globally stated commitment of 0.7% of GNI for overseas development aid. I'm saying very clearly, if just the rich countries, the richest countries, the G20, if they were to step up to their commitment to overseas development aid, we on the humanitarian side will be fully funded. So that's my message, and I would continue to appeal for a debate wherever it would be useful to move past the fact that the response we get is the rich countries are too poor to provide the resources for these basic humanitarian appeals. Because humanitarian appeal is a very basic appeal for just the most modest life-saving support. And I do believe that this rich world has the resources capable to meet that demand. Thank you.
On that note, thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was an update from the United Nations. You're getting a live look of New York City right now, taking you to the next top story here in the show. This is coming from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I had 2 people tweeting about this.
Let's see what they had to say.
3 hours ago.
Welcome you all here. I'd like to begin by introducing our new designated federal officer, Dr. Angela Shen. Many of you will recognize her from prior meetings where she has presented, and I'm happy to hand it over to Angela.
Great. Thanks so much, Kim. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to the June National Vaccine Advisory Committee, or NVAC meeting. The NVAC serves an important role, an advisory role, providing peer review, consultation, advice, and recommendations to the Assistant Secretary for Health in his capacity as the Director of the National Vaccine Program. The National Vaccine Program was created to coordinate and provide direction to activities related to vaccines and immunizations. It's housed here in the Department of Health and Human Services, and it's directed by the Assistant Secretary for Health. The National Vaccine Program Office manages the coordination function, and the NVAC, y'all here, advise the ASH, assuring input from a wide range of partners, reflected in the composition of this committee, as well as the stakeholders you see in the audience today and on the web. Federal and state local health agencies, vaccine manufacturers and distributors, healthcare providers, employers, insurers, and consumers, and the like. As Kim said, my name is Angela Shen, and as the new designated federal official for NVAC, I have the privilege of opening this meeting today. First, a few rules of engagement. The advisory committee is governed by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA for short. As such, we have rules about the circumstances by which agencies or officers of the federal government can establish or control committees or groups to obtain advice or recommendations, where one or more of the members of the group are not federal employees. The majority of the work of NVAC, including information gathering, drafting of reports, and the development of recommendations, is performed not only by the full committee, but by working groups, who in turn report to the full committee. Regarding conflict of interest rules, the standards of ethical conduct for employees of the executive branch document has been received by all 17 voting members, who, as special government employees, are subject to conflict of interest laws and regulations therein. We're almost done with the legal pieces. The liaison representatives from 10 different organizations are non-voting members of the advisory committee and are not subject to the same FACA rules as the voting members. Voting members previously provided information about their personal, professional, and financial interests. This information was used to assess real, potential, or apparent conflicts of interest that would compromise a member's ability to be objective in giving advice during committee meetings. Each voting member's financial interest and outside affiliation has been carefully screened to ensure they comply with federal ethics laws. I'll now move on to the roll call. I'll be reading your name, and if you could just answer as a here or present, that would be great. So let's start with Steve Black. Jay Butler. Here. Melody Ann Butler. Tim Cook. David Fleming. John Dunn.
Here.
Leonard Friedland.
Here.
Kim Thompson. Here. Robert Hopkins.
Present.
Marianne Jackson. Here. Melissa Martinez.
Here.
Cody Messner.
Here.
Saad Omer.
Here.
Larry Pickering.
Here.
Nate Smith.
Here.
Geeta Swami. Ann Ginsberg has notified she'll be absent. We'll move now on to the liaison members. Jim Norden. Chris Ersman.
Here.
Rebecca Coyle.
Here.
Tiffany Tate.
Kimberly Scott sitting in for Tiffany Tate.
Thank you, Kimberly. Kim, did we miss you? Kim Martin?
Here.
You must be here somewhere. Rhonda Kropp?
Here.
Justin Mills? Do we have a representative from AHRQ?
All right, everybody, I'm going to see if we can find a way to get through the roll call here until they begin their meeting. All right, taking you back.
And vaccine policy and welcome you here to the meeting. I'm really impressed with all the knowledge represented by the members of the committee, and many of you are new, and so I just want to say a special welcome to you 11 new members of the committee, and thank you again for your service. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that our vaccination system is quite a complex beast. I want to emphasize it's actually really absolutely necessary to protect the trust that Americans have placed in this system over the decades. We oftentimes hear criticisms of the safety issues, et cetera, but we really know that this works. We know that the recommended vaccines work well in preventing disease. While no vaccine is perfect, our strong and historically effective vaccine safety system ensures vaccines are safe and well monitored. However, we need to continue to improve this already effective system. And so today, we're going to be discussing several of the most pressing issues regarding our national vaccine program. I hope to stay here for the entire day because I always learn a tremendous amount from this whole discussion. This advisory committee provides HHS with very important scientific information, expert consultation, and policy analyses from both inside and outside of government so that progress can be made based on this expert advice. As Angela mentioned, I'm particularly committed to improving adult immunization rates in the U.S. and especially in addressing the many barriers associated with the lackluster outcomes we've seen in adult immunization rates for quite some time. It's not acceptable, knowing what we know and having the tools we have to report such low rates, not just of adult-specific vaccines, but also of our flagship influenza vaccine program. You'll hear a lot more about vaccinating adults in today's meeting later this afternoon, including important advances in immunization information systems, interjurisdictional data exchange, and removing financial and systems barriers to adult immunizations. It's just not enough to have these effective vaccines available to individuals, to health systems, to government agencies. There has to be more innovative approaches to boosting vaccine uptake, including system-based surveillance practices, individual and healthcare system incentive programs, and accurate public educational programs. These kinds of infrastructure improvements are vital to realizing the full promise that life-saving vaccines can provide to not only children, but to adults. I also want to point out the very clear need to eliminate ethnic and racial disparities that continue to persist in adult vaccine coverage rates. Today, CDC's Dr. Cindy Weinbaum will provide you with new coverage estimates for adult vaccines, and we'll hear about the disparities that still exist within these estimates. But I want to point out that the missed opportunities we see in vaccinating adults results in real illness. For example, CDC estimates that each year in the United States, there will be between 140,000 and 710,000 flu-related hospitalizations. About 900,000 people will acquire pneumococcal pneumonia, a horrible disease. Another 1 million people will get shingles, and some will have severe pain that continues long after their rash clears and can't really achieve good treatment effects. And HPV still causes over 27,000 cases of cancer in women and men. The data that Cindy will present later encourage us to objectively make policy recommendations, identify gaps in delivery and research, and allocate appropriate resources. This information also fuels work being done outside of the federal sphere by many other invested stakeholders working to improve the health of American adults through vaccination. Now, let me just update you a little bit on some of the exciting work going on inside government now. HHS has been working hard to implement the bipartisan 21st Century Cures Act, which was enacted by Congress last December and allocates $6.3 billion over the next decade to accelerate the discovery, development, and delivery of cures to improve health outcomes in the United States. That includes vaccines. The 21st Century Cures Act provides for increased research in key areas and stimulates structural changes that are needed, like improving regulatory processes or helping expedite the drug approval process for potentially life-saving medications and vaccines. The Cures Act represents an opportunity to help improve patient-centered care around a number of HHS and Office of the Assistant Secretary of Health priorities, such as behavioral issues, serious mental illness, substance abuse disorders, and vaccine innovation. Along with FDA, NIH, CDC, BARDA, HRSA, and other federal partners, the National Vaccine Program Office reports progress on our national vaccine priorities, and it will release a report to Congress on vaccine innovation later this fall. The Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health is charged with coordinating and leading on several other Cures Act critical public health areas. These range from vaccines for pregnant women to improving monitoring of antimicrobial resistance to expanding protection of human research subjects, assessing the impact of tick-borne disease. This list highlights the broad range of issues covered by the bill and the importance this act will have on improving public health. I want to thank you all again for coming today and participating in the NVAC meeting. I've been to several of these since returning to HHS about 18 months ago, and I continue to learn and be impressed with the enormity of the tasks as well as the accomplishments of our national vaccine enterprise. By bringing together stakeholders such as yourselves, NVAC is better able to provide advice to policymakers and the public on the vaccine priorities as reported in the NVAC mid-course review, which we'll hear more about. Your analysis and feedback today will help us reach the goals of the National Vaccine Plan and to address the opportunity areas you outlined in the mid-course review. Soon, we'll be working together on the next 10-year vaccine plan for the nation, and we look forward to your input and help with that planning process. Dr. Wright and I both look forward to hearing about your deliberations and recommendations after today. I'll try to be here for the entire meeting, but he's currently on location for the Commission Officers Association meeting in Tennessee. Finally, I'm sure you all are curious as to how the transition process is impacting our mission and our work here at HHS. I can assure you that we are providing advice and recommendations to optimize immunization efforts across our government, and this will continue as it has for decades. I would also like to acknowledge that Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Health and Acting NVPO Director, who you heard from last time, Jewel Mullen, has left HHS. She'll be missed for her technical and administrative acumen and for her terrific collegiality and professionalism. I personally will miss her a very great deal because she was a steady hand that I depended a lot on for my re-entry into the the federal realm. Fortunately, we'll have another great public health leader to assume acting directorship of the NVPO for now, and that's Dr. Richard Walitsky. Dr. Walitsky currently leads the Office of HIV/AIDS and Infectious Disease Policy, otherwise known as OHADIP, and has graciously accepted the additional responsibility of directing the National Vaccine Program Office until such time as a more permanent director can be appointed. Dr. Walitsky has worked throughout his entire career to end the burden of HIV/AIDS in our country. More recently, he has expanded his efforts to include viral hepatitis, blood and tissue safety and availability, and other issues. He's worked collaboratively with many important partners with equities in vaccination, infectious diseases, and public health practice, and these experiences will serve him well as acting director of NVPO. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. Let me now invite Dr. Walitsky to the podium to say a few words and introduce himself. Rich.
Thank you, Dr. Novotny. Welcome, everybody. I know it's a little bit hard to keep track of all the different acting people, but I'm happy to be here with you today to participate in what is really my first NVAC meeting. I've worked with other advisory committees in the past, and it's been a wonderful opportunity over the last week to work with the NVPO staff to see them in action, putting together the meeting, working together to plan it, implement it, in the midst of all the other things that they're doing, and in the midst of all of the organizational change that we're experiencing. I've been really impressed with their commitment, with the quality of their work, and their ability to make all of this happen. So as I start my second week in this acting role, I want to talk a little bit about my philosophy for what I hope will be the short time that I'll be with you. I see myself as primarily a bridge between Bruce's leadership and the future leadership. I'm mindful that, very much like a real bridge, what you need is stability. You don't need a bridge that's swaying back and forth as the traffic is going over it. I'm hoping to provide continuity that allows the strategic course that has been established to be fulfilled and to help avoid some of the potholes and detours that often pop up in government work. We can't let that happen. We can't let the transition process and other barriers get in our way of making effective vaccines available to the people who need them most. We have a job to do, and that job is to ensure that people have access to these vaccinations. Getting effective interventions to people who need them most has really been kind of the cornerstone of my career. I started my career as a prevention researcher, doing behavioral intervention research in HIV. But over time, I became concerned that the outputs from those research efforts weren't being used effectively. And I began to turn my attention more and more to the use of data and evidence in the planning and implementation, monitoring, and ongoing quality improvement of our prevention efforts, to really focus our work on improving the efficiency, the effectiveness, and the impact of the work that we do. And I know that that's much of what you're going to be talking about here today, and that's the main focus of the work that you do. I genuinely believe in the value of partnership. I think that government is better when we work collaboratively and have input and interaction with the people who've done the research, the people who are implementing the programs in the clinics, in the community, in the field, and that sometimes a little bit of tension and a little bit of conflict between us is a useful part of the process. Sometimes we need you to push us to be the best that we can be. So as Tom mentioned, I'm enthusiastic about public health and preventing infectious diseases. So I'm extremely pleased to be able to work with you and to serve you in supporting your work, the work that goes on throughout the vaccine enterprise, to reduce the burden of these diseases and ultimately improve the health of people, families, and communities across the country. I look forward to continuing to work with NVAC and all the partners that so diligently work together to respond to the gaps and strengthen our efforts to make vaccines safer and more effective for all. So since I've only really been here a little over a week, I'm going to ask Angela now to provide the update for the office. Angela?
Great, thanks so much, Rich. As part of the NVPO update today, we will be announcing the inaugural winners of the NVPO Upshot Awards, one of the key highlights of the meeting today. But first, the NVPO report. As Dr. Novotny mentioned, NVPO is leading and coordinating the HHS Secretary's report to Congress on vaccine innovation, as directed by the 21st Century Cures Act. There's an interagency group that's represented by BARDA, CDC, FDA, and NIH that has been formed to draft the report to address the key provisions around reviewing the current status of vaccine development. As part of these efforts, we'll be convening an expert consultation later this month to talk about the obstacles to innovation and potential solutions to address these obstacles. A second area of work that you've heard a lot about is around adult immunizations. Work directed at reducing vaccine-preventable diseases in adults, which you'll hear more about later on today. How we're operationalizing the National Adult Immunization Plan, how we're working with the federal ASH's Adult Immunization Task Force, and as a co-host of the National Adult Influenza and Immunization Summit with CDC and the Immunization Action Coalition, we'll give a short readout on how the annual summit went. NVPO also continues to support health services research and leads work in quality and performance measures, including work around maternal and adult composite measures. We're also working with CMS and its various programs around end-stage renal disease. Recently, we just launched an exciting collaboration with the HHS regional health offices to further amplify goals set both in the adult immunization plan as well as the pathway to implementation. NVPO and several regional leaders are partnering to begin developing a series of stakeholder events in 6 of the 10 HHS regions. Through this partnership, the regions will convene a diverse set of stakeholders to facilitate a coordinated action plan focused on promoting priority areas of focus for the National Vaccine Plan and to help localize messaging and efforts to improve vaccination coverage, with an emphasis in adults. To further disseminate the recommendations provided at this committee to the Assistant Secretary, the NVAC Maternal Immunization Report, can't miss the orange cover, was recently published in the May-June issue of Public Health Reports, the Maternal Immunization Report. Likewise, the NVAC Mid-Course Review is slated for publication in the July-August issue of Public Health Reports. We specifically kept this report from NVPO succinct so we can shift finally to, I think, what is very exciting is to hear about the Upshot Awards. These awards provide us an opportunity to honor the profound and fantastic work going on to support safe and effective vaccination, as well as the key elements of the National Vaccine Plan. I'd like to invite Rich back to the podium to announce the award winners. Rich?
Thank you, Angela. So it's truly a pleasure to be able to be here today to introduce the first of the Upshot Awards. These awards were developed to recognize the diverse group of stakeholders that are really at the heart of optimizing the vaccine and immunization system. The National Vaccine Program Office launched these awards in February of last year. Through the Upshot Award program, NVPO and our federal partners honor individuals and organizations whose leadership, collaboration, innovation, research, and practice are advancing the National Vaccine Plan. This plan outlines several areas to enhance all aspects of vaccination and is at the core of our awards program. Over the past few months, we've been encouraging individuals and organizations from outside of the federal government to submit nominations for a non-monetary award. We received a number of competitive nominations, and today I'm excited to announce the winners of the 2017 Upshot Awards program. But before we get started, I'd like to say a special thank you to the members of our Outstanding Review Committee, which includes many of the HHS agencies and offices involved in vaccines and immunizations. So now, without further ado, I'd like to announce the winners of the NVPO Upshot Awards program. The first award is for the Excellence in Vaccine Safety, and that goes to Dr. Roger Baxter. Dr. Baxter was an esteemed and prolific researcher, physician, and advocate, as well as an inspiring mentor and colleague. As co-director of Kaiser Permanente's Vaccine Study Center, Dr. Baxter was part of the Vaccine Safety Data Link program and Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment Network, where he led a range of vaccine safety studies. He was instrumental in developing new methods, including case-centered method to vaccine safety surveillance. And he helped establish a dynamic pregnancy neonate registry that used near-time real data to monitor the safety and effectiveness of vaccines administered during pregnancy. Dr. Baxter, who passed away in late 2016, was nominated posthumously by his colleagues at Kaiser Permanente and Harvard University. I want to share a quote from his colleague, Dr. Nikki Klein. Roger worked tirelessly to answer critical questions about vaccine safety and effectiveness to the benefit of people all around the globe. Above all, Roger Baxter possessed kindness and humanity that touched everyone who knew him and made the world a better place. Thank you, Dr. Baxter, for the remarkable legacy that you imparted on the field of vaccine safety. Now, this award category was highly competitive, and we would like to provide an honorable mention to the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which was a top contender in this category. The Vaccine Safety Data Link, or VSD for short, is a vital national and international resource on vaccine safety. The VSD is a collaboration between CDC and 8 private integrated healthcare delivery systems providing rapid safety monitoring. Recently, the VSD was used to respond to public concern around Zika and Tdap maternal vaccinations in Brazilian communities by quickly analyzing Tdap maternal vaccination and birth defects data. Scientists found no association with the vaccine. Now let's turn to our next category, vaccine communication. And this award goes to Dr. William Schaffner. Dr. William Schaffner is Medical Director at the National Foundation for Infectious Diseases and is a Professor of Preventive Medicine and Infectious Disease at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine. In his career, he has reached beyond the public health community to provide actionable, evidence-based answers to healthcare professionals